Just when I thought I had everything under control, an unexpected hug in the park turned my world upside down. That handsome stranger, whom I thought was just a figment of my imagination, showed up at the library, making me question the line between reality and dreams. Let's officially listen to today's werewolf story. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to give it a like and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1 Journal Entry, September 3rd, Viola Evans. Schedule for the day: 6 a.m. wake up, work out, shower, get dressed, eat breakfast, get in the car. 7 a.m. arrive at McCleary's house, make breakfast for children and wake them up. At town drop Max off at school. 8:30 a.m. drop Kate off at school. 9:15 a.m. arrive on campus with Bailey for Autism in America ring. The phone ringing startled me, and I accidentally scribbled the end of America in the schedule I was drawing up. I clutched my racing heart as I picked up the phone. "Hello?" I asked warily. "How are you, honey?" My mom's voice greeted me. "I'm doing really good, Mom. Tomorrow is the first day of school," I reminded her, looking at my paper and continuing to fill out my busy schedule. "Yay. Are you nervous? Are you excited? Do you have everything you need?" I imagined her sitting on the edge of her bed with her legs crossed and bouncing slightly with excitement. "Yeah, I'll be fine. I already checked with the professors and I'm allowed to take Bailey with me 2 classes, so that makes things much easier." I grinned. My mom gasped. "I forgot. How on earth are you going to manage to go to school and to nanny for the McCleary family?" Mom wondered, concerned. "I'll be fine, Mom. These kiddos are all very well behaved, except for Bailey, but he's a sweetheart, so it doesn't even bother me. He just sings." "Mom, thinking about the cuddly 4-year-old, where you did so well with the other special kids back home. I can't say I'm surprised," Mom said. I grimaced at the way she said special. In our small town in Indiana, no one really knew how to treat or take care of children with special needs. I guess no one understood them, but I always tried to spend a little bit of time with the ones I met. I should probably head to bed now. I've got a busy day tomorrow. Good night. I hung up before she could say anything else. I knew if we kept talking about my chosen major, she would try to get me to switch. If she could have stopped me from moving across the country, she would have. But I didn't want to stay in Indiana my whole life. Besides, 𝐊𝐼𝐬 University offered a better special ed program at a cheaper price than Indiana Wesleyan. I quickly finished writing out my agenda for the next day and climbed into bed. The sooner I got to sleep, the better prepared I would be for the crazy schedule. "I don't like Cheerios," Max exclaimed, staring at the offensive cereal in front of him. "I know, but we don't have time for anything else. You woke up late today, remember?" I reminded the poor kid. He sighed heavily and then nodded. "But only if Kate has to eat them too." I hid my smile and nodded at him. "She does, and Bailey has to eat dry Cheerios, so you shouldn't complain, dude," I teased him, poking the tip of his nose before I walked off to look for his backpack. Finally, I found the bag that his mom had no doubt laid out the night before, sitting on the rocking chair in the family room. 𝐊𝐼𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐾𝐥𝐻𝐧. Did you finish getting dressed? I'll do your hair while you eat. I called up the stairs. 𝐊𝐼𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐾𝐥𝐻𝐧. I was just going to put my hair in a ponytail, she called back. I set out a bowl of Cheerios for her and put her backpack next to her stool. "How are we doing on time?" I wondered, glancing down at my watch. 7:35. We had to leave in 10 minutes. We are going to be just fine, I reassured myself. Then I heard a thump followed immediately by crying. "Has anyone seen Bailey?" I yelled, running up the stairs to try and find him. By the time I got to the top, he had stopped screaming, so I had to guess where he was. He wasn't in his room, the bathroom, Kate's room, or Max's room. That meant I cringed before walking into the master bedroom and looking for the poor toddler. "Bailey, Are you in here, sweetheart? I asked calmly. I had sniffling behind the bed and walked over. Oh my goodness. Are you okay? I asked him, scooping up the little boy. He was wrapped up in his favorite blanket and in a lump on the floor. My guess is he wrapped up on the bed and then accidentally rolled off. "Itsy bitsy spider," he sang sadly, tears falling from his eyes. I know. I called, smoothing his hair and walking back to the kitchen with him. "Are you two ready to go?" I asked Kate and Max, who were both rinsing out their finished bowls of cereal yet. "Are we going to be early? Marina never got us to school early." Smiling excitedly, I grinned. Their old nanny was nice, but she wasn't very efficient and she never got the kids to anywhere on time. "Only if you beat me to the car." "Ready, set," I yelled, snatching my purse and keys and racing out the door with Bailey giggling in my arms. "Hurry up, Kate. She has to lock the door." "We can do it," Max shouted as he grabbed his sister's hand and pulled her along behind him. "Bye, Max. Have a great first day. I'll be here at 330 to pick you up," I reminded him, pulling away. "One down, one to go." "Bye, Kate. You look beautiful today. I'll see you right here after school." I grinned. Bailey began crying in the back seat as I drove to campus, but I knew just what to do. The ants go marching one by one, glancing at him. "Hurrah, hurrah," he sang back, perking up, and so we sang the entire way to class. I pulled into my driveway at 8 p.m. that night with a smile on my face. Day one was over. It wasn't as bad as I originally thought it was going to be, so I had hoped that tomorrow would be better, and eventually, I would be able to do it no problems. "1 month later you need to come home," Mom urged over the phone. I rolled my eyes as I continued to type up my research about Bailey. "Why is that?" I asked harshly. "Because you don't make enough money to pay for tuition. We told you that if you went to school here we would pay for it. Viola, Mark and I don't want you to get kicked out of college," she reasoned. "You also don't want me to teach special ed. I told you I could do this, and I am doing it. If I get kicked out, then I will just work until I have enough money to go back to school. But I won't give up on this. You won't win this argument." "Mom, not this one," I fought back. "Are you really going to do it all on your own? Aren't you even worried about money? You won't be able to come home and visit us for Christmas, or Thanksgiving, or anything. You won't even be able to come home in the summer." Mom spoke as if these were things I didn't know. "Mom, I know. I know you don't want me out here. I know you want me home for the breaks. But if you really miss me that bad, you and Mark can just fly out here to visit me for a few days. I'm not going to give up on my dream, and I can't stop working. It isn't even just about me anymore. These kids don't have anyone. They don't know their parents. Mr. and Mrs. McCleary are only home when the kids are asleep. If I'm not here for them, no one will be." I slammed my laptop shut and ran my hands over my face. "Viola, you are not their mother. You aren't related to them. You owe them nothing. Just come back to Indiana," she begged. I felt tears of frustration form in my eyes. I stood up and began to pace when I accidentally walked into my closet door. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I'm not their mother, but I might as well be. I love them, and I won't let them live without someone who cares about them. I am one of the only people that Bailey likes. I can't just leave him without someone who understands him. There is so much more I can do to help him better adapt to the world. I need to go to bed. I've got school tomorrow. I didn't have any classes tomorrow. For some reason, the town I lived in had monthly family days, where nothing was open. Everyone was given a day off to spend with their family. The McClearys were going to go on a picnic, and Faye invited me, but I thought the kids should bond with their parents for a change. "If you keep up this attitude, you may not be welcome at home anymore," my mom threatened, and then she hung up. I couldn't go to sleep now. I was so angry at my mom and angry at my step-dad, who no doubt encouraged this behavior from my mom. Before she married him, we got along just fine, and there was no unfair discrimination coming from her. Now she is married to Mark and has decided to adopt all of his narrow-minded ways of thinking. I let out a frustrated scream before I stormed out of my apartment and down the road. In my haste, I left my phone inside, along with my purse. I stumbled along in my rage to a nearby playground, before collapsing into a swing and starting to cry. I have had the hardest month of my whole life. I love those kids, but I'm not old enough to be a mom. I don't work as a nanny. I work as their mom, and I go to school. Not many 20-year-olds can say they have 3 kids, and that one of them has autism. I knew when I started it was only a matter of time before I broke, but I was banking on the fact that I could make it longer than a month. I heard a twig snap, and my head shot up. The tears were blurring my vision, so I hurried to wipe them away. I saw nothing, but I smelled a very strong mint and pine scent. I breathed in deeply and sighed, hanging my head and trying to compose myself. I just kept imagining what would happen if I did end up having to go back to Indiana, and it only made me cry harder. I would be stuck working some respectable job, most likely as a secretary for some real estate agency, and not making an ounce of difference. Suddenly, there were arms around me, clutching me tightly, as if I was missing for years and they had finally found me. "Help! Somebody!" I yelped, shaking in fear in the arms of a stranger. The man, who was probably the most attractive man I had ever met, pulled back in panic and looked at me with what I could only describe as tenderness, although it doesn't make sense. "No." And then he took a step away as if to prove it to me. "Why would you come and hug some random girl in a park when it's pitch black outside?" I asked, incredulously, his eyes wide and then narrowed on my forehead. "Who hit you?" Glaring at my head. Confused. "No one," I answered, although it came out as a question. "Don't lie to me. I can see the bruise already forming on your head." "Who hit you?" he demanded. It was only then that I remembered walking into my closet door. I walked into my closet door. I muttered, embarrassed. "It's a really big bruise. I doubt you could get it from walking into a closet door." I was upset, so it was more of a slam, I admitted shyly. He chuckled and reached out as if to stroke my cheek, and then he seemed to think better of it, retracting his hand. "You never answered my question," I realized, looking at him accusingly. "I thought you were someone I was looking for." He confirmed my theory. He obviously had me confused with someone else. "I hope you find her." Before turning to walk away, his hand caught my wrist and I gasped as sparks erupted on my skin. I did, in a tone that made me think I wasn't supposed to hear it. "Right. Well, I'll just be heading home. Good night," I said politely, trying to tug my wrist out of his hold. "Why will you cry?" Tugging me closer to him. "I don't see how that's any of your business if I am being quite honest," I replied, firmly yanking my hand back to my person and walking away quickly. "I just want to help," he called out from behind me. "You already did. 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸 𝐷𝐞𝐬 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸. Turning back and smiling softly at the handsome stranger, I wasn't lying. He really did help. Somehow in that conversation, I had begun to feel better, and now I felt like I could take on anything. I had never felt this strong, and this at peace. Chapter 2. I woke up the next morning feeling refreshed, something I hadn't felt in quite some time. The stranger in the park felt like some weird dimension, neither dream nor reality, but I hoped it had been real. After making myself some fruits salad, I put it into a small Tupperware and grabbed up, intending on a relaxing afternoon at the library. I opened my apartment door and was hit by a scent I so vividly remembered from last night. Pine and mint. I took a deep breath in and smiled to myself. Humming a happy tune I had learned at church as a young girl, I made my way out of the building. The scent followed me all the way to the library but stopped once I got inside. I was surprised I even noticed it. I'm not one to notice the way things smell. I found myself a small, secluded corner in the back against all of windows. I plugged in my laptop, opened up my breakfast, and sat back in my chair, ready to enjoy an afternoon without work. Online journal entry Viola Evans October 2nd, and last night was weird. My mom called again. She told me to come home. I left very upset and ended up at some playground. This really handsome stranger came and cheered me up. I guess I reminded him of someone that he knew. I don't know if it was real or not. Do you believe in love at first sight? I mean, it isn't love. Sure, I know that. But sometimes I see someone and just feel this connection like together we have the possibility of love. With him, the connection was greater than I had ever felt it. So yes, I do want to see him again. But I'm also terrified. What if I meet him again and he's mean? Or what if I meet him again and he's less than what I imagined? What if he is gay? Not that it's the worst for him to be gay. I just really hope the guy I'm fantasizing about isn't gay. Oh my gosh. I'm a mess. I'm officially a mess. To all the future generations who read this, I am a mess. Always have been. Always will be. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. I might meet up with Michael later tonight for dinner. I don't think it's a date. We just both are very passionate about teaching and want to discuss it with others who are just as passionate. Michael is a very nice guy. I like Michael. He's very nice. Not to mention he's the only friend I've made since living out here. He's fun to talk to. And he enjoys talking to me. A chair scraping next to me startled me out of my journaling frenzy. I looked up with wide eyes and gasped when I saw who was staring intently at me. You were real. I wondered out loud before I blushed and looked at my fingers. What did you think I was? The stranger chuckled, reaching out and putting one of his hands on mine casually. I pulled my hands away, feeling awkward. I didn't like him being so put together and sure of himself. It made me feel inferior and on edge. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. A good one. I hope. He smirked 𝐾𝐞𝐬. I decided to knock his ego down a notch. No, a nightmare. If you were more attractive it would have been way better. I grinned cheekily, meeting his eyes. I watched as challenge flashed in his eyes as he lost his smirk. Are you stalking me? I blurted out. I saw the guilty expression but passed it off as something else before I covered for myself. Sorry. That was a ridiculous question. Why would someone stalk me? What is your name? He asked after a few moments of awkward silence. Having to stop myself from imagining him holding me in another fierce hug. Your name? Sunshine, he repeated, looking into my eyes. I almost forgot to answer again as I was swept away by the beautiful shades of brown that swam in his eyes. I replied, taking a deep breath. Mint and pine. He whispered my name like it was a prayer. Like it was the most special piece of knowledge he had ever been gifted. It made me feel treasured. And I wasn't sure how I felt about that. What's your name? I asked shyly. Something about this man made me nervous. Gabriel. He leaned back in his chair to observe my reaction. The only problem was, I didn't really have a reaction. He spoke my name with such reverence. But it is just a name. And so is Gabriel. Maybe I would feel differently if I said it. In that case, I would just avoid saying his name. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. So seriously, why are you at the library? I asked curiously. He shook his head, as if he was disappointed, and then looked at me again. Thought there might be something interesting in here. I nodded, turning back to my fruit salad and taking a bite. Do you need help finding anything? I asked after a minute of him staring as I ate. Why, he asked. Because it's a library. Generally, people read here. I rolled my eyes, standing up and dusting off my pants. Then I held my hand out for him to take. He immediately latched on with a tight grip. Where are we going? Not letting go of my hand after he had stood up. He intertwined our fingers and held on tightly. "Follow me," I answered coyly. "Anywhere," I heard him whisper. I pulled him through rows and rows of books until I found the section I was looking for. "Ta-da," I exclaimed, shooting a beaming smile at him. "What am I supposed to be looking at?" Looking at the books and then back at me. I wrenched my hand out of his grip and then stepped forward towards the bookshelf. I bent over and picked out my absolute favorite book, and then straightened out and turned around, only to find myself completely pressed against the bookcase with Gabriel's arms caging me in. "Here's the book," I said nervously, holding it up. His eyes were swirling and growing darker by the minute. It was like he couldn't hear me. "Do you need something else?" My face growing flushed. He let out a deep and almost bitter chuckle. "You have no idea," he started. "Well, that's because you haven't told me," I pointed out lamely. "What you do to me," he finished deeply. My heart thudded hard in my chest and I felt my breath start to come out in pounds. "What do you mean?" I breathed out. I was so confused, but so lost in the feel of the moment. All I knew was Gabriel. All I felt was Gabriel. "If I told you, you wouldn't believe me," he whispered in a pained voice. I reached out a hand and tenderly stroked his cheek, bringing his face up so he was looking me in the eyes again. I barely knew this man, but I knew to see him sad broke my heart. "I might not, but I feel this weird connection with you. Everything just feels right. So, whenever you are ready, I'll be waiting," I told him truthfully. I couldn't lie to either of us and say I didn't feel something. I only hoped he reciprocated. "Everything about you is perfect. Viola. Even your name," he mumbled, resting his head in the crook of my neck. I felt the book slip from my hands as I dropped to the floor to pick it up, breaking the odd spell that seemed to have come over the two of us. "So what's the book called?" Gabriel asked as we walked back to our seats. I tossed it to him. "See for yourself." How short. Plopping down in my chair and firing up my laptop again. "Truest. What is that about?" Why fling through the pages? Look, I don't know why, or how exactly, but this book changed my life. It completely flipped the way I look at mental illness and different brain disorders, not to mention the way I look at relationships. Every time Silas does anything, I swear, I swoon, I gushed, thinking about the novel. "I'll have to read it then." "You don't know anyone like Silas?" Gabriel asked sharply. "No, but boy do I wish I did. I really go for the nerdier, geeky types. Nothing against jocks. I just prefer my men to have a geeky side that I can't tease them about. Thinking about my exes, and the differences between them. So if a guy is super fit, you won't go out with him?" Gabriel almost shouted. He looked very panicked, and I drew my eyebrows closer together in confusion. "No, I didn't say that. I just said I preferred eating geekier guys. Why are you so curious?" I shot back. "No reason." His eyes suddenly went paler, as if a fine mist had fogged over them. They flashed back to brown a moment later. "I have to go. Meet me for dinner." "I just met you," I exclaimed, scooting away from him. "I thought we were friends." "Can friends not have dinner together?" he questioned. "They can. I just make people work harder before they become my friends. Besides, I've already got dinner plans tonight." I laughed, packing up my things. "What?" he yelled, yanking up my bag and dragging me and everything I brought out of the library despite my very vocal complaints. "With who?" he demanded, arms crossed. "Who are you?" "My mother." I fired back angrily. Stupid man, thinking he can just ask whatever he likes. Think again. "No, I just care. I want you to be safe. And I wanted to have dinner with you," he complained. I rolled my eyes. "Oh, grow up. We can have dinner some other time. I feel safer with him than I do with you. And I've definitely known him longer. I've got to go get ready anyway. He's picking me up soon." I muttered the last part, but Gabriel seemed to stiffen as he heard it. "Can I have your number so I can invite you to dinner another time?" Gabriel inquired stiffly. I stood tall and proud and shook my head. Maybe some other time. Things were going really well. But now you are kind of freaking me out. Maybe we'll see each other again some other time, I suggested, before turning on my heel and walking all the way home. I slammed my apartment door closed and stormed into my bathroom. I was going to look cute for my dinner with Michael tonight. I didn't care that Michael and I were just friends. I wanted to feel confident. And I did not after the horrible parting between Gabriel and myself. I straightened my long, dirty blonde hair and applied a coat of mascara. I put on some vanilla-scented lotion and slipped into a cute but casual t-shirt dress. I fluffed my hair in the mirror a few times before smiling at my reflection. The theme song from The Office blared through my room, and I lunged for my phone, answering quickly. Hello. Smiling. Hey V. It's Michael. Michael greeted. I know. Dummy. 𝐊𝐤. I reminded him, grinning even wider. Right. Well, I just wanted to let you know I'm here. I was going to come and pick you up at your door, but you can't get into the complex without a key, he explained. Awesome. I'm on my way down now. I hung up and then picked up my purse and left, locking the door behind me. Mint and pine smacked me in the face, and I felt a bigger smile grow on my face. It was the weirdest thing, but smelling it made me happier. Hey, I greeted as I stepped outside. Michael turned around and grinned at me. I'm sure girls all over campus swooned over him. He was tall, fairly good-looking, and had a great heart. In fact, yesterday I could have sworn I was one of the ones swooning, but today I felt nothing but companionable friendship with him. Hey, you look great. There was a weird animal growl, but we just ignored it. Probably just a raccoon. He gave me a hug and I felt myself blush. So where are we eating? Stepping back and looking up at him. Is 𝐶𝐿 okay? Gesturing a direction for me to walk in. I fell into step beside him and smiled brightly. 𝐊𝐤𝐼𝐻. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 𝐶𝐿 is only the best fast food place in the business. I love 𝐿. I laughed, blushing when he laughed too. Good, because I don't think we'd be able to be friends if you didn't like it. 𝐿 is an obsession of mine, and if you didn't support me on it I think we would have major problems, he said seriously. Glad we agree then. Bumping my hip into his. Me too. He bumped my hips back. There were a few moments of comfortable silence before he spoke again. Hey, I don't mean to make things awkward by saying this, but I don't want you to get the wrong impression. I'm not really looking to date anyone right now, but you are the nicest person in the program and I thought it would be super fun to get to know you and become friends with you. Michael explained shyly. Well, go ahead and break my heart. Why don't you? It's all good, as far as friends go. You're the only one I've got right now. So Mr. Michael Leonard, you are my best friend. Congratulations. I'm actually so relieved. Not that you aren't a catch. It's just, I don't really want a relationship while I'm trying to focus on my education and my career. Holding open the door of the 𝐶𝐿, I took a deep breath, expecting to smell amazing chicken, but all I could smell was mint and pine. I was beginning to worry my sense of smell was ruined. I agree completely. I don't want a relationship or kids until I'm done with college and a few years into my career. I would like to be stable before I try and start a life with someone, I replied loudly. There was a low whine from somewhere in the restaurant, but I ignored it and walked with Michael through the line. I'll have the number 1. No pickles, I ordered when we got to the register. Excellent choice, Michael commented. I'll have one of those as well. We found a small booth in the back and sat down to wait for our food. So where are you from? I asked Michael. 𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐻. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Idaho. Small town. If you blink, you miss it. I'm not even kidding. There are about 5 people that live there. Laughing. I know how that feels. I'm from Nashville. 𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐐𝐬 He raised a brow. Last I heard Nashville was really big. Nashville, Indiana is really small though. We've got you beat for small towns. Try one. Though it's ridiculous and suffocating. I needed to get out of that state. 𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐐𝐬 Muttering the last part angrily. Once the food got there we dug in. We spent the better part of an hour getting to know each other better and goofing around. Suddenly Michael looked at his watch and gasped. I'm so sorry. I have to go. I was supposed to be back to help my roommate study 20 minutes ago. I guess time flies when you're having fun. He apologized. I nodded in understanding. That's okay. I had a great time. Hopefully, we can do this again. I asked as we walked to the door. 𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐐𝐬 What are best friends for? Michael grinned. I gave him a hug and a peck on the cheek before we parted ways. I was walking alone through the streets when suddenly I felt like I was being followed. My heartbeat got faster, as did my pace. Suddenly arms were around my small figure and someone was whispering in my ear. Where do you think you're going this late? Chapter 3. Where do you think you're going this late? But a hand covered my mouth. I felt like gagging. It smelled like 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 and motor oil. A disgusting combination. I wouldn't do that if I were you, the creepy voice said, dragging me towards a nearby car. I was panicking. I had heard the stories. I had watched the news. And I knew if whoever this was got me into that car my life would end. I thought back to the self-defense class I took as a senior in high school and wrapped my thumb and pointer finger around their hand and bent it backward, driving my elbow into the gut of the man. He doubled over, obviously not expecting much of a fight from someone my size. While he was bent over, I swung my right heel up and connected it with his crotch, simultaneously stabbing my thumb into his chest. I heard a grunt, but then he tightened his grip and made sure both of my hands were secure. That left my mouth open though. Back off. I don't know you. I don't want to get in that car. I yelled as loudly and as calmly as I could. I wasn't going to let my voice shake. If these were the last moments of my life, I was go down with confidence. I wanted someone to hear what was going on. I didn't want to go missing. Shut up, the voice warned, holding me painfully tighter. I couldn't move my body anymore, but I didn't want to give up, so I did the next best thing. I went limp. Every single one of my 120 pounds hit him and I felt myself dropping a few inches as the man grumbled. Let go of me. I yelled again as he picked me up bridal style. I tried to roll out of his arms, but he slapped me in the face instead and dragged me along. I felt tears from in my eyes as the sting from the slap sunk in. Suddenly, there was a ferocious roar and I was ripped from the man's arms and into a muscular chest. I watched a fist from whoever was holding me fly out and smash against the face of my abductor. Amazingly enough, I think the one punch knocked him out and probably left him concussed. I was terrified that this other man was going to be worse than the first one. But at the same time I had never felt so calm in the arms of someone. She told you to back off. My hero growled lowly. Gabriel. I whispered hopefully. I said his name for the first time, and it was as every wrong in the world became a right. Every bad thing was erased from my mind and filled with thoughts of him. Whispers of his name. He looked down at me and the anger in his eyes shocked me. He was livid. His eyes weren't even brown anymore. They were black. It faded for a moment as he tucked a strand of my hair out of my face and kissed the top of my head. But then the anger was back. 𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬 Heartfelt thanks for your unfading enthusiasm. He tugged me tighter against him and nuzzled into my hair. Taking deep breaths, I clung to him, too afraid that if I let go I'd find myself being dragged into that car again. I didn't understand what he had meant when he said, mine, but he assumed it was something I wouldn't understand. Take care of him, Gabriel ordered. I tried to peek to see who he had spoken to, but I was being held too tightly. He was gently but firmly pressing me into him. It felt like he wouldn't be content until all of me was touching him. "Will do. Take care of our Luna," another man's voice spoke. "Jump," Gabriel ordered me gruffly. I obeyed. In the next instant, I was wrapping my legs and arms around Gabriel as he took off running. I wasn't sure where, but I would go anywhere with him at this point. We stopped after 5 minutes, which was really impressive to me. I don't think I've ever met someone who could run while holding someone else for that long. We were also way farther than I thought it was possible for him to have come in 5 minutes. We were halfway up a mountain, on a cliff that had a few benches to overlook the city. I tried to climb down out of Gabriel's hold, but he only gripped me tighter to him. He was panting, only I didn't think it was from the run. If anything, he seemed to need to go on another run. He had way too much pent-up energy. "It's beautiful," I commented weakly. Gabriel let out a dark chuckle, and then pulled back just enough to look into my eyes. "Trust you to comment on the view after what just happened," he grumbled. "I don't know what to say," I answered, honestly. "Why were you alone? Didn't your date walk you home?" Gabriel asked, challenging lie. "It wasn't a date. He had to go help his roommate study," I explained quietly. I felt like a child receiving a scolding. It was quiet for a minute. The silence only was broken by groans of agony and pain from Gabriel and quiet whimpers from me when I remembered what had happened. "I just keep picturing him holding you," Gabriel growled, hugging me tightly to him. I let myself lean into him, resting my hand on the curve of his neck and tracing small patterns into his skin. "Gabriel." "Yes, sunshine?" he questioned. He sniffed my hair again. "Thank you." I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. If you hadn't been, I was cut off. I don't even want to think about my not being there. So don't you start, he all but shouted. "I will always be there to protect you, sunshine." Maybe not always, because that's kind of creepy. But thank you. I won't ever be able to repay you for what you did for me tonight. My voice grew faint near the end as I thought about what my fate could have been. "You don't have to repay me." Gabriel shifted me on his lap, so was sitting up and looking into his eyes. "I really do though. I don't want to feel in debt to you, but I am. So how can I thank you?" I asked again, cupping his jaw with my palm. He nuzzled his cheek against my hand as his eyes closed. A look of tortured bliss painted across his face. "I don't want you to feel like you owe me anything. I would do much worse than punch someone if it meant I was keeping you safe," Gabriel whispered after a long pause, his eyes still closed. "Gabriel," I tried to speak, but the words got caught in my throat. "I'm so grateful we met last night. I'm grateful that we were able to hang out and get to know each other a little bit more this afternoon. I'm most grateful that you were there to save my life tonight. We've met by chance 3 times in the span of 24 hours. I can't help but feel like it was fate. I don't really have the free time to maintain a friendship, but I'd like to try to be your friend. And hopefully, somewhere in our friendship, I'll be able to pay you back for all you have done for me tonight." I watched his face. When I finished speaking, his eyes opened, shining at me like stars. I barely contained the gasp that threatened escape when I saw just how beautiful this man was. "Someday I would like to be more than friends with you," he admitted candidly. I felt myself blush and he chuckled fondly before he continued. "But if friendship is all you can offer right now, friendship is what I will take." I hugged him tightly, climbing off of his lap so I could sit beside him and burrow under his arm. The Utah night air was making me chilly and his body was very warm. "What are you doing tomorrow?" I let out a small yawn before replying. "I've got classes and I'm with my kids all day," I mumbled tiredly. I felt Gabriel stiff and next to me. "You have kids?" I furrowed my brows. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐿 𝐷𝐞𝐝 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐧𝐰. Must have misspoken. No, I'm an Annie, but I should have kids, man. I would be an awesome mom, I found myself muttering. I felt him sag with relief while chuckling. My eyes were closed at this point, and I was yawning longer and louder now. "You will be an excellent mother, sunshine," Our kids are going to be very lucky to have you. Our kids? I asked, sleepily. I heard him chuckle. I found you. I won't let you go now. I rolled my eyes. Whatever. If he would just stop talking, I could sleep. I thought to myself. Have to get home, I declared with little urgency, willing my body to move. It didn't. I wasn't sure if I was just tired or if my body was refusing to move away from Gabriel. I'll take you. I'll just use your license to find your address. And I'll grab the keys out of your bag. Sleep. Sunshine, he commanded soothingly. I complied immediately. I had never felt safer than when in his arms. Here we are, Sunshine, Gabriel whispered, laying me down on my bed. I sat up slowly with a yawn. What are you doing? Lay back down. You can go to sleep. Wait. I have to put on pajamas, I explained, sleepily rubbing my eyes. I watched as he walked towards the door. Don't leave yet. Please. Refusing to meet his eyes. I was embarrassed by my need to be near him. I'll stay. Taking the seat on my sofa, I walked into my bathroom and washed the makeup off of my face. I ran a brush through my hair before putting it into a French braid down my back and brushing my teeth. I slipped into my ex-boyfriend's football tee, shirt and a pair of his basketball shorts with the drawstring pulled all the way. I would have given them back. But it was an awkward breakup and I didn't want to make it one-ups by bringing things to his house. Plus, I really liked his clothes. I walked out of the bathroom and in an instant, I was pinned against the wall, my wrists held above my head. Gabriel, let me go. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐤 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Very confused. His eyes were that dangerous dark again, and I was scared because this time it was directed at me. Whose clothes are you wearing? He demanded. I glanced down at my ensemble. My ex-boyfriend's. I trailed off as Gabriel put his nose and lips at the base of my neck, breathing me in and trailing his lips lightly over the skin. His fingers were lightly tugging on the shirt in the waistband of the shorts. You are mine. He let out an animal, like growl, and pressed more of him into me. After what all had happened this evening, I was not about to be possessed by someone. I know once. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐤 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I countered, struggling and squirming in his arms. He pressed a strong kiss to my neck before pulling away. Take off his clothes. Gabriel was taking off his shirt and tossed it at me. What? Very confused. I can't stand seeing you in another man's clothing right now. Not with you just being abducted. I need to see you in mine. It will help me know you're safe. He pleaded, because he looked so cute. And I was so tired, and I really didn't want to argue. I pulled my ex's shirt right off in front of him and slid his shirt on. I held in a giggled as I realized it went all the way to my knees. Then I pulled off the shorts and flopped into my bed. Luckily I was wearing a pretty full coverage bra. At least I could preserve some dignity. I laid on my bed and felt myself drifting off to sleep. Aware of Gabriel's presence and taking comfort in having him there to watch over me. I could have dreamt it. Or maybe it happened. But while I was in limbo between consciousness, I swore I heard Gabriel speak to me. Good night, my love. Chapter 4. I woke up to a knock sounding at my front door. I sat up suddenly, heart pounding, and glanced at the clock. 7:15. I was late. I was climbing out of bed, but I ended up stumbling over a lump that was half under me. Then, the lump moved. Slipping off of my bed backward. I heard a gasp and the lump sat up, looking around the room as if trying to find a thigh before their eyes landed on me. Viola, what are you doing on the floor? Gabriel asked, rubbing his eyes and crawling to the edge of the bed to look at me. His eyes worriedly scanned over my whole body. I stood up quickly as another knock sounded on my door. The McClearys are here. I forgot to set an alarm and I totally overslept. Stay in here while I go get the kids. The parents are probably pissed. I yelled at him, pulling on a pair of jeans and tying my hair into a bun. I stumbled out of the bedroom and into the front room, opening the door with an apologetic smile on my face. Viola, why were you late, Mrs. McCleary demanded whilst shoving Bailey into my arms and shooing the other two into my apartment. I was busy writing the paper and I fell asleep while working. My alarm didn't go off. I'm sorry, kiddo, I replied, addressing Kate instead, whose cheeks were tear-stained. Don't do it again, Mrs. McCleary ordered, before turning and walking away. I closed the door with my hip and cuddled Bailey tighter to me. He wrapped his arms around my neck like a monkey and licked my shoulder. Are you all okay? Very concerned. Max was being unusually quiet. Kate's eyes were still glistening, and Bailey hadn't sung happy birthday yet, which was his form of hello. Something had gone horribly wrong since the last time I had seen them. Please don't be late again, Max whispered. I nodded, offering him a comforting smile as I led all the children to the couch. I couldn't help but let the guilt consume me as I thought of the kids having to deal with their mother. Mrs. McCleary wasn't physically abusive. I wouldn't let her still have custody over them if that was the case, but she was very bad being patient, loving, and nurturing, which I feel are some of the most important qualities in a mother. I'll do my best. I'm so sorry you had a rough morning, I apologized, wrapping them all up in my arms. I wiped Kate's eyes and placed a kiss on her forehead. She gave a timid smile. I felt warmth blossom in my chest. She might have had a rough start, but the simple fact I could get a smile out of her made me feel special and important. We were all quiet for a little as we let the silence calm everyone down. I looked around and noticed no one had their backpacks on or even with them. Bailey wasn't dressed. Kate's hair wasn't done, and Max was wearing his shirt inside out and backward. Their mother didn't do a very good job getting them ready. That's when I got an idea. What do you guys think about skipping school today? Looking at the older two, Max and Kate's eyes lit up at my suggestion. To my 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐻𝐼𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, they asked excitedly. Really? I grinned, laughing. Max laughed with me. That's from Shrek. He teased. I laughed again. You got me. Now I have to finish getting ready, but what do you guys say about watching a few cartoons while I call the school and make us some snacks for our day? As I predicted, they were more than happy with my suggestion. Before I left, I checked the interior latch at the top of my front door so Bailey wouldn't run away. I walked into my room and closed the door behind me, leaning against it and taking a deep breath in. You are very good with children, Gabriel noted, sitting on the edge of my bed. I jumped in fright, placing a hand over my heart. I noted how handsome he looked, sitting there without a shirt. Then I noted that I shouldn't have noted it, and I looked away. Heck, I forgot you were in here, I gasped, trying to steady my heart rate. He was in front of me when I looked up again. His eyes were dark, like if I said the wrong thing he would flip. You forgot about me, he asked like it was ridiculous I had even suggested the idea. What can I say? You're easy to forget. Reaching up to peck his cheek. As this action seemed to have rendered him incapable of moving, I slipped from in front of him and walked into my bathroom. I heard him follow me inside. Wish I could say the same about you, but I never stopped thinking about you, he floated, winking at me. I blushed and avoided eye contact. We met 2 days ago, Gabriel, I reminded him, and myself. There was just a pull that attracted me to him. I couldn't explain it and I was helpless against it. Your point being? A brow raised. I sighed and put down my hairbrush. You can't flirt with me. I know last night you said you were interested, but I don't start relationships with people that I don't know very well. I have pretty high standards, and I am not willing to compromise them. I said all of this with full confidence. Back home I was what the guys like to call a challenge. They like the chase, but only for so long. I am not going to lower my standards and settle for anyone. When I fall in love, it will be with someone who respects me, others, and my standards. How can I get to know you? You are so busy. You said it yourself. I want to know you, Gabriel asked, taking my chin in his hand and tilting my head so I was looking into his eyes. And just like that, I was trapped under his spell. "What are you doing today?" I whispered, unconsciously letting my hands reach out to touch him. "I thought you had classes." Looking confused, his left arm slid around my waist, gently pulling me into him. I should have been uncomfortable. We only met 2 days ago, but I felt at home. I had never felt this way with anyone. "I'm skipping with the kids. They had a rough morning, and I can't send them to school the way they are," I replied quietly. I was relishing in the delightful sparks dancing across the parts of my body he was touching. "Nothing important," Gabriel whispered back. "Want to go slip and sliding with us?" Grinning up at him, he beamed down at me and nodded. "I'll go sit with them now. You finish up in here." Tucking a strand of hair behind my ear, kissed my cheek, and then walked out of the bathroom. I hurried to put on a one-piece Speedo underneath a romper. I tossed towels, blankets, extra clothes, snack, and other items I felt we would need into my large tote bag. Then I braided my hair quickly and brushed my teeth, smiling when I realized I had only taken 10 minutes to complete all of my tasks. 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐳, 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfading 𝐂𝐮𝐳. Skipping out of my room. When I walked out, I saw Bailey sitting on Gabriel's knees and singing "Itsy Bitsy Spider" while Gabriel bounced him and talked to Max and Kate about Mario Kart. Apparently, Gabriel has a Wii, and apparently, he's good at Mario Kart. I raised my brows at him and he sent me a small shrug. "Wow, I guess he wiggled his way into your heart pretty fast. Now didn't he?" I teased her, grabbing a pair of my flip-flops. Spout. Again, Bailey sang, erupting in giggles when Gabriel tickled his round belly. "Do you need us to drop you off at your house so you can grab your swimsuit?" I asked Gabriel, pulling my keys out of the drawer and tossing all of the kids their shoes. "No thank you. I don't live too far. You can just text me the address of the place we're going. 𝐶𝐵 heartfelt thanks for your unfading 𝐂𝐮𝐳𝐸, he suggested. I nodded and paused. "I don't have your phone number," I reminded him. He grinned at me and held out his hand for my phone. Just then it dinged. "Who is 𝐾𝐞𝐬?" he grit out, glaring at my phone screen. Embarrassed. He texts every now and then to try and get together and to remind me what I'm missing out on. I confessed. "I don't like him," Gabriel declared authoritatively, as if him not liking Michael was something I should care about. 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐳, heartfelt thanks for your unfading 𝐂𝐮𝐳𝐸. Neither do I. "Can you put your phone number in? I still have to call the school and I'd like to do it before the day is over." I snapped my fingers to try and get him to pick up the pace, but I gave up. I turned to the kids. "Max, will you help Bailey put his shoes on?" I asked politely. "Who is Darren?" Gabriel interrupted. I rolled my eyes. I think I had a class with him in high school. We worked on a group project together. I huffed out. "Yuck." I was serious. "I really need my phone back. If you don't put your number in, I'll kick you out and you won't be invited to our fun day. 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐳, heartfelt thanks for your unfading 𝐂𝐮𝐳𝐸. 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐳, heartfelt thanks for your unfading 𝐂𝐮𝐳𝐸. "I am done," he admitted, handing the phone back over to me. I typed in the number of the school and smiled when the receptionist picked up. Orem County Elementary and Intermediate Schools. "This is Barbara. How may I help you?" "Hey Barb." "Hey sweet pea. How are those cute kiddos you've got doing?" Her southern accent becoming more pronounced. "Not so hot today. I'm going to keep them home with me. I hope you understand," I answered cryptically. "Are they under the weather? You know you shouldn't nurse for them. You live on your own. Last time you were sick, no one could find you for a few days and you were just dying on your sofa. You let me know if you need the school nurse to come and visit. You hear?" Bob rambled. Will do. Lucky they aren't sick this time. And then I hung up. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐷𝐻𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You little truants are good to go. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐷𝐻𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Max gave me a standing ovation. I bowed dramatically. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to head home. I'll be wherever it is we are meeting as soon as possible, Gabriel promised, looking frustrated as he walked toward the door. I followed him out into the hallway after telling the kids to stay put. Are you okay? Grabbing his arm, he looked down at me and his eyes softened. He took a step up to me and took a deep breath. There are issues at home right now, and I don't want to deal with them right now. I just feel like every time I try to do something fun there's a new issue, he admitted, looking exhausted. Why do you have to fix the issues every time? I asked curiously, cupping his jaw with my hand when he tried to look away. I'm kind of the leader. I have to be available for people when they need me, and help them when things go wrong, Gabriel explained. I shrugged my shoulders. Even leaders can't lead all the time. If your people give you a break to rejuvenate, you can be back to lead better and more refreshed than ever. Even the president takes vacations, I reasoned. He looked thoughtfully at me for a few moments before a large smile split across his features. Without any warning, he scooped me up against his chest and began spinning, laughing and smiling. I was giggling uncontrollably in the lobby of my apartment complex, not even caring who saw me. What was that for? I asked when he set me down. I am just really glad I met you, Viola. Gazing down at me. Well, I'm really glad I met you too, Gabriel. I laughed, giving him a hug and looking up at him while my arms were around his waist. When is your next day off? He asked suddenly. I blushed as I looked down. When is the next major holiday? Thinking of my calendar. You work every day. Shocked. How else am I going to pay for college? I reasoned with him. He opened his mouth but snapped it shut right after. Can you try and get Sunday off? He asked bravely. Why? I don't want to make you feel like I'm moving too fast. But I really would like you to meet my family, Gabriel admitted. I blushed again. Embarrassed. They don't need to meet me. I tried to dissuade him but he was insistent. Just my parents. And I want you to come to see my house. I built it myself, Gabriel said proudly. I raised my brows. You did not. I gasped. He laughed at me and circled his arms around my waist, nuzzling me affectionately. I did. And speaking of my house, I really should go back and get my swimsuit on. Will you text me the address of the water park? He asked as he stepped away reluctantly. I nodded, smiling. We will see you there. I called after him as he left. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐷𝐻𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You hooligans, let's get y'all down to the car. The kids all cheered as they sat up and followed behind me out to the car. Is Gabriel coming with us? Max asked, grinning. Why, because he declared. I felt my eyes widen in shock. He's really smart. And he told us that he's your friend. We've never met your friends before. See your boyfriend? Kate asked, hands on her hips. Max gasped and paused from buckling Bailey into the car seat. You have a boyfriend, but you promised you'd let us interrogate your next boyfriend. Max groaned, disappointed now. I blushed, finishing buckling up Bailey and gesturing for the other to get into the car. I don't have a boyfriend, and Gabriel is just a friend. I'm glad you guys like him though. We chatted and laughed during the 20-minute drive to the hill at the foothills of the mountains. Max entertained us with his impression of his father. Kate explained who was worth being friends with and who wasn't in her class. And Bailey chatted to himself quietly. I felt my spirits growing lighter as I spent time with them. I loved those kids with everything in me. I was their primary caregiver, and I loved seeing them so happy. When we pulled into the field, I was surprised to see we weren't the only ones here. Gabriel. Climbing out of the car. Viola, Gabriel exclaimed, running over and pulling me into his arms. I gave him a quick hug but was confused when he held on, running his fingers through my hair and holding me securely to him by an arm wrapped around my waist. How'd you get here so fast? Trying to pull away, he let out a weird growl and pulled me tighter against him. I gave up trying to get away and cuddled into him. He made a short noise of approval. I live close. Okay. Is everything okay at home? I know you were worried about that. I inquired, genuinely concerned. He seemed really spooked. Something had happened in the last half an hour to have him so in need of a hug. Not really, he confessed. But I can't do anything about it right now. I raised myself onto my tippy toes and pressed a kiss to his cheek. He stiffened and then immediately melted. That's hard. Let's enjoy the day anyway, though. What do you say? Reaching behind me and unwrapping his arm from my waist, sliding my fingers into his. He gave my hand a squeeze and took a half step back to look into my eyes. Okay, he agreed. I gave him a big smile and his eyes widened, staring at me. What? Confused. You're so wonderful. Still staring. I felt my cheeks heat up. I looked down. Stop it. You don't believe me. But you are. I don't know very much about you, he started. I cut him off. Gabriel. He interrupted me again, looking desperate. Don't tell me to stop. Don't tell me you are flattered but you don't feel the same. Don't tell me you don't feel the sparks. Don't tell me you don't feel the connection we have. You aren't ready to date. I get that. But please don't deny what we have. Please let me tell you how beautiful you are, he pleaded. I was left shocked. How do you respond to that? He stepped forward again, placing a kiss on my forehead, and then walked over to the car and began pulling the kids out while I stood frozen, thinking about what he had said. I woke up groaning. The McClearys took the kids with them on a business trip to New York and hadn't given me a set time they would be back. I had to make ends meet, so I found a job as a waitress in a sketchy little cafe, donning a rather immodest uniform to start my new life. Chapter 5. I woke up groaning. The McClearys took the kids with them on a business trip to New York and hadn't given me a set time they would be back. They said a month, so I wouldn't have any income for a month. I had applied to a cafe and they accepted my application. Today was my first day as a waitress. It was in a sort of sketchy little place, on the corner of the pub road, as the locals call it. I hadn't seen Gabriel since the slip and slide day. I hadn't been avoiding him. It was just never convenient for me to call him or text him back. It had only been a week, but he hadn't stopped texting me. I was scared. I was scared of what I felt for him. I was scared of how fast things were moving. Then I was scared of how obsessive he seemed to be. I was nervous he was just going to show up at my apartment, so I avoided being home. I was spending a lot of time at the McCleary's house, and a lot of time between classes in a small corner of the campus gardens. Sometimes I hung out with Michael. I won't lie and say I don't miss him. That's part of the problem. We met a week and a half ago, talked a few times, and now I miss him. I put on the uniform for the cafe, a short black skirt and a light blue deep V, neck tee embroidered with the logo. Not the most modest of outfits, but they hired me right away and in a college town that is remarkable. So I took the job. Good morning. I greeted the shop owners, an older couple, Marie and Greg. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We've got an apron for you in the back, and there's another gal back there to show you the ropes. You are the right side of the cafe, and Margaret is left, Marie informed me, turning back to Greg. Okay, thank you. Walking back to pick up my apron. Hey, you must be the new girl. I'm Maggie. Have you ever been a waitress before? A tall, bubbly brunette skipped over to me. I used to in high school, I replied. giving her a smile. She laughed, before tying a small white apron around her waist. Perfect. I'm in high school, senior year actually. This is how I'm planning on making enough money to go to college next fall. Since you've done this before, you should be all set. Right. I'll see you on the battlefield. She saluted me before bouncing out of the room. I held in a chuckle at her behavior before I tied my own apron around my waist and headed out of the break room, notebook in hand. After a quiet morning of waiting tables, I took off my apron and grabbed backpack, heading out the door. Hi guys. I have class now. Opening the door up for a customer. We'll see you tomorrow. Anne-Marie called after me. I gave her a little wave as I walked out. I ran into someone right after I exited the cafe. Sparks. I looked up in shock to see the person I had been trying so hard to avoid. He reached out towards me the moment he registered who I was. I saw his eyes dark in anger and I knew it was time to make my exit. I had been avoiding any form of communication from him, and it was just pure chance that he happened to walk by and bump into me. Oh hey, Gabriel. Nice to see you. Gotta run. I sent him an awkward little wave before turning on my heel and running down the street towards the education building. I heard footsteps pounding behind me, and I encouraged myself to run faster. Viola. Wait. He yelled from somewhere behind me. Nope. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐤 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐝𝐬. Gotta get to class. See y'all later. I was screaming. People were moving out of our way, looking at us with amused smiles on their faces. I'm sure it just looked like a cute game of tag to them. Viola. Gabriel shouted again, rage leaking into his voice. I squealed before I sprinted across the road and began cutting through the green in the middle of campus. Then someone tackled me to the ground, flipping around at the last sec, and so I landed on top of him. Unfortunately, I twisted my ankle as I was being tackled. I screamed and tried to scoot off, putting a protective hand on my ankle. Are you hurt? Gabriel demanded, sitting up and squeaking from into his lap. I tried fruitlessly to wriggle away, but to no avail. His grip only tightened. Why are you avoiding me? He tried again, still aggressive. I was still shaking, but now there were tears as well. Let me go. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐤 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐝𝐬. Rolling off of his lap, he stared at me in shock, before the shock dissolved into anger. I panicked, more scared of him now that he was angry. I hopped up onto my good foot and tried to limp away as fast as I could, but I had barely taken 3 steps when I was lifted into his arms. You are hurt, he exclaimed, immediately concerned. I felt the tears come out faster. I'm fine and I want you to put me down. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐤 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐝𝐬. Freaking out, Gabriel completely ignored me as he focused his eyes on my ankle, which was rapidly swelling. You are not fine. I can't let you walk around on this. It's my fault. He whispered the last part to himself and began walking with purpose away from campus. Where are you taking me? I demanded, angry tears slipping out uncontrollably. I have a class to get to. I need to go. Don't you have somewhere to be? Why were you ignoring me? He demanded right back. I scoffed and rolled my eyes, looking away from him. I wasn't ignoring you. I just don't have any free time. I denied. It takes like 2 seconds to send a text. Do you know how worried I was? I couldn't find you anywhere. I couldn't get a hold of you. I had no way of knowing you were safe. He burst out angrily, holding me tighter to him and burying his nose in my hair. Breathing deeply. Why do you even care? We've only known each other for a few days. You are really starting to freak me out. Just let me go to class. I thrashed around at his hold once again, but a growling sort of sound deep in his throat had me holding still. He was still walking with long strides and I found myself relaxing against him. It was obvious he wouldn't be setting me down until he was ready to, so I might as well get comfortable. He was quiet for a few minutes, taking deep breaths and calming himself down. If you text someone and they don't text back for a week, I think that is a reason to worry. If we're going to be friends, you need to answer my texts and calls. It was clear to me that he was anything but calm. The tenseness in his chest and the locked jaw were pretty good indicators. If I was smart, I would have calmly and rationally agreed and waited for him to set me down. Unfortunately, I am not smart. What if I don't want to be friends? I bit out, still peeved at him. Did you ever think that maybe I don't want to be friends either? I am trying really hard to compromise here, but you are not making this any easier. He growled out. I flinched and shivered at his tone. Then leave me alone. I pleaded. I won't do that, sweetheart. I may not want to be friends, but I don't want to leave you alone even more. Gabriel clutched me to his chest further. I squirmed, trying to reposition to something more comfortable. I really can't afford to miss class. Where are you taking me? Looking up at him, he glanced down at me for a brief moment. Somewhere where we can get your ankle fixed, he replied shortly, focusing on the path he was walking. Somehow he had gotten us all the way through town and into the mountains by walking. It had only been a few minutes too. I'll be fine. I don't want it fixed. I panicked, thrashing around. I immediately thought of the medical bills I would have to pay and knew I couldn't afford it. I could just go home and use sweatant and be fine. Nothing an ace bandage wouldn't fix. You will get your ankle fixed. It's my fault till I'm not setting you down until I know you'll be okay, he growled out. I took a sharp breath in as I weighed my options. Then you'll have to carry me until my ankle heals on its own because I am not going to the doctor. Looking defiantly at Gabriel, he stopped walking completely from shock as he looked at me. He looked like he was actually considering carrying me for a few seconds. As much as I would enjoy having you in my arms even longer, I can't stand the thought of you being in pain. You have to go. You don't have any say in this, Gabriel said with finality. I felt tears prickling my eyes as I thought about what the cost of this visit would mean financially. I would need another job. I would need another high-paying job. To find one of those in a college town would be an absolute nightmare. I was lucky to have gotten both of my jobs so easily. I doubted my luck would last a third time. What's wrong? Gabriel panicked, taking a seat on a log that had fallen over across the path and turning me in his arms so I was looking into his eyes. I saw pain in his eyes as he wiped away my tears. Nothing, I whispered, lying and looking away. Please tell me the truth. Is it your ankle? Concerned. Suddenly I was curious. Why do you care? Gently this time. It was more important to me this time. What? Gabriel asked, confused. It's just that we only met a little while ago, and now you care about me so much. It's a little overwhelming, so I just want to know why you care so much. Why you are so concerned with my feelings. Why? I asked him, cupping his jaw with my hand softly. His eyes closed and a look of pleasure mixed with torture appeared on his face. I wish I could tell you, he whispered. I ran my fingers through his hair and over his face slowly and gently, relishing in the feel of sparks and warmth that flowed through me at his touch. You don't know. I don't know if it will scare you away from me. And you are too important to me for me to scare away, he answered quietly. I hummed and leaned my head against his chest, cuddling into him now. Please don't make me go to the doctors. I changed to the subject, keeping my voice light. Why don't you want to go? Gabriel implored, circling his arms around my waist and pressing me to his front while his nose and mouth dipped down to my neck. I can't afford it. If I go, I'll have to get another job. I can't have another job and go to school. I don't have any support from my parents. My dad died years ago, and my mom remarried an idiot who convinced her that I was going into a meaningless profession. They told me if I stay home and became a receptionist, they would pay for everything, but I just felt so strongly I needed to be here. I don't have any money. I live from paycheck to paycheck and I can only just barely afford rent. If I go to the doctor, I will have to give up. I'll have to leave. I confessed, the words just flowing out of my mouth. Something about Gabriel made me feel like I could trust him. You will not leave. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐧𝐼 𝐷𝐐𝐝𝐻𝐿 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐧. wrapping me up in his arms as I cried. "Then don't make me go to the doctor," I pleaded, clinging to him. "You have to get better," he argued. It was more to himself than to me, though. "If you think for 1 second I would make you pay for a visit to the doctor, you are mistaken. You will not have to pay for things that I should pay for instead." I blushed and tried to move away. "I didn't tell you that so you would pay for it." "Gabriel," I whispered, embarrassed. "Come on. We're almost there." He ignored me and stood, letting me hop onto him for a piggyback ride. "It makes me uncomfortable to have you pay for it," I admitted shyly. "Well, I'm the reason you got hurt, so I should be paying for it anyway. If I see a reason to pay for something for you, I will do so. And nothing you can say will deter me," Gabriel said. There was no room for argument in his tone, so I settled in, wrapping my legs around his waist. After another minute we were emerging into what appeared to be a small town, with a few streets, a few more shops, and a few more people. "Where are we?" I breathed. I was taken away by the beauty of the town. All of the buildings were older looking, with cute paint jobs, and they oozed warmth and welcome. "Do you like it?" Craning his neck to look at me, a hopeful smile on his face. "I love it. How has no one told me about this place?" I wondered, looking around at all of the people. I was too busy staring at them and trying to soak in everything that I didn't notice them staring at me in shock and wonder. "This is my home," Gabriel replied. "You live here?" I gasped, looking back down at him. "For most of my life," he confirmed. "I feel so lucky." The phrase slipped out of my mouth before I could think to contain it. "Why?" Gabriel chuckled, making his way toward a cute white building labeled Clinic. "This place is beautiful. I doubt many people know about it because it's not very crowded and it's so out of the way. I can't believe you trust me enough to show me this place." Still looking around in awe, Gabriel walked through the doors of the clinic and straight into a room, without even checking me in. "I want you to know about this place. I'm glad you like it. I hoped you would. I have so much that I want to show you," Gabriel confessed, setting me on the exam bed and sitting on the bed beside me. "Ugh, Gabriel, don't you have to check us in?" Moving to hop off of the bed. "Don't get off. You are still hurt." Gabriel pulled me back so I was leaning against the wall on the other side of the bed and used his arm as a sort of strap to hold me in place. "I own a few businesses and this happens to be one of the ones I invested in." "What exactly do you do?" Realizing that I didn't really know much about him. "A little bit of everything. Politics, business, and such," he explained vaguely. I looked at him for a moment, studying his handsome features. "How old are you?" I finally asked. "Older than you," Gabriel teased, poking the tip of my nose. I giggled and rolled my eyes. "Nice try. I'm really curious." I tried again. Then the door opened. "Hello, Alpha. What can I do for you today?" asked a smiling young man who walked into the room. "To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Confused. "To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Everyone in town calls me it because I liked to fight with dogs when I was younger," Gabriel explained. I laughed at him and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "You're cute," I teased when he turned red. "Her ankle is hurt." Gabriel addressed the doctor. The man nodded, sitting in his chair and rolling over to us. "How did it happen?" the doctor asked. Gabriel looked down, clearly upset, and opened his mouth to speak before I cut him off. "I tripped at work. Gabriel caught me and brought me here." Gabriel looked at me in shock and I sent him a conspirator wink. I knew the guy felt bad, and he was paying for me to go to the doctor. He wasn't off the hook, but he was close. The doctor poked and prodded at my swollen, bruised ankle, and I winced as he touched the off-colored skin. Gabriel gently kissed the crown of my head and wrapped an arm around my waist. "There are a few different procedures we can do to heal you up. I believe you have a fracture in the ankle. We can do a little surgery. Just to put a plate in and help your bones grow back to normal. We will put a cast on with or without surgery. The danger in not agreeing to the surgery is that your ankle may not heal with a full range of motion. The doctor smiled. I stared at him with wide eyes, fear settling in my chest. I did not want to go through surgery. I couldn't afford it. And yet the possibility of not being able to walk normally again was horrifying to me. I wanted to work with kids. If I can't even walk, I will struggle the rest of my life to keep the kids in line. There's not another option. I asked quietly. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐤, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can I talk to you in the hall? The doctor asked after a pregnant pause. I looked up at Gabriel in panic. I didn't want to be left alone here, in a place I didn't know. I'll be just a few seconds. Gabriel whispered, nuzzling my neck and placing a soft kiss behind my ear. I let out a sigh and nodded, untangling myself from him. Come back soon, I pleaded quietly. A pained expression broke on his face as he nodded solemnly and walked out the door after the doctor. I took note that when he left, the dull ache in my ankle suddenly increased to a sharp pain. A few moments later I heard a growl of frustration, and then what sounded like a wall breaking. There was shouting, and then the door opened. I'm here, Gabriel cooed as he raced over to me, tucking me firmly in his chest. Does it still hurt? Less than it did a few seconds ago. I mumbled, cuddling into his chest. After I spoke, he froze, and then let out a small whimper. There was an inner battle going on. I could sense that much, but I had absolutely no idea what about. Do you trust me? He suddenly asked. I tilted my head and studied his anxiety-ridden face. I have no reason to, but I do. I confessed shyly. Gabriel breathed out a sigh of relief as if that was the answer he was hoping for. His eyes were filled with worry, and he was almost shaking from nerves. I was so concerned I placed a comforting hand on his arm and rubbed until he was calmer. Hey, I spoke softly. He looked up miserably. I don't know what it is you are going to tell me, but I didn't think you'd let anything get between us. I trust you. I trust that even if I'm freaked out, you'll keep me with you. You'll help me feel okay. I'm not leaving. I don't know what I have done to deserve you, Gabriel whispered. I blinked and looked at him in confusion before his eyes darkened, and he tugged me closer to him by my hips. Just spit it out already, I urged him, cupping his jaw. He looked into my eyes fiercely, determined. I have to bite you. Chapter 6, that's it. I'm leaving, I announced, moving to hop off of the bed. In an instant, Gabriel was crushing me against his chest desperately. I can't tell you anything else. You aren't ready, but you won't have to go through with the surgery if you let me bite your neck, he explained in a pained voice. Why would you biting my neck help at all? It just sounds weird. Trying to scoot away from him, he wasn't willing to let me go, but I wasn't going to give up this time. I wasn't an object he had some claim over. Let me go. I won't run away. I can't, but I need to have a little space between us so I can think about this, I commanded, poking his chest sternly. He took a deep breath and then nodded, releasing me to scoot a few inches away. I can't explain it. If I bite your neck, I can promise you 3 things. You won't be in pain anymore. You won't feel the pain of the bite. You'll feel for me what I feel for you. At least a fraction, Gabriel informed me. I sat back, leaning against the wall for support. I saw him start to reach out toward me to steady me and then catch himself. The only con I can see is that you are biting my neck. Gabriel, this all feels a little fantastic. Don't you think? Isn't that what life is all about? Even in the fantastic, just for the joy of being right. Gabriel pondered. I contemplated my options. I could go through with the expensive surgery and feel bad about him paying for it. Or he could nip at my neck and pay for the surgery and I would feel better about him paying for it because he would be wrong. And he'd have bit my neck. Something in his voice made me realize that he was serious though. He genuinely believed this would make me feel better. I didn't know much about Gabriel, but I did know he would never hurt me on purpose. Okay, I breathed. His head snapped up, his eyes searching for truth in my eyes. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐈 Heartfelt thanks for your unfading 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐈. You'll let me? Gabriel asked, hope filling his eyes. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐈 Heartfelt thanks for your unfading 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐈. I'll let you, I confirmed. Suddenly Gabriel tackled me into his arms, cupping the back of my head with his hand to cushion it and smiling broadly. I promise this is going to be a good thing for us. Gabriel beamed, his bright smile almost blinding me. I told you. I trust you. I reminded him, pulling his head down to my neck as if to prove a point. I felt his smile against my skin before he placed a gentle kiss below my ear. I tried to ignore the pleasurable sensation that arose. If I thought the sparks were intense when we touched, I was completely blown away by the sparks when he kissed me. He laid another kiss on my throat, and another at the junction between my neck and shoulders. I gasped, fingers clutching at his shirt as my eyes closed involuntarily. He growled out, kissing my neck with more passion now. I was melted in his hands. He could have done a number of things to me, and I would have been helpless. His right hand trailed up my left leg and settled on my hip, massaging the skin there gently. His left was holding his weight off of me so that he could focus more on my neck. He groaned as I let out a shaky moan, flashing red with how embarrassed I was. He was licking and sucking where I had gasped, all of his attention on that one spot. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pinch on my neck and I gasped, but it soon turned into an embarrassingly loud moan as the full force of pleasure crashed through my body. My eyes rolled back in my head and my fingers clutched his shirt harder, trying to ground me. Gabriel pulled away, his head hovering just over mine. I was out of breath, completely speechless, and very confused. Gabriel's eyes were shining bright with happiness and I couldn't help but lean up to place a gentle kiss on his cheek, surprising both of us. How does your ankle feel? He asked while he clambered off of me. I found myself staring in shock at my ankle that was fully healed and completely painless. Great, I chirped happily. I can't believe that worked. Yeah, modern medicine is weird. Right. Gabriel nervously chuckled. Okay, you doofus. Come on, I still have to get back to school. I have classes, I reminded Gabriel. I thought about how late I was going to be, and how awkward it was going to be explaining the injury on my neck. And then it dawned on me. I should have an injury on my neck. I shot away from Gabriel, my hand flying up to my neck. I expected to feel a sting as I touched the spot, but I didn't feel anything other than a dull ache, simply a reminder of the earlier pleasure. No mark left behind, and I felt like a shock of energy and lightning had zapped through my body. And now I was stuck in some weird aftermath phase. In the next instant, Gabriel was flinging his body over mine, protecting my body from any possible threat. Before he realized that wasn't why I screamed, his eyes did a thorough scan of my body to assess my well-being. Why did you scream? You're fine, Gabriel asked, slightly out of breath from his panic. My eyes widened. Yada, I shouldn't be fine. You just bit my neck. That's weird. I should be bleeding. I should feel hurt. Or dead. I don't know what veins are there. Maybe you bit into it at one. Why aren't you freaking out? I blurted, inching away from him. You regret it. A statement. He looked devastated, his eyes looking away, his jaw clenched. No, another statement. I just don't understand. This isn't normal, Gabriel. What is going on? I begged. He didn't answer. I can't enough with the excuses. You can talk to me. You can't trust me. You know almost everything about me. And clearly, this is a little bigger than my financial woes. I already ignored you for a whole week. I can do a lot more than that if you don't start talking. Crossing my arms angrily. What? But I can't. You don't understand. He was frantic. Anything to get me to take it back. You just bit my neck. I just let you bite my neck. If you can't trust me. But I don't spend time with people who can't trust me. Turning to head out the door on my now fully healed ankle, I heard a defeated sigh, and then Gabriel was tangling his fingers with mine. Sparks erupted on my skin, I gasped, not used to the intensity and sudden warmth. From the corner of my eye, I saw Gabriel bite back a smile, and I flushed pink. I continued walking. I wouldn't speak to him until he could trust me to tell him. I walked toward the woods, preparing to walk the however many miles it was back to campus. He could hold my hand all he wanted, but it wouldn't change my mind. Wait, Gabriel quietly spoke, tightening his grip and pulling me to a stop. I turned with a blank expression on my face, trying to hide the hope I felt. Get in my car. Please let me make sure you get there safely. His eyes sorrowful. I nodded once, following him to a silver Hyundai Sonata. Neither of us spoke as we drove through the mountains. I watched the sun lower in the sky, feeling my heart sink with it. Several times Gabriel opened his mouth to speak, but he would close it again before anything came out. A few tears slid down my cheeks. I hated that suddenly Gabriel was the most important thing to me. I hated the thought of being away from him. I hated that it was already difficult for me to not turn to him and offer an apology. But I had done nothing wrong. I was fairly certain that by biting my neck, he had triggered something in me, awakened some sort of connection. I felt as if I was making the biggest mistake of my life by refusing to speak to him, when in reality, I probably should have run from him, from the things he made me feel. A long time ago, we arrived at my building and I reached to open my door, but it wouldn't budge. I started panicking. I didn't want to be stuck in the car with him. I wanted to leave. Viola, he started, sounding emotional himself. I let myself glance at him once. There were tears in his eyes, unshed, but there, I felt an overwhelming urge to comfort him. This was the last time I was planning on seeing him, so I let myself indulge in the feeling. I slowly reached out a hand and rested it on his jaw, rubbing my thumb against his cheek, comforting it. Please don't leave. He managed to get out, the pain in my chest increasing as he begged. He was making this harder on both of us. Please, I want to fix this. I want to tell you, but there are things we have to do before I am allowed. I can't just. I retracted my hand, holding it close to my chest where I was feeling empty. Can't just tell me, Gabriel, if I have to do something. I don't really want this to be goodbye either, but I can't be friends. To my 𝐴𝐻𝐻 𝐷𝐐𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm, with someone who can't tell me about them. So till you are ready to come clean, this is goodbye. Trying the door again. Let me out. A demand. Please. A tear slipping out. I have to go. You have to let me go. I whispered back, looking away from him. The intensity of his gaze was burning through my resolve. What if I can't? He wasn't asking me. It sounded like a prayer. I whispered to some higher power, begging for his pain to be taken away. Please, Gabriel. I managed. He closed his eyes like he was gathering his strength, and then he hopped out of the car and walked around to open my door for me. I stepped out and I was engulfed in his arms. This was for him. If the goodbye was for me, the hug was for him. And he wept. I won't expose another's weakness, but he wept. To my 𝐴𝐻𝐻 𝐷𝐐𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, longing, regret. And then I was inside my apartment, and my door was closed. And that's when I wanted to cry. I let a few tears fall before going in search of tissues. Surely I had some. I must have some. I checked my desk. I checked my kitchen. I checked my bathroom. I had none. In despair I collapsed on the floor in my kitchen, sobs racking my body. I had moved out here to prove to my mom I could live on my own. I didn't need her money. I didn't need her help. Turns out I was completely wrong, since I couldn't even get myself a box of tissues. That day I spent 25 minutes on my kitchen floor crying over a box of tissues before I realized that I had someone nearby. Someone I could turn to. Chapter 7. So I did what I should have done the moment I felt overwhelmed. Hello. I called my grandma. Grandma. I felt tears springing to my eyes as relief started consuming me. Someone to bear this burden with me. Hey, sweetie, how are you doing? She asked kindly. I started crying. Not very good. I managed to get out. Tell me all about it. Grandma encouraged. And so that's exactly what I did. I explained my jobs, the lack of support from my mom, and even Gabriel on the neck bite. Well, I can see why you feel so overwhelmed. She started. I gasped out a laugh through my tears. First things first. You are a wonderful young woman. Viola. I cried harder. I mean it. Not very many people can work with children. Even fewer with children that require special education. You are doing. Thanks. Grandma. I whispered. Your mother is scared. What? What do you mean? Wiping my eyes with my sleeve. She lost your father. Honey, they were in love. They cared about each other more than themselves. The only reason she's even with your stepfather is that he can provide for you two. She's scared because she can't protect you while you live so far. She's scared because your career is not going to be easy. She loves you. Grandma revealed. Doesn't feel it. I muttered. If she told you all of that, she would have to admit to you. And herself. She isn't ready to lose you. It's easier for her to be indifferent. Grandma explained. I sighed deeply. Grandma laughed. I know. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐏𝐿𝐤 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐀𝐥𝐻𝐬. Speaking of crazy, Grandma wailed often. I winced in anticipation. You let someone bite your neck. She yelled. Not only is that weird, but it's also crazy and sanitary. And just so you wouldn't have to go and pay for a simple procedure. How could you rationalize that? You need to stay away from that gentleman. It's clearly insane. Grandma exploded. Something in me just liked her insulting him. But I pushed it away. I know. I think everything just got to me, and I just lacked judgment for a while. Things were moving really fast in that relationship, and it kind of freaked me out. He gave me a ride home, but I told him until he explained himself I didn't want to see him or have him near me. Hopefully, that goes away, I explained. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐿𝐤 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐀𝐥𝐻𝐬. Hey, I was thinking, and what if I drop by tomorrow? I'll buy you some groceries and new clothes and tissues, and we can have a fixer-upper day, Grandma suggested. I have class, Kit. You need a break. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you. She ended the call. I let out a relieved sob as I realized that my grandma would take care of me. An odd whine sounded from outside my door while I cried. Bring me out of my funk. I walked over to the door and opened it, looking out into the hallway and surprised when I saw no one. I was about to close the door when I saw a box of tissues and a small gold paper clip laying on the ground outside my door. The box of tissues was my small miracle. The gold paper clip for my guardian angel. There was a loud thud at my door and then, open up, Viola. My arms are full and I don't want to drop all of this food. I scurried over to the door and flung it open. A wide smile painted itself onto my face. Grandma. Pulling the groceries from her arms and dropping them on the table, she marched in and gave me a hug. Oh, Viola. Every time we're together you are smarter, more confident, and more beautiful, she commented, rubbing my back before she stepped away to inspect my apartment. Thank you. I blushed at the compliment. No wonder you were so stressed. It is way too dark in here, she declared, sliding open the thick black curtains over the windows in the living room. And this paint color, she teased. It's not doing you any favors. Browns absorb all the light. So what is the plan? I asked her. After we get your kitchen reorganized, we are going to go out and buy you yellow paint. A nice, pale yellow, kind of like the yellow of a baby duckling. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐿𝐤 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐾𝐥𝐻𝐬. That's actually my favorite color. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐿𝐤 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So we completely reorganized my kitchen. I knew Grandma's angle. She was a firm believer that there was nothing like healthy change to pull a person out of a funk. But so was I. And I wanted to be pulled out. We hand-washed and dried all of my pots, gave my fridge a clean out, and wiped down the oven and stove. The smell of chemicals was strong, but as we cleaned I felt a sense of control come back that I hadn't felt since I had moved out here. Next, we tore down the ugly drapes. I never liked them. The previous owners hadn't liked the natural light, so they blocked it out. I separated the white lining fabric from the black and gave it a lettuce hem, smiling the fun white fabric that now hung decoratively. Grandma was vacuuming literally everything she could find. Floors, walls, furniture. She whipped out a steam mop and showed me how to properly clean the wood flooring. Then we laid the black fabric along the floor by the walls to prevent paint from dripping and staining my floors. It took us a few hours to paint my whole apartment. But by the time Grandma left, I felt light and more prepared to face the next challenges life was planning on throwing my way. For days post, Gabriel 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝. Skipping into the cafe Sunday morning. Good morning. The friendly woman waved at me, before tossing the apron my way. Which? Tables 6 to 8 are all your tables, dearie. Morgan wanted the rest. Marie informed me. I nodded with a smile, got to work. While I was mixing up a hot chocolate for a customer, I suddenly became aware of a sharp pain in my chest. I gasped, clutching at my heart. Viola, you okay? Morgan asked, rushing over. I nodded and grit my teeth. I'll be fine, just tired. I wanted the lie to be true. I couldn't afford the doctor for a trip to urgent care. You sure? Now go. I've got some hot chocolate to deliver. I laughed, relieved as the pain more bearable. I sat in the back of my human and development class and tried to conceal my wins as my headache grew stronger. 6 days post, Gabriel. Since a few days after Gabriel left, I've been feeling off. Chest pain, headaches. 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸 𝐷𝐞𝐝. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and cramping. I've almost blacked out twice, but once I sit down I'm fine. What's wrong? My asked from next to me. Not knowing what to say, not feeling well, I replied quietly, cradling my head in one hand and continuing to take notes with the other. You need the doctor, he whisper-yelled. No, I need you to leave me alone. I'll be fine, I assured him, attempting to stand. My legs were shaking, so I sat back down immediately. Whatever was wrong with me was getting worse. At 8 days post, Gabriel. I lay in bed and wonder if we always count the days after someone significant leaves us. Then I remember Jesus Christ. We do. 9 days post, Gabriel. I miss him. I'm hungry. I can't eat. I can't call him until he explains. I called off work. My body can hardly move. Everything aches. 10 days post, Gabriel. I am dying. This conclusion was not difficult to come to. I cannot move. 12 days post, Gabriel. A whole day passed and I don't remember any of it. I think I just stared at the door all day. I still can't eat. 13 days post, Gabriel. I think someone is knocking on my door. A sudden boom from the living room has me feebly glancing up at the door to my bedroom from underneath my warm bundle of blanket. I tried to get up and walk over, but I started mumbling feverish nonsense instead. I haven't left the house in a week. The door to my room is flung open, and standing in front of me in all his glory is my savior. Gabriel, I try and say, but it comes out too quiet and croak why. His eyes snap to me and he gasps. He rushed towards me, eyes moist and red as if he were about to cry, hesitantly cradling my head in his hands and studying my shaking frame worriedly. Sweetheart, he soothes, smoothing back my hair. I shivered again, flinching away at the sudden warmth his hand provided. Gabriel worriedly pressed the back of his hand to my forehead like a concerned mother checking a sick child's temperature. I'm getting you help, he announced, wrapping me up in my comforter and lifting me up against his chest. No canteen. Doctor. Somehow he understood what I was trying to say. I told you. I'm not letting you pay for things that I should pay for. Gabriel insisted. He kept talking, but I didn't catch the rest of it. I fell asleep breathing in the scent I loved. In the arms I missed. The light was bright. Even through my eyelids. I couldn't open them because it hurt. I winced, groaning. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐤𝐬𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She's waking, someone yelled, and I winced, groaning again. A loud growl was through the room. I winced again. Whoever spoke left the room quickly. I was trying to get my bearings when two hands engulfed one of mine gently, and a face pressed into my stomach. Sparks erupted and I knew who was there. Gabriel. I croaked out, slowly blinking once to test out the light. The head shot up from resting on me, and suddenly Gabriel's face popped up right in front of mine. He didn't speak, so I didn't either. I just gave myself some time to observe him. His eyes had big bags under them. His stubble hadn't been shaved and was now almost a full beard. Gabriel's eyes were rimmed in red, almost like he had been crying. But right now they were shining with relief. Viola, he finally choked out, voice thick with emotion. You're alive. I frowned in confusion, studying the relief in his eyes. Whatever had been wrong with me was serious. How'd you get into my apartment? Moving to sit up in bed, Gabriel adjusted my pillows so I propped up against them and not strained. You hadn't left in a few days. I needed to make sure you were all right. I broke your door, but I would do it again without hesitation if it meant saving your life. Gabriel swore. I snapped my attention to him. I was going to die, I exclaimed, before breaking into a coughing fit. Gabriel held a cup with a straw to my lips and allowed me to take a few sips. You were really weak and extremely sick. It was all my fault. And I'm sorry. Gabriel hung his head in shame. What do you mean it was all your fault? Did you poison me? I gasped, scooting away. Gabriel let out a low warning growl and dragged my body back towards him by my uninjured ankle, which had me raising my brows in surprise. He wouldn't stop touching me. No, I would never purposefully harm you. I shouldn't have ever introduced myself to you that day in the park. You wouldn't have felt the sting of rejection, and I wouldn't have had a taste of ambrosia only for it to be ripped away. Gabriel monologued. I watched him pace around the room and held in a laugh. Clearly, the situation was not funny. Look, I don't understand what you're talking about. I really appreciate everything you did for me to get me to the hospital. But I told you already, until you answer all of my questions openly and honestly, I will not let you near me. You need to leave, I commanded, trying to scoot away. He growled again and launched himself at me, wrapping my small thumb up in his arms. No, I asked incredulously. I will answer your questions. He took a deep breath as if trying to calm himself. I just don't want you to hate me, because I won't let you run away from me again. Even if you grow to hate me, I can't let you go. That is abuse. That is an abusive relationship, and we aren't even in a relationship. Gabriel, you can't force me to be with you just because I react poorly to whatever it is you are hiding. Are you in a cult? Are you a serial killer? Is this a kidnapping? I exclaimed, thrashing in his arms with the little energy I had. He grew panicked, trying to calm me, rocking me gently. Viola, please, calm down. Sweetheart, I'll explain everything. I stopped struggling. He sighed in relief and cuddled me into his chest, his plump lips forming a gentle smile. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐤𝐬𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Really. I chuckled at the joke and scooted far enough away to be able to see him as he explained himself. I'm a werewolf. I raised an eyebrow at him. He raised one back. No, you're not. I laughed, flicking his forehead. No, I actually am a werewolf. He tried again. Quit messing around. I want to know. I'm not messing around. I am. Something in Gabriel's tone of voice made me pause my laughter. That's impossible, I reminded him, starting to worry. I swear to you. Have I ever lied to you before? Gabriel pleaded with me to know the answer. No, but you don't tell me things. Big things. Werewolf kind of things. He let out a frustrated growl and I jolted at how animalistic it sounded. I was starting to believe him. That realization both shocked and terrified me, and I looked at Gabriel with wide eyes. You're serious? I whimpered pathetically. Gabriel offered a solemn nod and braced himself for my reaction. To my 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His eyes snapped to me from the spot on the wall they had been studying. What? To my 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐸𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I believe you. You do? Gabriel asked cautiously. Should I not? I asked in response. I didn't think you trusted me. Gabriel admitted. I didn't either, was my honest reply. He flinched at the bluntness but nodded his acceptance. It was silent for a few minutes, my mind racing before I noticed he was staring at me with an odd look on his face. What? I finally asked. I'm just lucky, was his cryptic response. I don't know why it set me off, but it did. Why you haven't told me everything yet. I knew you were still hiding things. I put my hands on my hips and awaited his explanation. Do you believe in soulmates? Gabriel asked instead of answering me. His question caught me off guard. I opened my mouth to reply that no. I didn't when something stopped me. I closed my mouth and thought. I don't know. I replied nervously. Why was I nervous? Well, I do. Every werewolf is given what we call a mate. In essence, a soulmate. He paused and glanced at me to gauge my reaction. Too bad for him that I had schooled my features into a mask of indifference. I gestured for him to continue. So he did. Mates are gifts. They strengthen each other, protect each other, provide for, care for, and love one another. A mate is someone who complements you, makes you a better person. A wolf separated from their mate becomes weak. They can't sleep or eat because they are sick with worry and anxiety over their mate's well-being. Not to mention the mental bond that forms after mates begin to care for one another makes their bodies become ill when separated for too long to keep the mates together as much as possible. He explained. How does a werewolf know they have met their mate? How does that identification work? I inquire. I'm not dumb. I know Gabriel wants to pursue a relationship with me. I also know that I could very well fall in love with him if I let myself. I didn't want to start a relationship with Gabriel if he was waiting to find a mate. A wolf just knows. The scent of their mate is more powerful than any other scent. It also is highly attractive. Both mates feel sparks or tingles when they touch. But when they lay eyes on their mate, they know. Their inner liking confirms it to them. Gabriel answered quietly, looking into my eyes and running the back of his hand against my cheek hesitantly. Sparks. So I'm your. I struggled to get the word out. Mate. Gabriel tenderly whispered, not breaking eye contact. How is that possible? I'm not a werewolf. You shouldn't feel this way about me. I tried to scoot away from him, but a growl started in the back of his throat and he pulled me into his lap. You are the most suited to me of anyone on earth, and that is why you are my mate. How I got blessed with such an angel is beyond me, but I don't plan on questioning it. Gabriel informed me, placing a deep kiss on my forehead. I pretended not to notice how affectionate he was being. Why am I here? I finally asked, looking around the hospital room. We were apart too long. Sweetheart. Gabriel replied, eyes growing wet with emotion. I averted mine to allow him some privacy and scooted off his lap. So I can never be away from you again. I wondered. That didn't sound too bad. But I had goals in life and family that didn't live here. You want to leave? Gabriel ground out through clenched teeth. His eyes squeezed, shut and inhaling deeply. No, I was just curious what would happen, I assured him, reaching out to smooth out the crease between his eyebrows. When that didn't stop the frown adorning his plump red lips, I wrapped my arms around his middle and cuddled into his chest, placing a light kiss to his throat. His arms circled around me gently, holding me to him firmly yet gently, as if he was afraid I would disappear. Chapter 8. So? I asked curiously. Gabriel and I had been sitting in thoughtful silence for nearly an hour and I was ready to go home. I'll drive you to your apartment once you've checked out so you can pack a few things. The rest I can buy for you out here. Gabriel began. I interrupted. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐥𝐼𝐬 𝐂𝐴𝐕𝐬 for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What do you mean, pack a few things? Why do I need to pack? You're moving in with me. Now, as I was saying, no, I am not moving in with you. We still aren't in a relationship. You didn't ask, and I have my own life. I retorted angrily. Who did he think he was? You are my mate, he said as if that justified it. He then had the audacity to look angry. So what? I'm not from your world. Mates don't mean much to me. You're my mate. Mates love each other. He tried to explain. I held up my hand to stop him. In my world, people don't decide to love each other. They fall in love. They do kind things for one another. They respect each other. They spend time together. On that solid foundation, they build their love. So I'm sorry if it annoyed you or makes you mad, but I won't have a relationship without those things. I won't throw away my standards because you are a supernatural being. Scooting away. We talked about this. If we are apart, we'll become sick. Since you are human, it will be sooner and more dangerous for you. You have to live with me, Gabriel urged, reaching for my hand. I snatched it away. I am not moving in with you until we are married. If we even get married. I don't care if it makes me sick. I don't even care if it kills me. I told you, I'm not willing to compromise the standards I set for myself years ago. I fixed him with my fiercest glare to reinforce my point. So how do you want to go about our relationship? Gabriel finally asked after a long silence. Like a normal human one. You can ask me on a few dates. If things going well, you can ask us to become exclusive. If we fall in love, we can get married once we know that we want to spend the rest of our lives together. I explained. Gabriel nodded slowly. How long until we can be married? However long it takes me to fall in love with you, I expect. If I agree to your terms, I have a few of my own, Gabriel said. I nodded for him to continue. You have to see me every day. It will help calm my wolf and keep you healthy. Sounds reasonable. I'm not done. You also have to call me every night before you go to bed. No matter how early or late. If I text you, I expect a response within a half hour or so. I know you're okay. And you can't go out with other males. My wolf won't allow that. Gabriel listed. Okay. I agreed. I would have agreed to quite a deal more if it meant keeping my standards. And I want a key to your apartment, Gabriel added. Absolutely not. He was delusional if he thought I could trust him with the key. Why not? Gabriel exclaimed angrily. He stood from his chair by my bed, looming over me. I can't trust you to not take advantage of having one. I sat up, crossing my arms. For emergency purposes. He tried to clarify, clearly agitated. Our ideas of emergencies are very different. We both know you can break my door if it's really an emergency. It's not like you haven't done it before. I reminded him. Just give me a key, Gabriel demanded, shifting tactics and grabbing my shoulder. When I winced, he let go, eyes softening with regret. Please. I need privacy, Gabriel. Distance makes the heart grow fonder, you know. Besides, it doesn't mean you can never come over. It means you can come over with my permission. That is reasonable. Thanks for the ride. I spoke softly. Gabriel grunted. He was still upset I wasn't moving in with him. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning, Gabriel said, not turning to face me. No, I have work in the morning. Then I have classes. I'm going to dinner with a friend from human development. If you really insist on seeing me, I suppose you could stop by to say goodnight before I go to bed. I told him, continuing to walk in the building. Don't forget the agreement we set. He called after me. I waved the hand behind me. Yeah, I get it, I groaned, walking inside my apartment. Good morning, sweetheart, a voice said, startling me as soon as I stepped out of my apartment in my waitress uniform. Clutching my chest and glaring at the cause of my fright. What are you doing here? I demanded, putting my hands on my hips. Driving you to work, Gabriel answered simply, a dimple appearing on his smiling face. I held in the sigh that threatened to burst out of me at seeing it and instead settled on groaning. He had kept me up late on the phone and now he expected me to feel chipper about his unexpected arrival outside my apartment. No, seriously. Do you know how long it takes me to walk there? 5 minutes. I'll be just fine on my own 2 feet. Thank you very much. I sighed, stepped my mate, and began speed walking to the stairs. I would never make it if I attempted to wait for the elevator. An arm slung itself across my shoulders. I wouldn't make it with the stairs either, it would appear. Wonderful. Then I get to spend a whole 5 minutes walking with you. How'd you sleep last night? Sweetheart, Gabriel asked, smirking at me. I grumbled under my breath. You really are infuriating. You know that? I asked him, annoyed. My mom calls it a good old-fashioned backbone, actually. He grinned, the dimple popping up again. I resisted the urge to poke it and looked away instead. Well, I call it annoying. Your mom is a little biased. I spat, pretending to still be upset. I wasn't going to let him know I was secretly loving his company. Not after he turned really weird about the trust thing yesterday. One day I'd like for you to be a little biased. He whispered, halting us to hug me tight against him. His nose went right for my neck, nuzzling me there and pressing a soft kiss near where he had bitten me. I bit my lip to suppress the moan I could feel rising in the back of my throat. Let's keep moving, 𝐿𝐸 suggested. I felt him chuckle against my skin. Do I make you nervous? Sweetheart. He spoke lowly. PSH. I gasped when his tongue flicked out and touched my neck. My hands flew up to clutch at his shirt, fingers tightening in an attempt to hold myself up. It was as if my knees turned to jelly. Maybe it's bad, and maybe I shouldn't. But I love that. I love the way you react to my touch. I love the way you pretend you aren't turned on. I love that I make you nervous. Oh my. His husky voice was doing a number on my already frazzled nerves. I was putty in his hands, rendered completely useless without him. 𝐊𝐸𝐬𝐩𝐭𝐢𝐵 𝐂𝐵𝐈𝐻𝐻𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sweetheart, you make me nervous too. At this admission, I finally found the strength to pull back enough to look into his eyes. You. Nervous? Please. I don't make anyone nervous. I laughed quietly. You are either really beautiful. You are unfailingly kind. Your smile lights up not just a room, but the whole world. A compliment from you has the power to make someone's day. You hold happiness in your sole possession and grant it to all those who come in contact with you. You are pure. You're good. Sweetheart. You make me so nervous. You make me feel absolutely terrified that someday I'm going to ruin one of those amazing qualities. If I were to wreck even one aspect of your light, I would forever feel the pain. So yes, you make me nervous, Gabriel passionately expressed, never once looking away from my eyes. I blinked back a few tears, startled when one of them slipped out of my eye. Are you okay? Immediately concerned, I offered him a weak smile and a shaky laugh. No one has ever said anything like that to me before. Maybe this thing isn't so bad. Being with you forever won't be so bad. I confess shyly. Sweetheart, I will never ask for anything from you. Anything you grant me is a gift. And even if you are just near me for the rest of my life, I will be pacified. You're my light, Gabriel promised, pressing a deep kiss to my forehead. I sighed happily, stepping out of his warm hold and squeezing his hand in farewell. Pick me up after school. Turning to walk towards the cafe. I thought you had dinner. Maybe I want a new dinner companion now. Giggling and flickering my fingers in his direction as I made my way inside the diner. I heard a low growl and stifled my giggles. Viola, Morgan gasped as I walked inside. I turned my bright gaze to hers and noted her jaw practically on the ground, her eyes alight with curiosity and mischief. Yes, trailing behind the counter to tie on my apron. Who was that? She prodded. I raised an eyebrow. Who do you mean? Tucking a pen into the pocket and flipping through my notebook to a new page. Oh, shut it. You know who I mean. Please tell me he isn't the reason you've been skipping work. Morgan smacked my shoulder. I turned to her, my own jaw slightly open. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬 𝐂𝐥𝐻𝐸𝐬𝐩𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐙𝐰. I shrieked quietly. My cheeks flushed. Viola, she mimicked, prodding me for details. Thankfully we didn't have any customers yet. I wouldn't lie about being sick. I was in the hospital. I scolded. Morgan's pretty eyes widened. Oh my gosh. Are you okay? She wondered, reaching out to pat my arm comfortingly. I nodded, a small smile spreading onto my face. I grabbed a rag from the soapy water bucket and set to work wiping off the tables on my half. Someone's looking out for me, I told her. I couldn't look at her though, because that was the first time I had admitted to myself that perhaps I was going to be okay. I had someone looking out for my well-being. That in and of itself made life a little brighter. Oh, someone. Making me turn around and flick the rag at her. Oh, hush. I laughed. She just hummed and skipped over to flip the sign to read open. We worked that morning in a happy mood. Morgan was a sweet girl with a sassy personality, and I couldn't help but think of her as a younger sister. When I left for school, she gave me a big hug and told me to call her next time I was sick because she was looking out for me too. I walked out of the cafe at noon with tears in my eyes. Immediately my phone rang. Hello. I sniffled, wiping my eyes. Why are you crying? Gabriel's voice demanded. I gasped, looking around me to see if I could spot him, but I couldn't see anything or anyone. How do you know? I wondered. My eyes dry now. Sweetheart, please tell me who made you cry. I need to make sure you're okay. Gabriel pleaded. I smiled softly, blushing and looking at the ground. It's not a bad cry. That did little to ease his worry. Please tell me what happened. 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐻𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐙𝐰𝐀𝐻𝑒𝐠:𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀𝐀 was looking out for me too. I admitted, a little embarrassed. I knew he would find out eventually, but I was a little emotional today and I didn't want to make it a huge deal. That's why you cried. Suddenly his voice wasn't on my phone, but right behind me. I whirled around, taking a step back in shock at his proximity. I hadn't heard him approach. Yes, I whispered, hiding my flushed cheeks in my hands. The next moment I was wrapped up in his arms, his nose in my neck. You will always have me to look out for you. I felt my heart warm with peace, but I'm glad you have other people looking after you as well. My love, you deserve the world. I arched my back away from him slightly to look into his eyes. Thank you. I pecked his cheek and fixed his hair fondly. I have to get to class now. Right. He nodded, leaning closer to me and stroking my hair. I closed my eyes for a second to enjoy the tingles before I stepped away. No touching, I warned, smiling and backing away. What? Why not? Gabriel asked mischievously. I narrowed my eyes at him. Because you, sir, are a distraction, and not a welcome one when I'm trying to focus on school. I explained, laughing at the odd, mixed expression of confusion and delight on his face. I'll text you after class. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻𝐻, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He nodded dumbly. Bye, Gabe. He nodded again, before he was gone, just as quickly and silently as he had arrived. I never thought I'd find myself in the middle of such a fierce love rivalry in college. As my friend Michael casually pulled me into a hug, I was captured by the stormy gaze of a handsome but possessive man. His eyes were filled with turmoil, and yet, my heart warmed under his stare. Chapter 9. Look Who's Alive. Michael laughed, pulling me into a sideways hug when we were leaving the lecture. I had arrived too late for us to find seats together. Kay, smiling widely. Sorry, I was pretty under the weather. Michael's smile fell slightly and he inspected me for a moment. Are you better now? I was pretty worried, Michael confessed. I just smiled again and nodded while we walked out. His arm was still around my shoulders as we began making our way out of the building. Yeah, I went to the doctor and I'm all good. I forgot to take my daily vitamin and it threw off my immune system. I half lied. I hated not being able to be honest with my friend, but I understood that it wasn't my secret to share. So are we still good for dinner tonight? I've been meaning to pick your brain about some 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐑𝐞𝐝 stuff, Michael asked. I blinked under the sudden beam of sunlight when we walked out the door and felt my heart grow warm when I made eye contact with a man who was quickly approaching, a stormy expression on his handsome face. I would love to, but can we reschedule? I have a date. I trailed off, looking at Michael once again. He nodded, grinning. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐿𝐬𝐬 𝐂𝐵heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Have fun tonight, Viola. You deserve it. He laughed, walking away. His exit couldn't have been at a more opportune moment because I was in the next instant caged between strong arms with the nose and lips searching out my neck. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐿𝐬𝐬 𝐂𝐵heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel grumbled, tightening his grip around me and rubbing himself all over me. Hey, let go. I protested feebly, squirming. I thought we agreed on no other males. Gabriel ignored my request, and instead flipping me around to look at him. I raised an eyebrow. Yes, I replied, blinking up at him. I tried not to swoon at the possessive look in his eyes. And then I find you in the arms of another. Did our conversation yesterday mean nothing to you? Do I mean nothing to you? Insecurity mixing with the anger in his voice. My eyes softened, then I reached out my cold fingers to lightly touch his face. The sparks were addicting. I traced the frown lines and let my index fingernail lightly scrape along his upper lip, and I gasped when he bit on it gently. Sweetheart. He groaned a tortured sound, closing his eyes. My breath caught in my throat and I slid my fingers around his head and into his hair. Mesmerized by the silky locks, I twirled a curl around my finger and then tugged it lightly. I couldn't look away from his hair. It was beautiful. The strands were soft and shiny, the setting sun reflecting on it. I tugged again, a little harder, and in a flash, I was being pressed against a wall on the other side of campus. Whoa, I mumbled, looking around in awe. I let out a giddy squeal and smiled my brightest smile at Gabriel. That was so cool. Then I noticed his eyes were dark, his fingers digging into my hip and tangling in my hair. Gabriel. My voice was shaking. I wasn't sure I liked the way he was looking at me, like I was a rabbit he was stalking. He blinked and I noticed the emotions swirling in his eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐿𝐬𝐬𝐿 𝐂𝐵heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Possessiveness. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐿𝐬𝐬𝐿 𝐂𝐵heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lust. Sweetheart. You can't touch me like that right after I saw you in his arms. After I saw you smiling at him. He choked out, his eyes flashing dangerously. I was embarrassed he had acknowledged my little lapse in judgment. I couldn't seem to control myself around him. It was dangerous. He's just a friend, I whispered. Gabriel let out a low growl. Does he know that? Michael and I already agreed we were just friends because neither of us wanted relationships when we could be focusing on school. I was actually telling him that I was cancelling dinner with him so I could go on a date with you. But now I'm thinking maybe I'll tell him I cancelled the date. I huffed, annoyed that Gabriel couldn't trust me. I promised him that I wasn't going to date other men, and he immediately assumed the worst. "Don't you dare," he whispered darkly, diving to my neck and sucking on the juncture between my jaw and my throat. My knees buckled and I was overwhelmed by the fireworks exploding under my skin. "I do what I want," I gasped out, my eyes squeezing shut as I tried to detach myself from the feelings I was getting. "Ditto," Gabriel groaned, running his nose slowly up my neck, breathing in deeply. "Oh my, Gabriel." I tried to scold him, but all that came out was a shaky moan. "Tell me, sweetheart, does he make you feel this way? Does he touch you this way? Does he feel for you what I do? Do you care for me at all?" What started as a passionate display of dominance became a desperate plea for honesty. It was then I realized I had never once told him I cared about him, even a fraction of the amount he cared about me. I slid my hands along his arms until our fingers were tangled together, pulling his hands away from my body and taking a step out from against the wall. Gabriel looked like he was going to step towards me again, but I squeezed his hands gently, looking into his eyes pleadingly. He needed to see me when I told him. He needed to know. "I am so scared of you, Gabriel." Not the best way to start, as now he looked devastated. "I'm scared because you have some sort of power over me. I've known you for a month and I can't spend a day without seeing you. I don't even want to spend a day without seeing you. I see you and I feel warm. I feel safe. I feel like all of my problems are going to be okay because even if they're not, at least I have you. That scares me. I'm human. That's not how human relationships work. I'm used to being alone and I'm used to not caring about other people. It scares me because now I care about someone. Gabriel, I care about you. And I care a lot. And if you don't believe me, I can't make it any clearer. I care about you." I hadn't looked away from his eyes during my whole declaration, and by the end, both of us were crying. "Can I hug you now?" I choked out a laugh and nodded, and then I was in his arms. "I'm so sorry I doubted you. It's just, you're human. I never expected I'd have a human mate, and I didn't know if you'd even feel the bond, and I should have trusted you. I shouldn't have let my insecurities cloud our relationship. And I'm sorry." Gabriel apologized, kissing the top of my head. I tilted my head up at him and wrinkled my nose. "Buy me dinner and we leave in." He grinned, kissing the top of my head again, noisily. "Deal." We walked aimlessly around campus, wrapped up in each other, just chatting. I missed this part of being around Gabriel. I liked him best when he was like this, soft and sweet and affectionate. It was easier to ask him questions. "Gabriel, what is it like?" I asked bravely, looking up at him. "What is what like, sweetheart?" Glancing at me fondly. "Being a werewolf?" I wondered shyly. I wasn't sure if the question was insensitive, but I hoped he wouldn't mind. "I don't really know how to answer," Gabriel admitted after a few moments of silence. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked." "To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilban, hearts out saints, they are unsailing patients, enthusiasm." He shook his head firmly. "No, it's okay to ask that. I'm just not sure what to tell you. There's a lot of differences between being a werewolf and being a human, but a lot of similarities too." He confessed. "How do you transform?" "Well, most law says that we have a separate wolf inside of us with a different personality, that we kind of share bodies. It makes sense, but it's not quite accurate. I am just as much wolf as I am human. Enthusiasm, in the same way that I can decide to run or walk. I can decide to become my wolf," Gabriel explained. My eyes widened as I processed that information. "Oh, that, 𝐿, I commented. He let out a husky laugh and pulled us to a stop. "You are adorable, my little mate," Gabriel teased, pressing a kiss to the tip of my nose. I crinkled it and flushed, giggling. "I think you owed me dinner," I reminded him, changing the subject. I didn't feel super comfortable with the look of adoration in his eyes. I felt undeserving of such devotion. He just laughed and nodded and took me to dinner. "Viola," a tiny voice yelled, before 3 small bodies barreled into me. It had been a week since the date with Gabriel and things were going really well. I was happy almost all the time and I was pretty sure it was because of him. "Hey kiddos." I laughed, bending down and hugging them. "Good to see you again. Viola, Mrs. McCleary smiled warmly, reaching to shake my hand. I tried to hide the shock from showing on my face from her change in personality. "You too." I grinned, shaking her hand firmly. "How was your trip?" Opening the door wider to invite them in. "Good. The kids loved the hotel pool and we took them to see all of our favorite spots. I think we needed this trip. Thank you for insisting we take the kids. It did wonders," she explained. The kids were already sitting at a table where I had some paper and crayons set out so they could draw. "That's wonderful. I can't wait for them to tell me all about it." I laughed. She nodded, opening the door and stepping out of my apartment. "They can't wait either. Paul and I are planning on stopping by to pick them up at around 4:30 today. If that's okay. We have a new schedule we'd like to talk through with you." And then she was walking down the hall. "Bailey," I yelled, laughing at the little guy who was jumping on my couch. No more monkeys jumping on the bed. Can unballing in place. Bailey, upside down, rolling onto the floor and laying on his back. "How are you guys?" Turning to face Kate and Max. They were both smiling as they shoveled cereal into their mouths. "Good. Mom and Dad took us to see a bunch of super cool things and played a bunch of games with us," Max informed me, loading his now empty bowl into the sink and picking up his backpack. Kate nodded to confirm what he was saying. "They even said they are going to hang out with us more," Kate exclaimed, picking up her bag as well. "That is wonderful." Thrilled for my sweet kids. I knew their parents loved them. They just didn't know how to be around them. Now, it would seem, they were finally on the way to being a happy family. No more monkeys, jumping on the bed, scooping up Bailey and spinning him around in a circle. "What do you say we take this party all the way to school?" They all cheered, and we hopped into the car. "When can I see you today?" "Well, hello to you too." Shifting Bailey to my other hip and balancing my phone between my ear and my shoulder. "Hi," he chuckled huskily. I sucked in a breath. I loved his laugh. "When can I see you?" "I don't know," I replied honestly. "Busy day." He wondered. "Well, the kids are back, and I have school until 1. But I have to work my shift at the cafe from 1:30 until 3, and then pick the kids up from school and meet their parents back at my apartment. They want to talk about schedule changes," I explained, walking faster. I had slowed down to answer my phone, but it was a long walk to get to class and I didn't want to be too late. "Are you going to be able to fit that all in?" Gabriel became concerned. I fought a blush. "I'll just have to put Bailey in the back room at the cafe and hope he's okay. I don't know how I'm going to handle working 2 jobs at once, but I can't afford to quit either of them. Guess I'm just going to have to figure it out." I let out a stressed giggle inside. "What if I help you with the kids?" he suggested after a quiet moment. "No, it's fine. I'll be okay." Truthfully, I would have loved some help, but he had other things to worry about and I didn't want to distract him from his work. "How are you doing?" Changing the subject. "Not too hot," Gabriel said. Why? Is everything okay?" "Sweetheart, you have no idea how wonderful it is to hear that you care." Gabriel sighed deeply. I turned red. "I just miss you. And there are a few conflicts here that I am working on, but I'm struggling to give them my full attention because every time I'm here all I do is worry about you." "Oh, what do you say to that?" "It'll be okay. I just need to learn how to multitask and decide how to go about this problem. I'm sure it will be fixed soon," Gabriel promised. I smiled softly as I imagined the determined look in his eye. "Want to come over for dinner? We can order in a pizza or something and watch a movie. I just want to be comfy and hang out," I suggested. "That sounds perfect. Sweetheart, what time?" "Well, I'm meeting with the kids' parents at 4:30. But honestly, you could come over before and just hang out in my room while I meet with them. I miss you. I emitted softly. I heard him suck in a breath. I miss you too. I'll see you soon. My little mate. He promised. Goodbye, I whispered. Chapter 10. I pulled up at the apartment complex with all the kids in the car singing. Out came the sun and dried up all the rain. And the itsy-bitsy spider climbed up the spout again. Bailey was a giggling mess in the back seat as he hit his hands into his legs excitedly. All right, guys. I'm going to give you the keys to head on up and I'll meet you there once I unload the trunk. I instructed, tossing the keys to Max and making sure Kate had a firm grip on Bailey. They ran inside and once I was sure they were in, I popped the trunk. I was reaching for my hefty backpack when a hand beat me to it. I shrieked in fright, whirling around when I found myself face with a beaming Gabriel. Hi, he greeted, snaking his arm around my waist. Hi, I whispered shyly as he tugged me towards him. My hands rested on his chest and I looked up into his eyes. Did you miss me, sweetheart? He demanded. I turned red. Maybe. I loved spending time with him, but he made me nervous. Apart from the fact that he wasn't human, I wasn't convinced he wasn't perfect. Good. Because I missed you all day. And all last night. He confessed, pressing a deep kiss to my forehead. I felt my heart stutter. Oh, I shakily replied. He smirked at me. What do you say we head up and hang out with the kids for a little? Slinging my bag effortlessly over his shoulder. I felt my jaw drop. Werewolf strength, he explained. I nodded and began walking only to be yanked back by my arm. WHA, I was cut off by Gabriel scooping me up bridal style and striding inside the building. What are you doing? I asked, amused lie. He just smirked. Carrying you over the threshold. That only works if you're married. Dummy. I laughed and smacked his chest. I have to practice. Gabriel cheekily responded. I ignored his comment and hopped out of his arms once we made it inside my apartment. Gabriel, what are you doing here? Max asked. Walking over. Kate was sitting on the couch watching TV and Bailey was sitting in the corner turning on and off the lights. Just here to hang out for a little bit. After you guys head home, I'm helping Viola with something. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐿𝐬 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We had agreed that was probably the best thing to tell the McCleary saying my sort of boyfriend, but not official was a little sketchy. Oh, cool. Max grinned, reaching for a high five, which Gabriel returned. We had a fun-filled hour, doing homework and cracking jokes. Gabriel even helped me with some of my homework, which was impressive. Kate told us about her best friend and Max told us about the game they had played in gym class. We were still laughing when there was a knock at the door. That must be the parents, I explained to Gabriel, who had gone on high alert. He nodded and slipped out of the main room into my bedroom. Where is he going? Kate asked, her eyes following him curiously. He had to leave really quick. I told her, walking over to the front door and opening it. Hey guys. I greeted with a big grin, swinging the door wide enough for both of the parents to come inside. Hello, Viola. How were they today? Mr. McCleary asked. I looked back at the kids who were gathering their things and finding Bailey's socks. They were great. If you want, they can hang out in the living room and we can talk in the kitchen. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐸𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐿𝐬 enthusiasm. Getting right to business. I wasn't sure exactly what they wanted to talk about, but I wanted to stay professional. That would be wonderful. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐸𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Would you guys like to play in the living room while we talk to Viola, Mrs.? McCleary asked them, smiling. Kate and Max nodded, dragging Bailey along with them. So, I began when we were all seated around my table. What did you want to talk about? We have loved and appreciated everything you have done for us and our family these past few months. Viola, Mrs. McCleary started. A pit formed in my stomach and my smile grew forced. I didn't like where this was going. We want to be home with the kids more. So effective immediately. We only need childcare once a week, Mr. McCleary stated. I felt my heart break, but I understood. They were being better parents, and I knew it was a good thing for the kids. So I kept smiling. I understand. Just let me know any other details. I'm sure you want to take them home now. 𝐶𝐿𝐷𝐬 𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They smiled and thanked me and walked their kids out, but I couldn't bring myself to follow them out. I was staring at the wood grains of the table and trying not to cry when I felt my chair being turned and I saw Gabriel kneeling in front of me. His eyes were full of worry as he cupped my cheeks with his hands, rubbing his thumbs under my eyes. When they came away, I realized I had been unsuccessful in maintaining composure. They don't need me to take care of the kids anymore, I whispered. Gabriel's eyes widened and he was pulling me into his arms. Oh, sweetheart, he mumbled into my hair, pressing kisses to it and holding me tightly. I'm okay. I'm fine. But the lie was obvious because I kept crying. He just laughed sweetly and pulled me tighter as he walked us out of the kitchen. No, you're not. You're going to miss them, and that is okay. It's okay to grieve something like this. I'm here, he reassured me, plopping the two of us onto the couch. I was still crying, but not too hard. You go take a shower and change into some comfy pajamas. I'll order a pizza and set up a movie. 𝐶𝐿𝐷𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, Gabriel suggested. I wiped at my eyes and managed a watery smile before nodding and heading into my bedroom. Once I had grabbed my comfiest pair of pajamas, I walked into the bathroom and started the shower. I washed away all the sadness I was feeling, all the stress, all the pain. I knew I could be okay if I could just feel clean. After I had scrubbed until my skin was red and my hair was shiny, I dried off quickly and slipped into my jammies, running a brush through my hair and brushing my teeth. When I stepped out of the bathroom, I heard a sharp intake of breath and I looked up. Gabriel, what are you doing in here? I wondered innocently. His eyes were switching between black and the usual warm brown. I thought I told you not to wear other men's clothing, he demanded, in front of me in an instant and pressing himself into me. I tilted my head and crinkled my nose. I saw his eyes darken again and blinked in confusion. Yeah, but you told me to put on the comfiest clothing I have. Oversized clothing is way more comfortable. I whined, dropping my forehead to rest against his chest. Take it off. 𝐿𝐷𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I gasped. I will not. Unless you can get me something just as comfortable or more to put on. I am not taking this off. And I'm certainly not going to take it off in front of you. I was scandalized. He groaned lowly and nodded, guiding me to the bed. I'll be right back. Walking towards my door. Gabriel, I can't believe you. I thought you were going to help me feel better every day, and all you are doing is making me feel embarrassed and sad. I just wanted to cuddle and watch a movie, and now you are making me feel like a whore for having an ex-boyfriend's t-shirt. 𝐶𝐿𝐷𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Rolling away from him and curling up in a ball on my bed. I heard a whoosh and then I was enveloped in strong arms, holding me tightly. I fought them off though. I didn't want his pity. Let go. I don't want to be near you after you called me a whore. Let go. Jerk. 𝐶𝐿𝐷𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Rolling out of his arms and to the opposite end of the bed. He was holding a big sweatshirt in his arms and his face looked determined yet devastated. No. I am not going to let you wallow in self-pity. You are allowed to grieve, but you aren't allowed to be this dramatic about it. He argued angrily. You aren't allowed to tell me how I'm allowed to feel. I just wanted a nice night and you had to overreact. Scooting away from him when his arm swiped for me. My tears were coming out full force now. I'm overreacting. I'm not the one who is crying because I don't have to watch some random people's kids anymore. I'm not the one who's throwing a temper tantrum because I don't want to do what I'm told. Gabriel exploded, his face red and fists clenched. I felt my heart stop. The weight of what he had just said hit me full force and I staggered under the pressure. I gasped, hurt and betrayal flashing across my features, his own eyes wide, and when he realized what he had said. Viola, get out. I looked away from him and wrapped my arms around myself protectively. Please, he started, but I whipped my head up to face him. I fixed him with my angriest glare, tears falling rapidly in heartache. Get out. He opened his mouth as if he was going to say something else, but then thought better of it. He nodded and walked out the door. I ended up crying myself to sleep. When I woke up, my eyes were sore and red. I had come to a decision in the middle of my crying storm, and while it broke my heart, I knew it was what was best. I walked into my kitchen and saw the sweatshirt he had been holding on my floor. So I picked it up and changed out of my pajamas and into the sweatshirt. It was long enough that I didn't have to worry about pants. When I opened my apartment door to throw my trash away, I found myself in a sudden and tight embrace. I am so sorry. I didn't mean it. I said awful horrible things that weren't fair and weren't true, and I can't even begin to explain how much I regret saying them. I didn't mean them. He was shaking and clinging onto me tightly. I felt my heart break all over again, and I allowed myself this moment. It wasn't until I felt my shirt grow wet that I realized he was crying. I pulled him back gently, cupping his jaw with my hand and wiping his fallen tears away. I noted that he was in the same clothes he wore yesterday. His hair was oily and messy, like he had been running his hands it all night. And his eyes were bloodshot with significant bags under them. What did you do to yourself? I whispered. I hadn't meant to say it out loud. But sometimes if you feel something strong enough, you called it in. I was worried about you. I could hear you crying almost all night, and he got choked up. I just wanted to make sure you would be okay today. Sweetheart, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have gotten upset with you. I know it wasn't your fault. I didn't mean to devalue your emotions either. Everything you were feeling was valid. I promise I will try and keep better control over my tongue. Just please don't leave me again, he begged, beginning to cry again. I linked my fingers behind his neck and pushed myself on tiptoe, pressing a kiss to his lips. I had planned on just a quick peck, but it was as if our lips were meant to be together. The sparks erupted along my skin. Fireworks danced behind my closed eyelids. I kissed him with everything I had in me. He had just stood there, so I moved to pull away when his arms were yanking my hips against his and his fingers wound themselves into my hair, holding my head firmly in place as he began moving his lips in sync with mine. We pulled away for air, resting our foreheads together and gazing into each other's eyes. I had never seen such happiness and adoration in his eyes before. What was that for? A little out of breath, I felt proud that I could make this powerful man feel that way. I think I am falling in love with you, I whispered quietly. Chapter 11. There was absolute silence. A perfect stillness, where I felt vulnerable. I shouldn't have said it. It was the truth, but I hated that he wasn't saying anything. His eyes regarded me stiffly, almost as if I was a stranger to him. I took a haggard breath in and closed my eyes tightly so I wouldn't have to look at him as he broke my heart and told me he didn't return the feeling. I felt warm fingers hesitantly stroke my cheeks and I squeezed my eyes even tighter. Well, hurry and catch up. Love, I'm already completely in love with you, Gabriel's voice whispered as his arms wound around my waist, holding me gently. I gasped, opening my eyes to see him looking at me with a wide and tender smile on his face. His eyes were shining at me, finally looking happy. Oh, I gulped, biting my lip shy. I was completely unprepared for a love confession today. The trash bag that I had been clutching this whole time finally fell from my hands, unnoticed by us both. His thumb gently pulled my lip from my teeth and his eyes twinkled. He leaned in, but I yelped and pulled away. Where are you going, sweetheart? Chuckling as he swung around lazily to face me. I flushed and tucked a chunk of messy hair behind my ear. Nowhere. I laughed breath 𝐿𝐲. He let out a booming laugh. If I had known kissing you would get you this flustered around me, I would have brought a camera. I like it when you act like this. Gabriel smiled, taking a step towards me. I shot him a weak glare, but it only made him smile wider. Leave me alone. I shouldn't have done it. I mumbled, walking back into my apartment. You regret it. His voice was beastly and in my ear as his arms wrapped around my stomach. I decided to surprise him. I tilted my head back and pecked him on the lips and then leapt out of his arms and turned around with my hands on my hips. I didn't say I regretted it. I just said I shouldn't have done it. There's a difference. I scolded with a grin on my face. I prided myself on the look of shock on his face. I watched his eyes trail over my body as he wiped the look of shock off his face and noticed the outfit I had thrown on. Now you look edible, he whispered in a voice that made me think maybe I wasn't supposed to hear it. Eyes up here, Gabe, pointing to my face. He laughed and respected my wishes, whisking me into his arms again. I just want to hold you right now, he confided, pressing a firm kiss to my neck. I closed my eyes to regain composure before I spoke up again. I have work this morning, I argued weakly, wrestling my way out of his hold. Do you have to go? Gabriel groaned, reaching for me again. I swatted his arm away. Yes. I have to pay for this apartment somehow, I informed him, heading into my room to change into my waitressing outfit. He waited on the bed while I walked into the closet. You know, I could just pay for it for you. I rolled my eyes and then answered so he could hear. No way, Jose. I am not going to let you pay for my home. Then you'll get the set of keys you've been itching to have, and I'm not giving you keys until we are married. I explained. If we get married, I almost forgot the last part. I don't see why I can't have keys to this place. It's not like I'm going to steal anything. That's not the point. We've been over this, Gabriel. I walked out of my closet in my tight uniform and grabbed my phone from the charging station. I can drive, Gabriel insisted while I locked up. I can't give you keys because it's the principle of the thing. I get to decide who to let in and when. I know you aren't going to steal, but this is one of my personal boundaries. Please don't cross it. I looked up at him with wide innocent eyes and he groaned, leaning down to peck my lips. I tried to get away since he was driving, but it was pointless. And I knew he wouldn't ever put me in danger. He growled when he pulled back. But I am coming to work with you today, he threatened. I like the uniform, but I don't want anyone else to enjoy seeing you looking like this. To my 𝐊𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're being really touchy today, I commented, when mates kissed for the first time. He trailed off and looked at my face. However, I was determinedly looking anywhere else to avoid seeing the look in his eyes when he saw my blush. It elevates the bond. Basically, you just made my wolf fall more in love with you, and become even more possessive. I avoided looking at him again as I spoke my next sentence. Just the wolf. In the next moment, I was hauled out of the car and pressed against the side of it firmly. Gabriel's body pressing into mine. You doubt my love for you. My passion. How badly I wish for you to surrender to the bond and let me claim you. Oh, sweetheart. Every thought I have is of you. When we are not together, my arms ache to hold you. Every minute of every day is wasted unless it is spent with you. I fall more in love with you every moment. It's my job to make sure you never doubt me again. He drawled in my ear. I accidentally moaned and his chest vibrated with an unreleased growl. His lips found my jaw and began pressing kiss after kiss to it. While you are in that cafe, his lips found my throat and sucked for a moment, causing me to gasp. Working? I gripped his shoulders while his hands held my head and tilted it from side to side. All you were able to think about is me. I agreed completely. Any other thought was impossible when he was holding me like this. What I'm making you feel. His body pressed harder into mine and I squeezed my eyes shut. And how when you get off work? You are all mine for the evening. I nodded. All my thoughts were about him anyways. So when you were serving those customers, smiling at them, his mouth was at my ear now. Nipping. It's going to drive me crazy with jealousy. You drive me crazy, he admitted, pulling away to look into my eyes. Whoa! I involuntarily swooned, swaying on my feet. His arms were around me again, pulling me into his chest. I looked at the cocky grin on his face and groaned, hiding my head in his chest. "You don't play fair," I complained, wiping all the saliva off my skin. "Funny, I could say the same about you." He laughed. I rolled my eyes and grabbed his hand. "Come on, lover boy. We gotta get inside. I don't want to scandalize any customers today." "Viola," Morgan gasped when I slipped behind the counter and fastened my apron in place. I flushed red. "What?" I asked innocently. She glared at me and tilted her head in Gabriel's direction, who was still staring at me from his seat in a corner booth. "Who is that?" she wondered, sounding scandalized. I gave her a shy smile. "My boyfriend." The word felt weird in my mouth, but it was the appropriate title, so I would have to be okay with it. "Since when have you had one of those?" Morgan asked, flicking my arm. I laughed at her silly behavior. "Not too long, but it feels like I've known him forever," I told her honestly, stealing a glance at Gabriel. He was still looking at me, a large smile on his face that would have been creepy if it was anyone else. "Well, I'm happy for you. He looks like he really likes you." She congratulated me and gave me a quick hug. I hugged her back and ruffled her hair affectionately. "I really appreciate our friendship. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm," I announced. She gave me a goofy grin. I was just thinking the same thing. "Viola, enough mushy talk. Ladies, you need to get out there and start waiting on the tables," Marie chided, shooing us out from behind the counter. I scurried over to my first table where a young family was sitting. "Hey guys, my name is Viola and I'll be your waitress today. What can I get you to drink?" Looking them in the eyes and smiling as brightly as I could. The little girl looked about 3 years old and was perched on her dad's knee. "Can I have lemonade?" she asked her dad. I smiled since she was clearly using the fact that she was a daddy's girl to her advantage. "Sure, pumpkin," he assured her. I shared a smile with the adoring mother before turning back to my young customer. "Do you want pink or yellow, young lady?" I asked her, sending her a wink. Her big brown eyes wide and adorably and her lips parted in shock. I sighed and let a sweet smile paint its way onto my face. I so adored children. "See, can I get the pink? And you get the yellow. And we share?" she asked her father. He nodded, kissing the top of her curly head. "I want pink. My dad wants yellow," she announced to me, smiling broadly. I nodded seriously, writing it down. "We're going to share," she whispered, conspirator ILY. "Anything else?" I looked at the mom. "I'll just get a water." She looked at her husband, who was laughing at something their daughter was whispering in his ear. "Make that too. He doesn't like lemonade," the woman admitted, the love for her husband very clear in her eyes. It made my heart ache with a sense of longing. I walked away from them and felt a hand clamp onto my wrist, tugging me into the booth. I gasped and then glared at Gabriel, who was staring at me with stars in his eyes. "One day we will have a family together, and I know you will be the best mom." He revealed his thoughts to me and they made me turn red. I knew that my own thoughts had been similar, but I was still uncomfortable speaking so freely about our future. "I have to work," I mumbled, but it was like his ears had been shut off. He just kept staring at me with a soft expression on his face. "I love you," pressing a deep kiss to my forehead and letting me stumble out the booth. I nodded at him in response, unable to echo the phrase back at him just yet. I knew I cared for him, but I was not going to lie to him just to make him smile. I wouldn't have a relationship without honesty. "Alone at last," Gabriel whispered, lifting me up into his arms when we stepped out into the chilly air. "Gabriel, I can walk," I protested, giggling and fisting my hands in his shirt. "But I can also carry you, and this will keep you warmer." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing _𝐶𝐶 enthusiasm. smiling down at me. I rolled my eyes and allowed him the victory. "So what is the plan tonight?" I asked him curiously. "I thought we could watch a movie and order in a pizza to your place." 𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐬 𝐷𝐻𝐸𝐬𝐩𝐭𝐢𝐨𝑧. What? What's wrong with that idea? It's just that we always do stuff at my house, and I haven't ever been to yours. I know almost nothing about you. I admitted, pulling myself out of his grasp and taking my keys out of my pocket. He took out his own keys and started his car. "Not my place. I don't want you there," he admitted. I was stunned. He was silent the drive back to my apartment. But so was I. I was boiling in a stew of frustration and pent-up rage. I was so frustrated that we had come to yet another roadblock. I wasn't sure we'd ever be able to last more than a day without a major disagreement. "I just don't think you're ready for that yet," he pleaded, turning to me when we got outside my apartment building. "It's like every day we go 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Gabriel, I told you that I trust you. You told me you loved me. That may be true, but I can't be in a relationship with someone who doesn't trust me completely," I argued. Gabriel's eyes widened in shock at my outburst, and he began sputtering out protests. "I do trust you. I just don't think you're Ray." I let out a frustrated shriek. "No. You don't trust me, Gabriel. Because if you did, you would trust me when I tell you I am ready and I do want to get to know you. If you trusted me, maybe I would know your last name, or what exactly your life looks like. If you trusted me, you would share as much with me as I have with you. You know everything about me, Gabe. I know next to nothing about you. Until you are ready to trust me, I am going to have to ask that we take a break," I demanded. He looked angry. "Stop doing this. Every time you don't get your way, your solution is for us to take a break, and I am sick of it. Why can't you just understand that I know what is best?" Gabriel growled, looking almost as pissed as I felt. "I have to keep taking breaks because you keep not respecting my wishes, my feelings, or me as my own person. Until you can learn to trust me, I don't want to be in a relationship with you. Which sucks because I really like you," I informed him. My glare scolded. "How long is this break?" he demanded, staring straight ahead. "Until you can't trust me," I retorted, slamming the door behind me and heading inside. Chapter 12. "Where's lover, boy today?" Morgan asked, bumping our hips together when we were walking out of the cafe after the last shift. "We actually just started on a break," I told her, blushing awkwardly. "What? What happened?" she gasped, grabbing my arm and pulling me to a stop. I looked at her and felt tears prick the corners of my eyes. "He doesn't trust me," I whispered. Her eyes widened. "Are you sure? Did he say that or?" She trailed off, seeing the pained expression on my face. "I can't be in a relationship with someone who doesn't trust me. It's been a month and he can't trust me with where he lives. I really liked him too," I confided, wiping at my eyes. Her face softened and she pulled me into a hug. "I'm so sorry. Viola, you are the nicest person I know. I can't understand why he won't just talk to you. Are you holding up okay?" She comforted. I didn't trust myself to speak, so I nodded. Morgan pulled away and narrowed her eyes, and I sheepishly shook my head. "Not really. It's been 3 days and he hasn't apologized. I know he's just hoping I'll cave, but I won't on this one. Trust is important to me. He's too stubborn to listen when I just talk to him. And that's a big problem too. I just want to sit him down and teach him how to be in a mutually beneficial relationship, but he doesn't care about what I say long enough to listen. 𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐬𝐸𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm." She nodded sympathetically. "I'm sure he'll come around eventually. Since you aren't going on a date this Friday, do you want to come and celebrate my birthday with me?" I sniffled and grinned at her. "That sounds fun. What are we doing?" She blushed and let out a nervous laugh. "Well, I am turning 18, she explained. I smiled and nodded for her to continue. "I think I'm going to a club with some friends. Most of them are from school. Some of them are your age, so you won't be alone. I laughed at her flustered expression. She seemed embarrassed that she wanted to go clubbing on her birthday. Sounds like a lot of fun. I'm not judging you. You'll be an adult. I trust that you can make your own decisions. I thanked her. She sent me a grateful smile. I'm really glad you think so. I'm so excited that you're coming. She giggled, waving goodbye as we parted ways. I was sufficiently perked up with the prospect of plans on my otherwise empty calendar and decided to head home to give my grandma a call. "Hey, Grandma." I chirped into the phone, settling into my couch. "Viola, it's been a while since I've heard from you. Sweet. How are you doing?" Thinking over everything that had happened in the last month or so since I'd seen her. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I dated that one guy I was telling you about. She gasped. "Oh, that sounds like a story." "Dated?" Making me smile. "Yeah, for about a month actually. We're on a break right now because I don't think he trusts me. I thought I would be more upset. But I have a really good friend from work now. And I have my friend Michael from school. I have a much better support system than I did. I'm doing just fine. I'll be perfectly content to wait until he decides what matters most to him." I informed her. "Well, that sounds very grown-up of you," she commented, giving me her approval. I blushed. "Thanks, Grandma. I was actually calling about something else." I redirected. "Okay, what's up?" I hesitated before asking, "Can I come to your house for Thanksgiving?" I wondered. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "You can. It's an automatic invitation," she immediately replied. I sighed with relief. "Thank you. I just didn't want to go home. I would much rather wait until Christmas to face all of them." I explained. She hummed in agreement. "Well, you are always invited for Christmas too." "I know, Grandma. I just think my mom will throw a tantrum if I don't come." I laughed. She laughed with me and we chatted for a few more minutes before I hung up the phone. I was just pulling my lasagna out of the oven when there was a knock on the door. I groaned, annoyed that I would just let the delicious-looking pasta aside to answer the door. "Yes," swinging the door open. "Oh, it's you." Gabriel's eyes were bloodshot and he was fuming. I had to steady my heart and brace myself against the doorframe to keep myself from launching into his arms to comfort him. I had seen him look upset before but never so distraught and lost. "Why are you?" I cut myself off with a shaky laugh when he forced his way inside my apartment. "Gabriel, what are you doing here?" I whispered finally, following him inside and standing in front of him. "I couldn't let you get sick again," he growled out, stepping toward me like a predator. "Thank you." I smiled shyly, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. "When are you going to stop this nonsense?" Gabriel asked, his fists clenching. I tilted my head in confusion before I understood the question. "Gabriel, I told you. It's over as soon as you trust me enough to let me into your life," I said quietly. He let a growl rip from his chest and I flinched. Seeing my reaction, his eyes softened and he reached out for me. I stepped away, a silent warning that he needed to stay back. "It's not that I don't trust you." My name sounded like a prayer from his lips, but what followed it made me scoff. He narrowed his eyes desperately. "I don't want you to get hurt. I don't want you to be frightened and run away." I pondered over what he had said a moment before responding. "Then trust me when I tell you I'm not going to run away," I told him. He sighed miserably. "I want to believe you. I hope that what you are saying is true with all of my heart, but I can't allow myself to hope that you won't leave me when you learn who you are really dealing with," Gabriel confessed. My heart squeezed painfully and I had mercy on him, closing the gap and wrapping my arms around my sweet and stupid werewolf. His arms shot around me as soon as I made contact with him, like bands of steel pinning me against him. He buried his face in my neck, breathing in and shaking slightly. It took me a few moments to realize he was crying, and my heart broke a little bit more. "Hey, it's going to be okay," I whispered, running my fingers through his hair and rubbing his back. I'm right here. I'm here. I wanted to offer him reassurance that I wouldn't leave, but he was freaking me out. I leaned back, but he whimpered and held me closer. I'm not leaving. I'm just taking you to the couch. Walking backward to the couch with him, not budging away from me an inch. Don't go, he pled, pulling me into him when we sat on the couch. I nodded, hugging him tightly. Gabriel, I know that you are feeling hurt right now. Your feelings are valid, and I don't want you to feel like I am devaluing them or you by what I am about to say. He pulled out from my neck so I could see his watery eyes and nodded. We are still going to be on a break until you can get over your fear that I'm going to leave you. You need to trust me. Trust in our relationship that it is enough. I really care about you. I want this to work. Viola, Gabriel whispered heartbrokenly. I winced and cupped his jaw with my hand. That being said, I think we can put break on pause tonight. I would love it if you would join me for dinner. I invited, trying not to look too hopeful. A small smile made its way onto his face and he nodded. That sounds wonderful, he agreed. I stood up and offered him my hand, which he readily accepted. After he was standing, I expected him to let go, but he just looked at me expectantly. An innocent expression on his handsome face led the way. I blushed and rolled my eyes, pulling him along behind me to the kitchen. Luckily the lasagna was still hot, so I sliced it up and put 3 pieces on a big plate and 1 on mine. Gabriel filled 2 glasses with water and helped me carry everything to the table. I grabbed some forks and a bowl of salad from the fridge inside. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸 thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That should do it, I said to myself, judging the way the table was set up. Please, he whispered at the front door. I don't want to say goodbye to you yet. Gabriel, I care about you. I care about our relationship. I just know that I can't do this if you don't believe in us. As soon as you're ready to believe in us again, I'll be here for you. Leaning forward and pressing a deep kiss to his cheek, Gabriel sighed and nodded, taking a big whiff of my scent before kissing my forehead, and then both of my cheeks. I love you, sweetheart, he promised, holding my face in his hands. I leaned into his touch and let my eyes close. I hope I see you again soon, I whispered, turning my head to the side and kissing his hand. I hope you do too. Yothi has a love, he agreed before he slipped away and was gone. Oh, Viola looking fine tonight. Morgan whooped as I walked outside my apartment and hopped into the van. There was a group of 8 or so people inside. Thanks to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I blushed, scooting to the back. You look great. Oh, shut up. We all know you're the real beauty, Morgan teased. I turned a deeper shade of red. I hope you have had a wonderful birthday. 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐬, I informed her sincerely. She sent me a bright smile. Oh, I definitely have. It's about to get even better. She cheered, causing a chorus of similar joyful sounds to sound. 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐬, the guy next to me introduced. He looked like he was probably Morgan's age. I'm Viola. I grinned. He smiled back and threw his arm over the back of the seat in a carefree gesture. I had to hold my breath to keep from gagging at the strong smell of cologne practically dripping from his body. Do you want to dance when we get in there? Liam offered once we pulled up to the club. I looked at him, and my heart warmed. He reminded me of one of my friends from back home, a playboy in the most endearing way. I knew a dance with him would be harmless. Sure, Liam. We walked in and claimed a booth on the far right side, close enough to both the bathrooms and the dance floor. I love this song. Waving his arms in the air and moving backward while I followed him onto the floor, I laughed at his playfulness and copied his dance moves. I had chosen to wear a romper, unwilling to worry about accidentally flashing my panties to anyone. I've never heard it, I yelled back, laughing at him, moving my hips to the beat. What? It looks like you have, he complained, opting to shift his weight from one foot to the other in a very classic guys move. Nice moves. Embarrassed, and I decided to cut him some slack, moving closer to him as the beat changed and grew slower. Ditto, Liam commented with wide eyes. I wasn't grinding on him. I wasn't even touching him. But my moves were slightly suggestive. I wasn't flirting with him purse. Just going with the mood of the music. Liam began slowly losing whatever psychological restraint he was exercising and started dancing with me. Finally. It had been so long since I had been in such a carefree environment, I had almost forgotten the joy of having no restraints. I was smiling, laughing, singing, and dancing the same I had when I was in high school. For 2 hours I danced, occasionally getting a drink of water from the water bottle I had stashed in my bag. Around our three I felt eyes watching me. I ignored them and danced with Liam, who I had come to feel a sisterly affection towards. He was a sweet kid with good goals and a good family. I genuinely admired him and had already exchanged numbers with him. The heat of the stare had the hair on the back of my neck tingling with anticipation. I had my suspicions but did nothing to confirm or reject them, just stayed dancing. Suddenly Liam's eyes wide and he leaned in close to my ear, his arm resting around my waist, gently so I could hear what he had to say. Some guy has been staring at you for a while now, and he's coming this way. Liam's voice grew panicky near the end and I quickly pushed him away from me, going into protective mode. I whirled around and my forehead crashed into a hard chest. Suspicions were wrong. What do you think you are doing? The husky voice demanded in my ear. I shivered and glared at the speaker. I don't know you. Get away from me. I yelled, attempting to create a scene. I had read a statistic that rapists usually went for easy targets and girls who fought back were usually left alone. Sadly, no one could hear my voice over the sounds of their own ringing out in the noisy club. Oh no. You did that little dance for your friend. I want you to give me a private show. I cringed of. That wasn't even a good creepy line. I admitted. I slapped my hand over my mouth as soon as what I had said registered. You are calling me a creep. Sounding deeply offended. I nodded, clutching my bag tight to my chest and backing up toward the exit. I needed to get away from him and out of the club. I could call the police and he would leave me alone. Yes, now. Please. Get away. I yelled, stumbling through the door. His hand around my wrist while his eyes dilated in fury now. The creep argued, squeezing my wrist. I blinked through the pain and shouted once more for help. Shut up, creeper, and I yelled, smacking me in the face. I choked, stunned that I had actually just been hit. I couldn't believe someone would be so cruel as to hurt a stranger. No, you shut up. Tears springing to my eyes. It hurt to move my jaw. He kicked my stomach and I felt all the air whoosh out of my body as he threw me to the ground. This would have gone much smoother for you if you would have just given me what I wanted. He informed me darkly, reaching to grab my arms while I was on the ground. I rolled out of his reach and gasped out a breath. Stay away, I mumbled, scurrying away. He just kept moving closer and closer to me while he grinned heavily. I had never seen someone who reminded me so much of a landfill as this individual. Every atom in his body gave off a very Cymbal vibe. You heard her. Do as she says, a new voice commanded. Oh look. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Come to save the day, the creep said, without turning around. My eyes widened in relief and gratitude as I saw my hero. If you don't back away from her right now, I can assure you, my men will have no mercy on you later. Gabriel growled out in a dangerously low voice. That sentence seemed to intrigue my attacker, but he didn't move away. He turned around to face Gabe and stepped closer to me. I whimpered and didn't go unnoticed by Gabriel, whose eyes scanned my whole body as if assessing the damage. I see no men with you now. Creep laughed, pretending he wasn't breaking out into nervous sweats from simply seeing the large build and powerful physique of my werewolf. I don't need them to stop you. But when I am tending to my mate, I would like your suffering to begin. Gabriel explained casually, The dark undertone had me shivering. Half an arousal at half because it was 40 degrees outside. Look, man, I'll take my turn tonight, and you can just keep her after that. No need to get physical. There's plenty of girl to go around. Creep tried to convince Gabriel. It was a bad idea. Gabriel had apparently had enough as he stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to the guy's face, sending him flying backward and crashing into the wall beside me, unconscious before he hit the ground. I scrambled away, still struggling to breathe and terrified. Then a sense of home filled me as I was pulled into Gabriel's warm embrace, twisting in his arms and sinking into him. "Thank you," I whispered. His own breaths were labored and I looked and saw emotion swirling in his eyes that I struggled to interpret. "I should have been here sooner," Gabriel muttered, the self loafing clear in his voice. I gasped. "Don't you dare blame this on anyone other than Creeper over there," I commanded, throwing my arms around Gabriel. "I am so grateful you were here. I like to think I can fight my own battles, but I will always be thankful you were there for me when I needed help most. Viola, I will always protect you," he whimpered, pressing kisses on my head. I sighed and snuggled deeper into his embrace. "I know you will." There were soft growls reverberating in his chest. "You're coming back to my house tonight," Gabriel ordered, lifting me up and starting to run. Our surroundings blurred as his speed increased. "Are you sure?" I asked softly. He looked down at me with love and concern in his eyes. "Not completely, but I would rather have you with me tonight. And every night. I need you safe. And I want you to get looked at by a doctor because I plan on holding you all night. I just pray you want the same things," Gabriel said. My heart stuttered at his honestly uttered words. "I would love to have a sleepover." Leaning up and kissing his Adam's apple. I thought love was just tender embraces and sweet kisses, until I realized it's also about responsibility and sacrifice. Chapter 13. I can give you a painkiller, but other than that you'll have to just heal up on your own. I don't have anything to speed up the healing process, the doctor informed us, giving me a pitiful smile and handing me a pill with a glass of water. "How long are her painkillers going to last?" Gabriel asked from his position behind me. He had refused to let go of me, and I didn't mind. "They should last until tomorrow, and then I'd advise some ibuprofen. The bruising will probably keep developing through the night, but then it will start to go away after that. Swelling will be minimal," she informed, walking out of the room. Gabriel sighed and cuddled into me. "I'm so sorry." I turned my head and pressed a kiss to his jaw. "I already told you," I whispered back. "It's not your fault. I love you." "I should have been there," Gabriel chanted, rocking us on the bed. My heart T-winged and I teared up. "You were there. I am okay thanks to you," I explained, the tears slipping out. I felt myself being picked up and turned around. "Hush. Love. Don't cry," Gabriel cooed, smoothing my hair back and wiping away my tears. "I just really care about you. And I don't like that you are blaming yourself. To my agent 𝐋𝐿𝐤 𝐑𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Oh, stop. I won't if it will make you happy," he pledged. I nodded. "Take me home," cuddling him, choking out a laugh. "To my agent 𝐋𝐿𝐤 𝐑𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Sweetheart," Gabriel nodded, scooping me up and walking out the door. His body was so warm I didn't need a coat, but he wrapped me up in a blanket before we walked out of the clinic anyway. I rested my head on his shoulder, and the gentle rocking from his walking lulled me into a state of half-consciousness. "We're here, sweetheart," Gabriel whispered in my ear, pressing a kiss to my head. I think I mumbled something in response, but I was too tired to remember. I felt myself being set down on something soft before I was wrapped up in something warm again. I snuggled into the warmth and let dreams consume me. I could feel fingers running through my hair and felt a smile on my face. I kept my eyes closed, enjoying the moment. "Good morning, sweetheart," a husky voice whispered in my ear. I flinched at the sudden noise and my elbow hit something. My eyes popped open and I saw Gabriel grimacing and holding his arm. "I'm sorry," I mumbled, still feeling groggy. Enthusiasm, in my days. I decided the most reasonable way to help him feel better was throwing myself onto him. Gabriel caught me and chuckled, leaning back into the headboard and positioning me on his chest. "If this is how you apologize, you can hurt me anytime," Gabriel promised, resuming running his fingers through my hair. Shy instructed sleepily. I reached to pull the comforter up on my body again and shut my eyes. "Are you going to wake up?" Hissing the top of my head. Sighing deeply. I must have fallen asleep again because the next time I woke up Gabriel was having a hushed phone conversation. "I want you to meet her too, but I don't want to overwhelm her," he was saying. I cuddled into his side further and felt his gaze on me. "She's perfect. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 enthusiasm." "I don't deserve her," Gabriel said. I fluttered my eyes open and smiled up at Gabriel. "Good morning. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 enthusiasm." 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 enthusiasm. Stretching in his arms, his eyes darkened and he hung up the phone without finishing his conversation. "Gabriel," I slapped his arm softly. "Aren't you going to say goodbye?" He shook his head and his eyes returned to their normal coloring. "No. My mate woke up, and it's my job to take care of her," he replied sweetly. I blushed and hid my face in his chest. His laughter rang out in the air and I blushed deeper. "Are you always this adorable in the morning?" I pulled my head out of his chest and stuck my tongue out. "Do you have an extra toothbrush I can borrow? I want to shower and brush my teeth before we do anything else," I explained, sitting up and scooting away from Gabriel. He reached out for me with a sad look on his face and I sent him a stern look. "Fine." Climbing out of bed and chucking me up, I squealed and wrapped my arms and legs around him tightly. "Gabe," I whined, "put me down." He was chuckling before he gently set me down on the bathroom counter, producing a toothbrush and a fluffy towel. "Have fun with your shower. I'll get started on breakfast," he cooed, leaning in and pecking the tip of my nose. I scrunched my nose and giggled. He pulled away with a smile on his face. "I love having you here," Gabriel whispered, smiling. I giggled and flicked him. "Whatever, you dog. I need to shower," I informed him, hopping off the counter and ushering him out the door. I washed my body as quick as I could, scrubbing all the grime and sweat and makeup off from my night on the town. I shuddered when I thought about Gabriel seeing me looking the way I did, but he didn't run away screaming, so I figured he didn't mind as much as I did. I had hoped there would be a gender-neutral body wash or shampoo, but Gabriel only had Old Spice, so I smelled like him when I stepped out and wrapped the towel around myself. It was then that I remembered I didn't have any clean clothes, so I cringed and walked out into Gabriel's room. I had been half asleep earlier, so I hadn't taken the time to take in his impressive room. It was the most obscenely large room I had ever seen. Even the bed was huge. I suppose I understood since Gabriel was an obscenely large person, but it was still shocking to see. I found his closet and threw on a big, black, long-sleeved t-shirt that seemed to swallow me whole in a pair of clean boxers. I finger-combed my hair since I couldn't find a hairdresser and I decided to find wherever it was that Gabriel was. "Gabe." Opening the bedroom door. He didn't answer, so I gingerly stepped out of the room and began my search for the stairs. I saw a door at the end of the hallway and determined it was my best shot. Unfortunately, when I opened the door it just led to another hallway. I followed the new hallway around a few corners before I finally found a set of stairs inside. "I hope the kitchen is this way," I yelled, hoping he would hear this time and be able to guide me. I began my descent, and by the third landing, I was cursing myself for not staying awake the night before. Gabriel, if you don't come and help me right now, I swear you will be in so much trouble. I screamed as loud as I could. I decided to take a breather, and I propped myself against the wall. I heard a clang, followed by some thumping before Gabriel was right in front of me, looking both amused and worried. You lost. Looking at me with pity, I said, and glared at him, crossing my arms across my chest. How was I supposed to know you lived in a freaking mansion? I grumbled. He sighed and scooped me up. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I should have told you, or given you directions. I forgot. Gabriel apologized, kissing my forehead. You've been super touchy, feely lately, I observed, pushing away from him. He growled softly and held me tighter. I just love you. That's all. I rolled my eyes, a smile of my own blossoming against my will. Great. Then you can take me to the kitchen. I'm so hungry, I complained. He winced as if my hunger caused him physical pain before he used his super speed, and we were in the kitchen in a flash. Are waffles okay, love? Setting me on a chair, I smiled brightly. I love waffles. Thank you, I laughed, feeling giddy, and pecked his cheek. No problem, sweetheart, Gabriel replied, kissing my cheek right back. I noticed that we hadn't kissed since the break had been over, and I was feeling surprisingly annoyed about it. The waffles were amazing, and I enjoyed just being with Gabriel at his house. I felt like I was finally home. What are we doing today? Wiping my lips with a napkin. Gabriel's eyes glazed over as they followed the movement, and I snapped my fingers in front of him to regain his attention. Whatever you would like. I just want to be with you, Gabriel admitted. I thought for a minute or two, trying to decide what I really wanted to do before I perked up. I want to meet your friends, I announced with a proud smile on my face. It was a great idea. You what? I looked at him innocently. What? I can't meet your friends. Are you embarrassed by me? No, he shouted. I could never be embarrassed by you, sweetheart. It's just I wasn't thinking that was something you would like to do right now. Well, I assessed, standing up and pouting. He rose to his feet as well, cupping my cheeks with his hands. We can meet my friend Joel if you want. I leaned forward and pecked him on the lips lightening fast. 𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐻𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That was the one you were on the phone with earlier. Right. I wondered aloud. He nodded with a dazed expression on his face. Sure is, he informed me, leaning in to plant another kiss on my lips. I turned my head at the last second and his kiss landed on my cheeks. You can have another one after I meet your friend. Holding out a pinky, he laughed at my childish behavior and hooked his pinky with mine. Well, I guess I had better get him over here fast, Gabriel teased. I snorted and socked him in the arm. Yes, you had. 𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐻𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wouldn't want to have to find someone else to kiss. I have learned many lessons in my 20 years on this planet. I have learned how to ride a bike, how to pay taxes, how to write any mail. But hands down, the most important lesson I learned was learned that very day. Do not make an alpha jealous. What was that? Gabriel growled out. I stiffened when I noticed the dangerous edge to his voice. I was suddenly reminded that my boyfriend wasn't human and it could very possibly snap me in half. Nothing, I mumbled, shuffling away from him slowly. His sharp eyes narrowed in on the movement before they looked back at me again. Challenging lie. That wasn't nothing, he refuted. In that moment I lost all control of my body. It was as if I was possessed by the ancient 𝐾𝐜𝐤 ancestors who spent their life from gateway from danger. Flight, from the fight or flight theory, seemed to have been the dominant trait in my family because I took off sprinting at a speed I didn't know was possible. Shrieking in half terror, half hilarity, there was a loud growl behind me and I felt another burst of speed. I felt like I was practically flying. Two strong arms snagged me around the waist, but instantly the terror faded away, and all I was left with was amusement. I let my unrestrained laughter ring out as Gabriel swung me around, his face in my neck. When he planted both of my feet on the ground, I sighed, snuggling back into him, and letting my head lean on his chest. I closed my eyes and was sure that the look on my face was one of pure content as my silly possessive alpha pressed light kisses to my neck. Mine, he grumbled. I laughed again, turning around in his arms and giving him a big smile. Don't I know it? Sending him a wink. You did that on purpose, he accused. I was going to reply, distracted by the way the light hit his hair and made it look celestial. I was just zoning back in when I heard Gabriel muttering under his breath. I leaned my head back so I could get a better look at his face. What? He smoldered and I blushed under his intense stare. I was thanking God for giving me you as a mate. I can't promise that I will be perfect, but I can promise that I will love you, that I will take care of you, and I will always be here for you. My queen. He spoke truthfully, his deep voice resonating through the room. Oh my. I couldn't make him any such extravagant promises yet, but I did know that I felt an emotion for him. Strongly. Instead of trying to articulate the way I felt, I just leaned forward and pressed my lips to his, hoping he would understand what I couldn't say out loud. When he broke our kiss to rest our foreheads together and just look at one another, I knew he did. Chapter 14. Gabriel was holding me tightly in his lap, pressing an occasional peck to my lips. I was blushing something furious, but he wouldn't let go of me, and I wasn't trying to get away too hard. Then I remembered something and shot up. Gabriel, I gasped. He stared at me in confused amusement. I sent him a playful glare. What did I do? I put my hands on my hips and did my best to intimidate him. You promised that I could meet your friend Joel, and I promised you wouldn't get to kiss me until after that happened, I exclaimed. Gabriel just leaned back against the couch cushions with a so what look on his face. You tricked me. No more kisses. Stomping over to an armchair on the other side of the room and stretching it out so my cuddy boyfriend wouldn't follow me. Are you serious? He grumbled, rising to his feet and glowering at me. I held my ground. Deadly, I replied as frosty as possible. He took a step toward me and I glared harder. Joel's on his way. What's the problem? Gabriel growled. I blushed. I don't see why it's such a big deal to you. His closeness making me nervous and therefore louder. I don't see why it's such a big deal to you. He countered, only 2 steps away from my chair now. It's the principle. We promised and I don't like to break promises. I tried to explain. Gabriel paused, like he was going to think about it, before he lunged and scooped me up off the chair and pressed me against his chest. I tried to be angry, but I was laughing too much. Gabriel, still giggling. Let me go. Never, he replied, his eyes a shade darker and his voice taking a more serious tone. I suddenly felt as if he was saying something more profound, making a promise that ran deeper, and it sent chills down my arms to my fingertip. I couldn't stop myself. I closed my eyes, leaned forward and pressed a fierce kiss on his lips, wrapping my arms tightly around his neck. He groaned and tightened his grip on me, his fingers putting a delicious pressure on my hips. Then there was a loud bang. The natural reaction. And Gabriel, apparently having some sort of psychotic episode, had flipped us onto the ground, his body covering mine entirely. Get off, I yelled, shoving at his chest and thrashing under him. He growled at me angrily and 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷. Oh no. Nope. You don't get to growl at me like I'm one of your little dog buddies. If you don't apologize right now, you are going to regret it, I threatened sternly. Gabriel glared right back. You can argue with me when I'm protecting you, sweetheart, he commanded like it was some sort of oath I had taken, as if I had to take everything he said and obey it verbatim. Oh yes, I can, and oh yes, I will. That hurt. It was weird. And you haven't apologized, so I'm going to take away some privileges. I asked. I paused for a moment, registering that I sounded like a teacher and smiling to myself. What now? I won't apologize. Gabriel rolled his eyes. Climbing off of me, I shoved him aside and brushed myself off. Standing up. If you haven't apologized by the time I do the 5 count, I won't let you have sleepovers with me for a week. He didn't lessen his annoyed glare, so I sighed heavily. I couldn't believe how childish he was acting. 1 point to 3.4. I was sure he would say something, but he didn't, so I shrugged. 5 no more sleepovers this week. That's not fair. Gabriel complained like a 5-year-old. Neither is throwing me onto the ground and then groaning at me. Now apologize before I get to 5 again. He still looked annoyed, so I smiled and started my count. For point 5 he looked unimpressed, so I leveled him with my best "I have the upper hand" smile. No more kisses this week. On the cheek and the mouth. What? Looking disproportionately upset, I saw a man standing in the doorway. Out of the corner of my eye, refused to acknowledge him until Gabriel would man up and apologize. My dad used to say that you could tell the men from the boys by how willing they are to accept their mistakes. He told me I was only allowed to date men, and I promised him that. If you can't accept that groaning at me, someone who is supposedly your soulmate for doing nothing wrong, was a mistake then, soulmate or not, I can't be with you, even if it kills me. I'm serious about this. Gabe. Crossing my arms and trying to hide the pain I felt when I spoke about my dad. Viola, he sounded angry still, and I shot him a teary-eyed glare. Unless you are about to apologize, the next words that come out of your mouth will mean crap to me. Wiping away my eyes and turning to face who I assumed was Joel. Hello. I plastered a bright smile on my face. Hi, sorry if this is a bad time. He seemed uncertain. I noticed he was tall. Almost as tall as Gabriel. He was handsome too. I noted his hair was longer, curling past his ears. I preferred a slightly shorter cut, but I could appreciate his appearance. I heard a low growl from behind me and tensed up. Nope. It's just fine. You must be Joel. Holding my hand out to shake his, he smiled and reached for mine when Gabriel stepped between us. 𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐬 𝐷𝐞𝐽𝐿𝐬 thanks for your 𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐬. He asserted his dominance by crossing his arms and positioning his leg shoulder with the part. I ignored him and stepped to the side, shaking Joel's hand firmly. I saw a gleam of approval in his eye when he shook my hand and was grateful I had grown up shaking so many people's hands at my stepdad's work functions. It's so nice to meet you. Gabriel doesn't really tell me anything, so I'm really glad to have met someone else in his life. Joel laughed while Gabriel glowered. That's just like him to keep you all to himself. He won't stop talking about you. I don't think I've had a day's rest since he met you. I've only heard good things. Smiling back. I have a lot of questions for you, I informed him, turning around and walking back towards the furniture. I noticed there were 2 armchairs and a couch. I knew that Gabriel expected for me to sit on the couch with him, but I expected him to apologize, so I resolved that both of us would be disappointed. I sat in an armchair. Joel gulped, completely sober to the tension in the room, and Gabriel shot me a dark look, which I ignored. I watched as Joel sat on the couch and tried to hide a small smile behind at the sound of the other armchair being scraped along the floor toward me. He was such a toddler. What are your questions? I'll do my best to answer them, Joel promised. I nodded, taking in a deep breath. 𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐿𝐻𝐬𝐳. How long have you two known each other? I felt Gabriel pressing tightly against my chair. Our whole lives. We are only a few months apart. We were really just acquaintances through elementary school. But when we shifted into our worlds at the end of middle school, we were kind of thrown together. The alpha gene is passed down by generation typically, but most other wolf rankings are surprises until we shift for the first time. When we realized I was going to be his beta, we started hanging out more. We've been friends for 15 years now, Joel explained, a faraway look in his eyes when he spoke of their childhood. My heart warmed. These were the kinds of personal details I wanted to know about Gabriel. What's a beta? I wondered. He didn't tell you. Joel seemed shocked. I blushed, feeling embarrassed I didn't know. Shut it, Gabriel demanded harshly. I ignored him once again and shoved off the hand that was trying to sneak its way around my shoulders. He doesn't tell me a lot of things. So, what is it? I prompted. Joel cleared his throat, glancing nervously at Gabriel before continuing. Basically, I'm the second in command. If anything were to happen to Gabriel, I would take over as Alpha until another was appointed or born, Joel explained. I felt sick at the thought of something happening to Gabriel, and I guess it showed because Joel was quick to calm my fears. It's extremely rare that betas are used in that way. I mostly handle things when the Alpha is out of town or busy in meetings, so why would the Alpha ever need to go out of town? I wondered. Meetings with other Alphas. Wars. 𝐊𝐤𝐳, I cut him off with a panicked shriek. 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐻𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yes, wars. Did you think wars were peaceful creatures? We plant trees to mark our territory. You can't expect that we would be completely rational beings when we are more primal instinct than human, Joel informed me, looking shocked at my shock. I didn't imagine. 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I questioned feebly. He nodded stiffly, looking apologetic. They aren't often, only every few years. He tried to reassure me. My fear spiked again. Do you know how often wars should happen? Never. Those other werewolves have families. They have kids, and neighbors, and friends, and mates. Why would you ever go and attack them? I monologued, stressed. Then a horrible thought occurred to me. Have you ever killed someone? I demanded. I'm not sure how to answer that question, Joel admitted, looking a little frazzled. Gabriel was trying to comfort me, but I kept ignoring him and swatting his hands away. Yes or no? Yes, Joel looked defeated and awkward. I stood up out of my chair and began pacing. I knew it was different in the wild. Wolves killed wolves all the time. I was just upset because there was humanity involved. People killing people made me feel sick to my stomach. I didn't care if they were thinking as if they were a wolf at that moment. They still took a life. Okay, we need to switch subject. Now, I decided. Joel nodded, letting out a nervous laugh. Do you have any siblings? Joel got a big goofy smile on his face, and I felt a tentative smile of my own blossom. I have an older brother. He's one of my best friends. I also have a little sister. She's a little feisty, but life wouldn't be the same without her. He explained. My heart warmed. That's so cool that you have such a close relationship with your family. I glanced at the clock and my eyes widened when I saw the time. Well, as fun as this little chat was, I do need to head back to town. Joel nodded. I'm going to head there myself. I can walk you off if you like. I thought about his offer, but I declined. No, thank you. I need to talk to Gabriel anyway. The trip will give us a chance to talk. He nodded and walked out the door. As soon as the door was shut behind him, Gabriel's hand plucked me up from my seat and onto his lap, burying his nose in my neck and grinned slightly. I'm sorry for growling at you. I know it's not an excuse, but I was startled, and my only thought was of protecting you. When you talked, I was worried whoever it was going to hear you and hurt you. I'm sorry, I growled. I forget that you aren't like me sometimes. I forget how fragile you are. And when I feel you are in danger, it's as if I lose all control. Please forgive me, Gabriel begged, practically shaking. I tangled my hands in his hair, massaging his scalp. The low moan he let out showed his appreciation of the action. I forgive you. Please don't growl at me like that again, though. I am not from your world. I don't understand everything you want me to. And I'm sorry that we are going to have to overcome that. I care about you a lot, and I don't like feeling like you don't respect me, I explained. Gabriel tore his head out from my neck and looked into my eyes. I didn't know. I pressed a quick kiss to his lips, pulling away before he could deepen it. I know. That's why I told you. I hope you understand that just because you apologize now doesn't mean you don't get your consequences though. 𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐬𝐩𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐬𝐬 heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Standing up and pulling him to his feet. He pouted, but I just laughed and shoved him to him playfully. Take me home, Gabe. When we were in the car and halfway down the mountain, I decided to rip off the band-aid. Have you ever killed someone? Chapter 15. He didn't answer. 𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐬𝐬𝐬 heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He didn't answer. I knew what that meant too. He was defensive and avoiding the question, almost scared to reveal the truth. He dropped me off at my apartment, with an air kiss that broke the tension enough for me to give him a hug before I walked back inside my lonely apartment and locked the door. I leaned my back against it as my thoughts raced on. Finding out that your significant other has killed before should be terrifying. I suppose it was. But what was most heartbreaking wasn't that knowledge. Somehow I knew I could learn to live with that regardless. I could fall in love with him regardless. What hurt me the most was that he wouldn't be honest. So I set my mind to do some relationship Googling to try and diagnose our issue. What I found was shocking. Despite my efforts to move our relationship towards a route of clear communication and equality, I was only aggravating the issue. Gabriel had some obvious separation anxieties, coupled with his insecurities. My reflex of separating us and asking for some time hadn't actually solved anything. It had just added to his insecurities and fears of me leaving him. My eyes welled with tears as I realized the extent of my actions. My first thought was to call him, but I was worried that he was going to be busy. At least that was what I told myself. My real fear was that he was going to be fed up with my problematic solutions and break up with me. So instead of picking up my phone, I finally started my paper on how to teach students with 𝐾𝐿𝐬𝐻𝐿. It had been 3 days since I last spoke to Gabriel. I missed him. My heart ached and I felt the weight of his absence heavily. I had been so busy with classes and work and homework that I hadn't had the opportunity to talk to him since he had dropped me off. My skin was tinted slightly grey. The bags under my eyes dark and achy. My muscles were sore and I felt exhausted mentally and physically. My every thought was of him. I wore his sweatshirt to bed every night, his scent bringing me a little peace. Changing out of it was the worst part of my day and I dreaded it. You all right? Morgan asked as we locked up the cafe that evening. No, I sighed, pulling my phone out of my pocket. But I'm hoping I will be in a few minutes. Get home safe. 𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐬𝐻𝐿 heartfelt thanks to your unfailing enthusiasm. Morgan laughed and nodded, walking toward the bus stop. I sat down on the cold concrete bench and looked at my surroundings. The trees lining the woods were just across the empty road. I dialed a number I had memorized. I shivered as I waited for the ringing to stop, hugging my thin blue jacket closer to my body. Hello. I need you, sweetheart. What's going on? Where are you? Please. I begged, my voice breaking. I need you. It was all I could say. The words were the truest I had ever spoken. Are you hurt? What's wrong? I'm running. I'll be there so soon. He was assuring me. I felt a tear slip and I sniffled. A soft smile on my face. He still cared. I hadn't messed things up so badly because of my stupidity. Hurry, was all I said before I hung up. I wrapped my arms around me as the chilly winter air seeped into my bones. I heard pounding feet a minute later and looked up to see the man I hadn't stopped thinking about running as fast as he could towards me. I took off straight for him too, not even looking both ways as I flew across the road, throwing myself into his arms, wrapping my legs tightly around his waist and my arms tightly around his neck, convinced I would never let him go. My face burrowed into his neck that I felt grow slick with my tears. His arms were like steel bars pressing me tighter and tighter against him, his breathing shallow and his heart pounding. I was whimpering slightly at the contact. The instantaneous relief and peace that flowed through me were causing my body to shake. Sweetheart, please, he begged. His voice sounded tortured. Tell me what's wrong. Tell me what happened and I swear I will fix it. His hands were now combing my hair soothingly while his legs walked us over to the bench that was off to the side of a trail leading into the wood. I'm an idiot, refusing to remove myself from his neck. I was very comfortable, and I had missed him. No, who told you that? Gabriel sounded enraged, and I couldn't help but let out a side laugh. I'm so lucky to have you. You know that. Reluctantly pulling away enough to look into the eyes I had so dearly missed. He looked surprised, and that broke my heart too. He should be used to hearing that. I should have told him more. You're kind. That is one of the most important qualities in a person, in my opinion. You put my needs and safety before anything and anyone. That is remarkable. You are strong. You are fearless. You are funny, which is something I have always admired. And you really care. About me, about us, and about our future. I have been craving that for a long time now, and I have never felt safer and more cared for than when I am with you. Never once looking away from his eyes. I felt tears welling up again at the truthfulness of my words, praying that he understood how serious I was. I don't deserve you, Gabriel started to say, but I interrupted. Don't you dare finish that. Gabriel, I don't know a lot about your world, or how this whole mate thing works exactly, but I do know this: what we have is forever. You are made for me and vice versa. It's not about deserving, it's about belonging, and we belong together. He looked stunned, slightly amused, a little confused, and emotional. I really love you, Gabriel admitted, closing his eyes and resting his forehead on mine. I shouldn't have kept asking for space all those times. I didn't know how else to cope, and I thought it was the best route. But I know better now. I won't be making that mistake ever again. I care about you, Gabe, and if I haven't proved it to you by now, then I guess I will have to spend the rest of my life proving it. I am not leaving anytime soon, I whispered, desperately willing him to understand. I traced over his jaw lightly with my hands, reveling in the touch. Can I take you home? I'm going to take you home, Gabriel said, standing us up and strolling down the road. I would have been embarrassed 3 months ago, but now I was just comfortable. Things were different with Gabriel than I had ever imagined they could be. I think I fell asleep on the walk back, because next thing I can remember is feeling Gabriel rummaging in my purse for my keys. I woke up enough to sleepily pull them out for him and unlock the door before he nudged his way inside, and we walked to my bedroom. I was conscious enough to start mumbling apologies about the state of my room. I had been too stressed to clean it properly. Gabriel only smiled softly, saying it was all right before he kissed my forehead. Can I stay? He asked quietly, setting me on the bed. I didn't even bother responding, instead throwing my arms around his neck and yanking him on top of me, rolling over so he wasn't crushing me, and pressed a kiss to my temple. To my 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐿𝐻𝐬. Everything was back to normal. Mind if I take off my jeans? They're a little uncomfortable to sleep in, Gabriel whispered. I opened my eyes and glared at him. Only if you take off your shirt and give it to me, I demanded. He shouted out off and happily stripped, tossing me the t-shirt. I flopped out of bed, clumsily trying to take off my uniform. When I ripped the shirt off, I heard Gabriel gasp and I snorted. Control yourself, dummy. What did you just call me? Disbelief was evident in his tone. I yanked the shirt down and collapsed back onto the bed. A dummy. I'm tired. I've had a rough week. Let's just go to bed, I groaned, tugging on his warm hand. I shut my eyes as he crawled onto the bed behind me, his arms circling around me and tucking me into his side. I'm so sorry, love. Nuzzling in. I am too. Now let's go to bed. I have so many things to tell you tomorrow, I promised before I promptly fell asleep, feeling safe in the arms of the one I was very close to loving. Good morning, sweetheart. Gabriel's voice was in my ear. I groaned and stretched before curling further into him. He chuckled and pulled me on top of him, the sudden movement waking me up a little more. My eyes peeled open and I stretched again, cocking my back.
To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Leaning in to nuzzle his neck, his chest rumbled, letting me know that the more primal side of him was pleased with our position. What do you have to do today? Turning on his side and propping his head up on his elbow, I rolled onto my stomach, kicking my feet in the air and giving him an innocent smile. Nothing yet. His eyes lit up and a slow, sexy smile blossomed on his face. Spend the day with me. I have some more people I'd like to introduce you to if you're interested. I felt my heart stutter. Something about him trying to include me in his life just felt so right that it stunned me. I would love to, was my honest reply. He sat up ready to leave when I remembered something. Gabe? I asked shyly. He turned at the serious tone of my voice. Yes, Viola. I sat up criss-cross on the bed, facing him and twiddling my thumbs. I wanted to apologize. I am not very good with relationships. They scare me. I have always dreamed of love and a husband and a family. I want it all, but I let out a frustrated sound at the way the words seemed to escape me. Take your time, he encouraged. I tucked a strand of my long hair behind my ear. I don't feel entirely comfortable. His expression showed reserved hurt, and that sent me backpedaling. That came out wrong. I am so comfortable with you. I love spending time with you, and you make me feel so safe. I groaned again, and he chuckled lightly. You don't have to tell me, Gabriel said. I shook my head, annoyed at myself and wringing my fingers together again. No, I do. I just like you so much. And I know that you like me too. I finally found the words and they ripped out of my mouth before I could process them. I'm scared to fall in love. Once I had an English teacher who had a poster with a quote on it. Silence is a deep eternity. Speak your shallowest time. 𝐿𝐤 Carlyle. I never understood the quote until the silence followed my exclamation. It wasn't real silence. I heard the whirring of the air conditioning, the water of a neighboring apartment flowing through the pipes, the mechanical ringing of a TV. Quiet noises made unbelievably loud in the absence of the one voice I longed to hear more than anything else. My own breathing was deep, panicked. I looked into Gabriel's eyes to see that he was right in front of me, seeming to assess the situation. Gabriel, I whispered. He sat beside me, pulling me into his lap to cradle me against his chest. I can't change your fears or feelings, Viola, but I do love you. And I promise that if you fall in love with me, I will take care of your heart. Those tenderly uttered words spoke to my soul, calming my deepest anxieties. Everyone always says that a life together is so hard, and I saw what it did to my mom when Dad died. It terrifies me to become so dependent on someone else. I don't want that kind of ending. I want happy. I want smiles. I want all the good and most of the bad, but I am just so scared that as soon as I fall in love, I trailed off, something dawning on me. I pressed on and ignored the thought for the moment, though. As soon as I fall in love, I will be vulnerable. You will be. Love is vulnerability. It is trusting someone enough to let them see you at your lows. It is also giving completely to them. I know it's terrifying. It happened so easily once I opened my heart and mind up to it, though. Falling in love with you was like breathing. I couldn't have stopped myself. It doesn't stop being terrifying, but the fears and anxieties change. Now I don't worry about how it will end. I worry about you getting hurt, about me not being enough, about your day being bad. Please, open your heart to the idea of falling in love, sweetheart, because I love you, and it's the best thing that has ever happened to me. Gabriel swore. His voice was calming, controlled, reverent. I felt tears welling up in my eyes. I didn't know what I had done to warrant so wonderful a man, but as he spoke the words echoed in my heart and it opened. And that was when I realized it had been open for a while. And maybe I was already in love. Chapter 16. After eating a filling brunch at IHOP, Gabriel and I were discussing our plans for Thanksgiving in a few days while cuddled on his couch. I'm going to my grandma's. She lives 2 hours away and I haven't spent Thanksgiving with her in years. I explained.
Gabriel offered me a smile. How long will you be gone? I pondered the question for a minute. Well, I expect that I will leave tomorrow night and get back Sunday evening, I answered, reaching out to rub his knee comfortingly. That long? He replied glumly. I wrapped my arms around his waist and cuddled into his chest. It's only 5 days. I took a deep breath. I'm going to miss you. Gabriel turned on his side and pulled me closer to him, taking deep breaths of my hair. I don't know if I can make it that long, he said honestly. I let out a hum of agreement before I sat up quickly as a brilliant idea hit my mind. Gabriel. Getting excited. My werewolf shot up in alarm, staring at me cautiously. What? What are you doing for Thanksgiving? I demanded, my hands resting against his chest and staring into his eyes. He looked hesitant and concerned. Why? I frowned at his refusal to answer my question and poked his shoulder. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Usually the pack gets together, so I guess I'll do that. I don't know, Gabriel replied. I nodded. Right. Well, as fun as that sounds. I trailed off, looking into his eyes and smiling widely. How would you feel about coming to my grandma's with me? Gabriel smiled brightly back, pressing a quick kiss to my lips. I would love to. You should probably ask your grandma first, and I'll have to talk to Joel's mom to let her know. I nodded, full of excitement, and stood up to call Grandma. Where are you going? I shushed him and mouthed that I was on the phone. Hello, I heard my grandma's voice. Hi, Grandma. Bouncing on my toes with excitement. Hey, Viola. How are you? I'm so excited to see you on Tuesday, she exclaimed. I could hear the smile in her voice. I'm good. I'm actually calling about Tuesday. I trailed off nervous to ask her. She knew almost everything about the Gabriel situation, which meant she was either be strongly for or strongly against his coming. Yes, I could hear the impatience in her voice. Is it okay if I invite Gabriel to come to Thanksgiving? Wincing after I spit it out. Sure. Just know that you will not be sleeping in the same bed, and he better be prepared to hang out with all of your cousins that are coming. She agreed. I sighed in relief. Thank you. I really mean that, Grandma. I love you. I'll see you Tuesday. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐿 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐿 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I love you too. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐿 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Goodbye. She saluted and hung up. I whirled around to look at Gabriel and jumped onto the couch next to him, bracing my hands on his shoulders so I didn't bounce right back off. She said yes. Did you tell Joel's mom? Smiling wide, Gabriel chuckled and pressed a kiss to my forehead. I will at dinner. Speaking of, do you want to come to the pack for dinner? You can eat at the pack house with Joel's family and I. Gabriel invited. I felt a smile split on my face. He was finally reaching out. I'd love to. Should we head out now? Maybe I can get a tour of your pack while I'm there if we get there early. Meet some new people. I really just wanted to understand Gabriel better. I was almost in love with the guy and I didn't even know anyone else in his life except his second in command. There was so much more to uncover about him and I wanted to know it all. Someone's a little eager. Come, Gabriel hummed, standing up and stretching. I guess we could go, but just know that I'm a different person with you. I laughed. I couldn't imagine Gabriel as anything too drastically different than the gentle giant with a powerful punch that I knew. Sure. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐿 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let's just get this show on the road, I encouraged, jumping off the couch and pulling on his arm until we got to the car. It's different when you have to be in charge of a whole group of people. I can't be the same person with you that I am with them. I'm not. Nice. he explained. I still wanted to know who he was. All of him. His warning wasn't a deterrent. It only intrigued me more. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐥𝐻𝐬. Is that the Luna? A voice asked as soon as we stepped out of the car. I looked up startled to see a crowd of people waiting for us like we were celebrities. I smiled at them all and waved. I could get used to people being this excited to see me. Yes, this is my Luna, Gabriel answered stiffly, wrapping his fingers around mine and nodding to the people in acknowledgement. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐥𝐻𝐬. We have to go. Nice to see you all. I called over my shoulder. I heard them start chattering as Gabriel pulled me away and I smiled up at him. That wasn't too different. Dave, they didn't do anything to wrong you, he simply answered. I shrugged off his comment and focused on my surroundings. The buildings were fairly small, a little worn, but full of character. They appeared to be at least 150 years old by the looks of the architecture. I found myself staring in awe at the hand-painted signs declaring what each shop sold, the metal street lamps that looked to be right out of Singing in the Rain, and a family strolling down the road together throwing us glances as they passed and bowing their heads in respect. I tugged on Gabriel's shirt sleeve until he looked down at me with the stoic expression that had been on his face since we arrived. What? He grumbled. I ignored his tone of voice. Nothing would stop my good mood. It's beautiful here. Can we go in some of the shops? Please, I begged, giving him my best pout. His eyes darkened and I felt him about to cave when his eyes flickered away from mine and he shook his head, tightening his grip on my hand and pulling me alone. No, not today. I felt my mood deflate a little, but I settled with just observing. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐥𝐻𝐬. I'll just look then, I conceded. Gabriel gripped my hand a little harder, and I felt an unsettling feeling of being observed wash over me. I started walking faster, moving closer to Gabriel. I didn't like the uncomfortable and ever-growing fear that was settling over me. I could tell he sensed my discomfort because he was holding my hand so tightly my fingers ached and his thumb was rubbing across my knuckles in reassurance. Gabriel, I whispered, my voice shaky. So much for my determination to keep a positive attitude. He hummed quietly in acknowledgement. Can we maybe go faster? I mumbled, looking at my feet. I felt him sharply inhale and a low growl rumbled in his chest. Something was making him furious, and I was pretty sure it was whatever was freaking me out. Yes, follow me, he demanded. I bit back a comment about how I was already doing that and followed him as he ducked inside a shop to our right. He nodded at the man behind the counter whose eyes misted over before he nodded and pointed behind him. Gabriel turned to me and said. I complied, wrapping my arms around his neck and my legs around his waist as he supported me with 2 hands under my rear end. He ducked behind the counter through the back room and somehow we were outside and Gabriel was sprinting. I buried my head in his neck and clutched onto him with all my might. After 2 minutes Gabriel stopped running and we were at his house. He unlocked the door and walked in quickly before he slammed the door, locked it, and sped us over to the couch. Dropping down, I was still shaken up from the weird feeling I hadn't, so I didn't bother sliding off of his lap. Not that he would have let me. I could tell by the tightness of his arms around me. He wasn't calmed down yet either. I pressed a kiss to his neck impulsively and noticed that he was shaking. Gabriel, I whispered. His hands were gripping my hips impossibly hard and I was trying to ignore the pain to get to whatever was upsetting him. Why? I trailed off and thought over my words carefully. I know that I didn't feel that way for no reason. Can you please explain what happened? Gabriel was still visibly shaken, and his eyes were jammed shut so tightly I was surprised his muscles weren't sore. I trailed my hands around his shoulders and down his arms, sliding my fingers into his firm grasp and resting my forehead on his. I watched as his eyes relaxed ever so slightly. I pressed a kiss on his lips, firm, reassuring. I wanted him to feel that I was there. It's a lot to explain, he finally replied. I've got all the time you need to listen.
We're partners now. I might be able to help. Gabriel cleared his throat and nodded. 𝐿𝐢𝐻𝐸 𝐑𝐞𝐝𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Give me a second to mind link Joel so they know that they don't have to wait for us to eat. He consented. I smiled softly at him. 𝐿𝐢𝐻𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's like telepathy, right? I confirmed. He just nodded tiredly. Packs are set up like this. Alpha is the leader. I am in charge of providing for, protecting, and selecting members of the pack. Beta is my second in command. He does all of the paperwork that I can't get to so that what I can do is more effective. Then come the pack members. Everyone functions in their own rights. Each person has different skillets that they have to use to benefit the pack in some way. Werewolves with medical background are expected to be available to provide care to pack members. Those with knowledge and a passion are teachers. Every member works together to create a fully functioning society, interdependent on one another. Gabriel had walked me into his study, pulling out maps and folders from cabinets as he explained. I nodded. Everything he was saying made sense. Well, there isn't just my pack. There are packs all over the world. Just like with humans, we have war. We have miscommunication. Those things are all natural in our world. We also have wolves who desert the pack, in action or by announcing. When a wolf leaves a pack, they are called rogues. Of course, they are free to join other packs should they and the other pack be willing, but usually wolves who leave their packs are criminals. Gabriel explained. He was outlining a big area on a map of the United States. This is where our pack is. I govern all the wolves here. Those who would like to are allowed to live in this village. It offers different pros and cons to living with the humans. Our wolves can be more free. There is considerably less strain to hide ourselves when we all live together. But living with a group of people who are territorial, temperamental, and possessive can be exhausting. Basically what I'm saying is there are wolves all over this area, inside and outside of the village, that I am in charge of, Gabriel said. I snatched his hand and held onto it for a moment, making sure he looked up into my eyes. I know that can't be easy. I'm sorry you've had to do that alone, I whispered. Gabriel sent me a warm smile, pressing a kiss to the back of my hand in a move so intimate I blushed. I pulled my hand out as bashfully. You were saying, a few years ago there was a war. All strong packs have allies. One of the packs we have an alliance with had an alpha who made a horrible mistake. However, was too great, and he refused to apologize to the pack he had wronged. The alpha of the offended pack couldn't let it slide, and I don't blame him. He declared war on our allies. The alpha, his name was Roger, begged all of the packs whom he had forged alliances with for assistance. I couldn't ask my men and women to risk their lives over something they had no control over for such a foolish reason. I told him he should reconsider going to war. He refused, and so I couldn't help him. Gabriel explained in a tortured voice. I nodded. That made sense. Well, allies lost. They suffered significant losses, and all for nothing. Good wolves died because of a stupid mistake. The only reason they weren't completely obliterated was the offended alpha had mercy on them and told them they had to disband their pack, join another, or continue living life as rogues. Gabriel explained. I thought about the heartache of the poor survivors from that pack. Losing loved ones is never easy, but to lose so many so instantaneously. My soul wept for their losses and took on the grief they felt. I took in as many into my pack as possible. I tried to do some background screening so that none of the corrupt wolves of that pack could make it in. But I couldn't get all of them. There are wolves from that pack, and even some original members of my own pack who blame me. He admitted. I looked up as breathed in deep at his wet eyes. It is not your fault, Gabriel, I declared vehemently, feeling tears prick at my own eyes in empathy. You saved lives by not involving your pack. Whatever they want to believe, you made the best decision you could have. You are not to blame for another man's mistake. I wish they saw it that way. He chuckled ruefully.
Sometimes when the pain hurts so bad, we become blinded to reason, I explained, giving his hand another squeeze and then looking down at the map to distract me from the look in his eyes. I was feeling such protectiveness, devotion, and care for Gabriel that I suddenly became aware I was in love with him. I had been in love with him for a while, but to bring it up now when we were talking about something so heavy and so difficult for him would be inappropriate. I would have to wait for a better time. I wish it was just blame though. They started leading riots. They have been leaving threats on my desk for some time now, leaving promises of violent acts against innocent people unless I step down as alpha and are one of them to lead the pack instead. I know they want revenge. I know their plan will only lead to good people dying, and so I can't even negotiate with them because all they want is destruction. They claimed that because I was mateless, I was weak. They claimed that I was cruel, unfeeling, tyrannical. Every offensive thing to call a leader, and it wouldn't bother me if people weren't starting to doubt my ability to protect and provide for them. I wrapped an arm around his shoulders, cradling his body to me protectively, hoping to ease some of his pain. Well, you have a mate now, so that solves that problem, and I am going to make it my mission to help you figure this thing out. You aren't alone anymore, I swore to him, pressing a kiss to the top of his head and holding him tighter. I wish it would solve that problem, but now that they know you are my mate, they are going to target you, threaten you. They know I would do anything to keep you safe and unharmed. They also know that even if the threats don't work, if they succeed in killing you, they can claim I'm unstable and unfit to lead. Only it won't be a claim. It will be the truth. A wolf without a mate loses their tie to humanity. I would be rabid, angry. Exactly who they are trying to convince everyone I am. Gabriel ranted. I rubbed his back and pressed another kiss to his head. I couldn't think of anything else to do to comfort him. Well, can't you just arrest them? Or is that not something an alpha can do? 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐿 𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐢𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 members of the pack on grounds so serious when I have little proof is asking too much faith of my pack members. I have to get clear evidence before I can take care of the problem, but I worried I won't be able to collect enough until they've done something I won't be able to fix. Gabriel whispered hoarsely. Well, now you've got me to help. I pulled his face up until I could look into his eyes but to see they were closed. I pressed two sweet pecks to his eyes and felt my heart stutter when his eyes opened and he gave me a sweet smile, pecking my lips and standing up. That I do, he whispered. I gave him a big grin and pulled him onto his feet. Let's go to dinner now. I gasped as a horrible thought occurred to me. Unless, is Joel one of the bad guys? Gabriel began laughing, scooping me up and hauling me against his chest. My face was red with embarrassment, but I didn't miss the opportunity to cuddle against him. They are targeting him too. Joel is my best friend. He doesn't have a bad bone in him. Trust me, sweetheart. This dinner will be once safe. Chapter 17. Are they going to like me? I whispered, suddenly worried as we approached what Gabriel told me was the pack house. It was, according to my knowledge, a clubhouse of sorts. People could come and go as they pleased during the hours it was open and use the facilities. When it closed, the house was reserved for the Beta family and the Alpha family to use according to their needs. Why are you even worried? Sweetheart. It's not like it's my family. He laughed, giving my hand a quick squeeze before he pulled open the door and ushered me inside. Is that you, Gabriel? A woman's voice shouted from down the impressively sized hall. Yes, sir. He shouted back. I was a bit startled by how comfortable and relaxed he seemed, but then I smiled. I was glad he had people he could depend on. Did you bring your mate? A man shouted. I heard a smacking noise as we drew closer to a room where an amazing smell was coming from. Her name is Viola. I knew that voice as Joel's. Gabriel was snickering under his breath and I was still unnerved to see him so carefree. Come on, sweetheart. They're just in here, he explained, tugging on my hand into the room. The bright can lights coming from the ceiling lit up the room and gave the room a happy ambience. I found a smile on my face as I took in the room full of people giving us happy grins. Gabriel, long time no see. a boy greeted, standing up from his chair. I guessed he was 2 years younger than myself. Tall, lanky, and looking very similar to his older brother. He must be a hit with the ladies at his school. "Hey Josh, how have you been?" Gabriel stepped forward and shook the boy's hand. "Glad to have you," said a man at the foot of the table. I assumed he was Joel's dad. He was smiling at me, and I realized what he had said was directed at me. "Thank you for having me. It's nice to meet you all. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐿𝐬 𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐿𝐬 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐿𝐬. Gabriel dropped his arm around my shoulder and smiled my favorite smile at me. The one where I felt like I was the most important thing in the world to him. "Good to see you again," Joel replied, standing up and pulling me out of Gabriel's arms and into a hug. I giggled and hugged him back for about 5 seconds before Gabriel was tugging me back against him. "That's enough, Joel," he growled warningly. I just smacked his chest. "Be nice," I whisper scolded. He had the decency to look mildly rebuked, and I counted it as a win. "Where's Sarah?" Gabriel asked, walking to the head of the table and holding me along with him. He pulled out a chair to the right of the one at the head of the table and helped me get situated comfortably before pushing in the chair. When it finally clicked that no one had responded, I looked up to see all 3 of the men in Joel's family and 2 women staring at me with big grins on their faces and tears in the eyes of the older woman. "You must be Viola," she guessed, giving me a watery smile and setting a large pot roast on the table. I blushed at the attention as she made her way over to me. I felt awkward sitting down while she was standing, but her warm smile helped ease my nerves. "We've been waiting to meet you for a long time," she informed me. "I'm afraid I'm not anything too special, but I am grateful to be here with you all," I replied, grabbing Gabriel's hand under the table and glancing at him with a blush and a smile. "That is all we could have hoped for." She seemed to snap out of the daze, and she shook her head, turning around with her hands on her hips. "Now who is ready to eat?" There was a collective cheer as the family began serving up their dishes, taking food left and right. I watched Joel dump half the gravy pitcher onto his plate, while Josh piled 5 rolls onto his. I found myself overwhelmed at the busy atmosphere. I couldn't decide what to eat, and they were piling their plates so high the large amounts of food were almost obsolete. I sent a panicked look to Gabriel, and instead of helping, he just began filling a plate with food. My right hand reached to grab a roll when Josh snatched it up and smashed it into his mouth. I was shocked to see that all the other rolls that were on his plate just a minute ago were already gone. My distress was going unnoticed, and I had just resolved to go starving when a full plate landed in front of me. "You eat first," Gabriel insisted when I gave him an incredulous look. "The food is going to run out," I exclaimed quietly. "You eat. I'm not that hungry anyway. I can just eat some cereal at home." His eyes narrowed at me in a way that told me I was in trouble. I gulped at the delicious feeling of anticipation that raced down my spine. "You eat now or I won't eat," he threatened. I knew his metabolism was much faster than mine and that he was probably already starving. I also knew he followed through with his threat, so I had to think of something quick. "We can share. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐿𝐬 𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐿𝐬 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐬. Cutting a piece of the juicy roast with a fork and knife and holding it up for him. His eyes shone with affection and admiration and something bigger, and he nodded. He took the bite carefully, not breaking eye contact. Somehow this was more intimate than anything we had ever done before. So we took turns feeding each other while the conversation flowed. I learned the other girl. Not Sarah. Joel's mum was the sister. Her name was Jane and she was 15. Josh was a senior in high school, so only a year and a half younger than me. He winked at me one time, but Gabriel growled so loud my ears started ringing, so I don't think he'll be trying his suave act again on me. When the night was over, I understood why Gabriel loved them so much. "Thank you so much for coming," Sarah said, putting me into a motherly hug. I hugged her back for a moment before stepping away to reply. "Thank you for having me. I had a really good time, and it was so nice to meet you all." Sarah got teary-eyed again. "I'm so grateful he found you. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐿𝐬
Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷. He doesn't share much at first. He's not really one for heart-to-hearts. But I know he was lonely. He has a lot going on that he won't even tell us about, and I'm so glad he has you to lighten the load some, she explained quietly. I snuck a glance over at Gabriel who, despite his supernatural hearing, seemed to have not heard as he was preoccupied thumb-wrestling Josh for some handshake they had. I smiled wide as I watched him. I really loved him. I'm grateful too. He's a really special guy. I should probably be getting back, but I hope to see you again soon, I told her, walking over to Gabriel and wrapping my arm around his. He immediately tucked me closer to his side and took a deep breath of my scent. Bye guys. See you soon, Gabriel shouted as we walked out and shut the door behind us. Once it was fully shut, I turned around and slapped his arm. What was that for? I can't believe you were hiding those people from me. They are lovely, and every moment in there was a dream. I crossed my arms to add to the haughtiness of my comment. Gabriel burst out laughing. When he didn't stop, I turned red. What? I demanded, embarrassed. He wrapped his arms around mine and pressed his forehead to mine, mirth still glowing in his eyes. You are adorable. And you're right. I should have, he conceded. I tried and failed to fight back a smile, and I leaned up and pressed a kiss on his lips lightly, pulling away enough to wrap my arms around his neck and look into his eyes. Gabriel. I took a deep breath, closing my eyes for a moment to gather my thoughts. Yes, sweetheart. Nuzzling my face with his. I opened my eyes and looked at him determinedly. I love you. He froze as if my words had completely shocked him. His eyes widened as they stared down at me. I was flushed and nervous at his silence. Then in an instant, he was crushing me into his chest where he spun around and around in a circle, whooping and hollering like a child. I was shrieking and giggling uncontrollably until he finally set me back on my feet, only to start smothering my face in kisses. Gabe. I laughed, squirming. He didn't stop though, only kept smiling and kissing me. He made a smacking noise as he pressed kiss after kiss. I finally just gripped his face between my two hands and pulled my face out of reach of his lips. His eyes were shining with a kind of lightness I hadn't seen in him in a long while. He looked relaxed and content. I love you, I whispered again when an uncontrollable amount of love filled my heart for him. I leaned up and pressed my lips against his firmly for a moment, pulling away to look at him. I love you so much, he confessed. I blushed and smiled up at him. I love you too, I told him again. I couldn't think of anything else to say. It was the most important thing I could think to tell him. How am I supposed to take you home now? Gabriel whined, cuddling me against his chest. I rested my head on his torso and mumbled. What was that? I pulled my face out from his chest for just a moment to reply to him. You can stay over tonight if you'd like. But then no more sleepovers until we get married. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐿𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷. He scooped me into his arms, laughing delightedly again and smacking a kiss onto the top of my head. I love you, he yelled, spinning us around again. I gave in to my impulses and shouted out my response. I love you too. The door banging open had both of us freezing. Hey, we get it. Congratulations or whatever, but could you not be so loud? Joel shouted out of his front door. Gabriel laughed and shouted back at him. She loves me. Joel's irritated expression melted into one of happiness as he stared at his friend and I. He shook his head chuckling and waved good night to us. Shh, I whispered loudly. Gabriel shook his head as he carried me to his car. I'm sorry, but I can't. I can't be quiet while I'm this happy, he explained. I blushed and pressed a soft kiss to his cheek. I love you a lot, Gabriel. You're my best friend, the best boyfriend I could have dreamed of, and the best listener I've ever had. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I know I still have a lot more to learn about you and your world, but I really can't imagine a day passing by without you in it. I love you more than I have words to express. I'm so thankful God put you in my life because I needed you. I can't wait for you to meet my family this week. Cuddling further into his hold,
I love you too. I'm not very good with words, but I hope that through my actions you will see how much I love you. I can't wait to spend time with your family either. You're the best thing that has ever happened to me. Viola, I love you. I never thought a simple family gathering would reveal a family secret, and I am part of that secret. Chapter 18. It's so lovely to have you here, Grandma shouted, wrapping her small but strong arms around me. I let go of Gabriel's hand to give her a hug in return, smiling widely as she finally pulled away and turned to look at the man standing beside me. Grandma, this is Gabriel, I introduced, wrapping an arm around Gabriel and tucking myself into his warm body. It's great to finally meet you. Ma'am, Gabriel offered her a stiff but polite smile. I could tell he was feeling nervous and I reached for his hand, giving it a squeeze. He relaxed slightly, and I slid my gaze back to Grandma, who was giving him one of her friendliest smiles. It's great to meet you too, Gabriel. I've heard a lot about you from my Viola, she replied. I felt Gabe slightly tense as Grandma laid her claim on me. I just ran my thumb over his knuckles and leaned against him more. I cleared my throat to hurry up the introductions as it was pretty cold outside, and I was only wearing a sweatshirt. Hurry on inside, guys, and I'll show you your rooms, she offered, opening her door wider to let us fit through. Gabe, seeming to realize how cold I was, took off his coat and draped it over my shoulder, hugging me to his chest like a burrito. I slipped my tennis shoes off and he did the same before I looked at him reproachfully. I'm fine, I informed him. He shook his head, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. Just keep it on until you are feeling a little warmer. Please. I don't want you to catch a cold that might ruin your fun family time, Gabriel begged. His lips formed a concerned pout and I couldn't help but lean up and press a kiss to them, pulling away in his hold as far as his arms would allow before smiling. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I love you, I whispered the last part. His whole face lit up and he stared at me with adoration. I love you, he replied, pulling me in for one more squeeze before he finally let me go and returned to face Grandma, who was staring at us with a small smile on her face. I blushed and cleared my throat again. So our rooms? I asked her. She nodded, clapping her hands. Wait. Okay. Viola, you're going to be upstairs in the red room. Gabe, I have a bed made up for you in the basement with all the boys. You are welcome to keep your luggage in the red room as well though. I nodded, linking my fingers with Gabe's and tugging him up the stairs. I don't get to sleep with you. He whined quietly when we got to the top of the stairs. I gave him my best. Are you serious? Look and laughed when he shrugged. Remember what I told you. No more sleepovers until we are married. Come on, lover boy. Tugging him into my room, Gabe set down our suitcases and then made a leap for the bed, tackling me down with him on the way. I shrieked and gasped when my back hit the mattress and Gabriel pinned down my arms. I love you so much, sweetheart. And I take back what I said about you taking off the jacket when you are warm. I never want you to take it off. You look absolutely adorable. He mumbled against my neck while he peppered kisses up and down the sensitive skin. I love you too, Gabe. But you know, I cut myself off by letting a quiet moan slip out. If you want me to be more comfortable while we are doing more physical activities, you should really let me take off this heavy coat. He pulled away and helped me take it off before he pinned me on the bed again with his hips. You are enchanting, he murmured, leaning down to connect our lips. Gabriel let out a groan and pulled himself off of me, flopping down on my other side. I hate being interrupted, he said in response to my questioning look. Suddenly the door was flung open and my cousins came pouring in. Sam shouted, opening up his arms for a hug. I jumped right into them when a body collided into my side. 𝐊𝐲𝐷𝐞𝐝. I laughed, ruffling his hair even though the 15-year-old was much taller than me. Who's this guy? Sam asked, pulling out of the hug and staring at Gabriel, who looked like he couldn't decide if he liked my cousins or not. This Gabriel, he's my boyfriend. I told them. That got a mischievous look on his face and I could tell he was about to tease me. Oh, a boyfriend. Are you in 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬? I blushed and looked at Gabriel, who was already looking at me. Yes, I am, I said, smiling at Gabriel, who gave me a tender smile back. I turned around to look at Sam and Zach. They were wearing matching expressions of complete disgust. EW, that's nasty. Zach whined. I just snorted. Have you seen yourself after a soccer game? Hands on my hips offensively. To my 𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐬 𝐷𝐐𝐻𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐮𝐳𝐿𝐬. Point taken. My comedian cousins decided to leave the room while Gabe and I unpacked. I won't ever tire of hearing you say that. Gabriel mumbled, circling his arms around me from behind and his lips settled on mine. I shivered at the contact, reaching one hand up and into his hair while the other hand rested on top of his large and warm ones on my stomach. It's still pretty weird to me, I admitted, sighing and relaxing into his arms further. My eyes closed in complete content. What is, sweetheart? Gabriel breathed against my skin. I turned slowly in his arms, my own coming up and wrapping around his neck, keeping myself firmly against him. Being in love. I have dreamed about falling in love for years. I'll admit this is a little different than what I had in mind. But Gabriel, he hummed. I wouldn't change our love story for one moment if it meant we didn't end up right here, with me in your arms. We were a little late for dinner. After a full week of introducing Gabriel to family members, eating heaps of food, and being around people I loved, I was reluctant to leave. So when Grandma asked for us all to gather in the living room with her, I didn't hesitate to drag Gabriel with me. He of course made me take a seat on his lap. He had gotten much more comfortable showing affection in front of my family, and held on to me tightly. I didn't mind. He was comfortable. I'm so glad you guys were all able to come this week. Nothing makes me happier than seeing my family all together. Smiling and laughing, she started. I noticed the way her voice wavered as if she was emotional. I realized that she looked far older than she used to, and suddenly a bubble of anxiety formed in my stomach. Gabriel could tell. His lips pressed against the top of my head, his arms tensing around me. I snuggled backward into him to draw what comfort I could to soothe my fears. I was sure it was nothing. I love you guys. The last thing I wanted was a holiday where everyone was worried about me. So I waited until today to share with you guys something I've known for a while. I have stage 4 lung cancer, she whispered, a tear slipping out of her eye. I was shocked. Grandma was my rock. She wasn't supposed to die. She was only 65. She had a lot left in her. There had to be something we could do. We can just get treatment. Right? My Uncle Ricky asked, his face pale and hands shaking, echoing my own hopes. Grandma just smiled softly and shook her head. I have declined treatment. The doctors gave me 8 months, even with the treatment. And I don't want to have meds messing with my mind in the time I have left. Chemo is painful and pointless for me, she explained. I hadn't moved yet. My mind was frozen as was my body. I have stage 4 lung cancer. The doctors gave me 8 months. I could barely breathe. But Gabriel's presence was enough for me to let some air in. How long do you have now? How long have you known? Sam whispered. My big, strong older cousin who had fought make-believe dragons for me was reduced to whispers in his shock. Gabriel cradled me tighter against him, pressing his lips to the top of my head and not moving them. I might be here for Valentine's Day. Grandma smiled brightly while the rest of us felt our hearts break. I felt my emotions threatening to get the better of me, so I tilted my head back to speak with my mate. Get me out of here. I need to get out of here, I ordered him pathetically. My voice came out so quiet and weak. Gabriel wasted no time, still cradling me tightly against him. To my 𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐬 𝐷𝐐𝐻𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐮𝐧𝐻 enthusiasm. It was lovely to be here, he mumbled out graciously before we were outside and in the back seat of his car. Sweetheart, I can't imagine what you are going through emotionally right now. But I love you. You can talk to me about it. I can talk and distract you. Or neither of us can speak and I can just hold you. It is completely up to you. My love, my sweet werewolf cooed. His legs sprawled across all the other seats, settling me against his chest and letting my legs lie in between his. I gripped his shirt in my fists. I don't know what to say. I told him honestly, that's valid. It's okay to be feeling what you are feeling. Gabriel soothed. I nodded, sniffling. My grandma was the only person I could trust for a really long time. I love her so much. She's probably one of the main reasons we're even together. Everything she's done for me was important and needed, and I can't do not having her or her support or her love again. I know it's ridiculous, but I can't help but feeling like I should have known. I should have noticed how tired she looked all week. She is normally so active. I rushed out. I wasn't sure if what I was saying made sense to him. It didn't even make sense to me. I had a wall blocking myself from feeling the reality of the situation. It's okay for you to not have noticed. She was hiding it really well. Sweetheart, she loves you. That's why you are going to miss her. And that's okay. You are not alone though. You won't ever be again. I will always love you. And I am always ready to help you out in whatever way you need. Gabriel promised. His speech full of love and compassion finally broke the dam, and I cried. I cried for all the things my grandma would miss, and I selfishly cried for myself. Because I knew that missing her wouldn't go away. Gabriel just held me tenderly, letting me cry my heart out until I finally, to my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻
Fell asleep. Chapter 19. Yes, that sounds good. Mrs. McCleary. I swatted at Gabriel, who was trying to pull me back against him for some more cuddling. I'm on a phone call. Gabe. I whispered to him angrily. Wonderful. The children have been missing you. I'll tell them they can look forward to Saturday, she replied. Hanging up. I smiled as I cut the call and tossed my phone aside, turning around and flinging my arms around Gabriel. I take it you're happy. Gabriel mumbled against me while I placed light kisses against his chest. Shut it. I know you heard the entire phone call. Of course I'm happy. Those kids are practically my own kids. I didn't birth them, but for 2 months I was more of a mother to them than their own. Plus, I'm not convinced they are being well taken care of right now. I know it's important to keep families together, but I think I was doing a better job, I said honestly. Whoa, truth bomb much. Babe. Gabriel laughed, his bright smile sending all kinds of warm and fuzzy thoughts to my brain. I flushed at his words, making me feel embarrassed. Okay. To my 𝐊𝐤𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. While I don't have the experience most parents have, I loved those kids, and I put their needs before my own. I really cared about them. That's the basic foundation of being a good parent. Trying to justify my words as I walked away from Gabriel and towards my kitchen. Right. Gabe agreed, following behind me. Speaking of parents. Trailing off and looking at Gabriel with a shy smile on my face. Don't you think it's time I met yours? His broad smile dropped into a look of apprehension and discomfort. Immediately the air grew thicker, and my body became tenser in anticipation of his response. I love you, Gabriel whispered, while his words already filled me with joy and warmth. They almost felt like a goodbye, like he had to remind me before he delivered news that may ruin us. I haven't told them about you yet. I flinched, but then I shook myself off and offered a brave smile. Okay, well, how about you start with that and then I'll introduce myself to them, I asked instead. He started and stopped just as soon. I could hear the heartbreak in his voice. I was torn between reaching out for him and stepping away, so I settled with nodding at him in encouragement. They don't. And then he let out a growl, raking his hands through his hair. I watched, heartbroken, as the man I loved fell apart. They didn't want me to have a human mate.
I don't want them to hate you. They don't believe humans are adequate at official pack jobs. He finally spat out, his eyes full and watery as he looked at me desperately. Gabriel. Why, my voice cracked. I couldn't help it. He had kept such a huge secret from me for so long I couldn't fathom it. My mind was trying to wrap around it, while my heart was crying out to comfort the poor broken man in front of me. Why wouldn't you say something sooner? We've been together for months, I whispered, hugging myself tightly. I didn't want you to think that their beliefs reflected my own opinions. I love you, human, werewolf. To my agent 𝐿𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can't imagine wanting to love anyone else. I can't picture someone better to marry me someday. I didn't want you to meet them because I won't be able to handle it if they don't accept you. Gabriel confessed, a tear slipping out as he licked his plum-red lips. I will choose you over them 1,000 times, but to be forced to choose between the woman I love and the people who raised me, whom I also love, especially when I'm already so stretched thin about this pack betrayal. His voice escalated into a yell as the panic worked its way onto his features and into the tremoring timbre of his voice. Will quite possible destroy me. I rushed towards him, wrapping him up tightly in my arms. I pulled his head down and he let me, wrapping his arms around my waist snugly while I pressed kisses to his forehead and cheeks. I love you. I held him tightly for what felt like hours but was only maybe a minute and a half. I pulled back when he let out a pathetic-sounding whimper and a sad little no escaped him. Come with me, I explained, gripping his hand tightly and pulling him out of my apartment. Where are we going? Throwing his arm over my shoulder and hugging me to his side. It wasn't the most efficient way to walk, but it was working okay and that was all I could ask for. I am taking you on a fun day, I announced. I shivered when the wind blew and the bitterly cold 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬 pierced through my sweater. Put on a coat before you leave. For heaven's sake. Gabriel grumbled, his arms rubbing up and down on mine. It's very thoughtful of you to do this. But I have to get back to the pack. I have a meeting today with a suspect, as well as additional training with the warriors. He replied, Well, what time is your meeting? Looking up at him. For PM. Well, then we have 2 hours of fun before I'm getting you back there, where you are going to absolutely blow the socks off everyone. But, in a completely reasonable and safe way, I encouraged. I pulled him along until we got to a trampoline park I knew Michael worked part-time at. Why are we here? Confused. Have you ever jumped on a trampoline? Gabriel. Looking up at him while I started removing my shoes. His face flushed slightly and my mood deflated slightly. Before a steely resolve filled me, I had a lot of responsibilities, even as a child, plus the children raised in the village. While they get to live with protection, also live without many popular human toys since they don't get to the rest of the world often. Gabriel explained. I nodded sympathetically. It made sense, but it didn't mean that I wasn't going to rectify it. It just means that I have a lot of things that I will get to show you. He gave me a small grin and followed my example by sliding off his own shoes. Viola, what are you doing here? I heard Michael's voice from behind us. I turned around and saw him strolling over with a big smile. I smiled back widely, reaching behind me and holding Gabriel's hand, because I was starting to learn that he needed reassurance that I was his, just as he was mine, especially around men, taking this guy out on a day of fun. I replied, resting my other hand on Gabriel's heart and looking up at my sweet werewolf, who was very clearly trying to stake his claim. His arm was wound tightly around my waist, and his face was intimidatingly stoic. Well, that sure sounds exciting. My name is Michael. He addressed Gabriel. Gabriel nodded at him. Gabriel, are you two here on a date? Michael asked, still smiling at us. I nodded enthusiastically yup. We've been dating a few months now. To my agent 𝐿𝐢𝐬𝐬𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I explained, reaching up to press a kiss to Gabriel's cheek. I whispered in his ear while I was up there. Relax. Michael is just a friend. And I love you. I felt Gabriel's hold loosen some and I counted it as a win. Wow, congratulations. Can I help you guys get set up? All you have to do is sign this release form, and you can go ahead and pay for your time in increments of half hours. Michael explained. Babe. Giving the power to Gabriel. I've also learned he's most comfortable when he's in charge. Sure. We'll get an hour, Gabe told him. Michael nodded, walking away to the computers behind the registration desk, gesturing for us to follow. What do we even do here? Gabriel asked once Michael left us. We jump. I answered, laughing giddily. Just sign here. And here. Then I'll stamp your hands and you'll be free to go. Michael told us. We did as he asked, and then we walked up the stairs and straight for the field of trampolines in front of us. Gabriel saw the little kids bouncing high and looked astounded. He turned to me with an adorable expression of delight and wonderment on his face. Look how high they can jump. They're human, he exclaimed in awe. I laughed and leapt onto a tramp in front of him, pushing off and launching as high as I could. Gabe's eyes widened comically when he saw how high I got. How are you doing that? Shocked, I let out a wild whoop, then shouted behind me as I launched myself across trampoline after trampoline. Follow me. I let my body collide with a more vertical trampoline and I fell onto my butt, still bouncing slightly as I watched Gabriel timidly boing his way over. He looked nervous, and whenever someone was on the same trampoline as his he wobbled. He finally made it over to me with an annoyed expression on his face. Why would you jump onto the wall like that? Viola, you could have been hurt. He grunted. I stood from the ground and jumped into the wall again, this time letting it fling me back to a standing position beside him. It doesn't hurt. You have to jump harder. Gabriel, it's only fun when you let yourself go. I explained to him, bounding away again. He once again followed me timidly, kicking his way over obstacles. When he made it to me, I had already formed a plan on how to get him to forget himself and let go. I sprung up, latching myself around his body, pressing my forehead against his. His eyes immediately brightened to their brilliant brown that meant he was turned on. I let out lips brush against each other as I spoke. If you want to catch me, Gabriel, you're going to have to try harder than that. I whispered breath 𝐿𝐲, jumping down and shrieking loudly when I heard him following me as I jumped from tramp to tramp. I got to a large rectangle one and decided to show off a little bit. I launched into a front handspring followed by a triple front flip, landing solidly and shooting straight up, before letting my body go absolutely limp so I would flop about more. I hit the tramp one time before Gabriel caught me and laughed joyously. You are right. Jumping high, with me in his arms. I laughed with him and freed myself, content to just bounce along beside him. How'd you learn to flip like that? 𝐾𝐥𝐻𝐸 𝐿𝐻𝐸 I flashed him a broad smile. We had a trampoline in the backyard growing up. I used to go out and jump every day. I told him, slightly out of breath. I loved jumping, but I was still human, and still got tired often. That's fun, Gabriel commented. We jumped until our hour was up, thanked Michael and began walking back to my apartment. Let's get you ready for your meeting, I instructed as soon as we walked through the door. Mind if I take a quick shower? I nodded, pointing at the bathroom. To my 𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 I opened up the closet. He had stored a few of his clothes here and taken nearly half of my wardrobe to his place, claiming we had made it to that point. What is your meeting about? Are you confronting them? I asked through the door. No, he's a well-respected, ish security wolf, and I have to meet with him and Joel. He wanted to meet with me, so he set up the meeting, but I will not meet alone with him. He would be able to distort my words and lay blame on me that I do not deserve. He doesn't know that Joel is going to be there with me too. Gabriel answered. That's very smart of you. I approved, feeling proud of my mate. Thanks, sweetheart. Are you nervous about it? I don't know. I know I am stronger than him. But he definitely has a lot of support. There was another riot last night. He admitted. I gasped. Was anyone hurt? What happened? Thinking of Joel's family and how kind they had been to me, I wouldn't know what to do if they were injured. Everyone is okay. They left some graffiti on the packed house before Joel got outside and scared them off. Gabe explained. They are a bunch of cowards. I exclaimed, frustrated. I agree. I decided to let getting ready in peace, so I just reminded him that I loved him and I walked out of my bedroom. Once he had gotten dressed, he emerged from the bathroom to find me curled up on the couch in one of his hoodies and bundled in my thickest blanket, sipping hot chocolate and watching some TV. I glanced up from my comfy position to see him snapping a picture of me. I blushed and stood up, still wrapped up. I waddled over to him and wrapped my arms around his waist, snuggling in and closing my eyes. I placed a tender kiss to his chest above his heart and sighed comfortably. I felt his arms combing through my hair and decided I could have stayed content in that position for 100 years. I felt safe. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐤, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and loved. I heard a car whiz by on the street outside, and it snapped me out of my Gabe-induced haze. Good luck in your meeting, babe. I wished him, slowly opening my eyes and stepping back. He let out a soft growl, reaching out and pulling my swaddle thumb back against him. I raised no complaints, only blinked sleepily up at him. You're coming with me, he grumbled, his arms around me. I wanted to laugh at his possessiveness, but I only yawned and mumbled why. My eyes were already sliding closed. I couldn't help it. He was warm and so comfortable, and I felt so safe. It was nearly impossible to stay awake. Gabriel swiped my knees out from under me and held me bridal style against him, my arms wrapping loosely around his neck so I could cuddle my face against him. His chest was rippling with possessive growls that only filled me with comfort. It's not safe for you to be unprotected right now, Gabriel replied, pressing a gentle kiss to my head. I nodded and snuggled into him further. I didn't really care what was happening. I was so comfortable. Gabriel carried me out to his truck, set me in the passenger side, still bundled up, and climbed into the driver's seat for the drive ahead of us. I love you, I mumbled out through a yawn as I turned on my side to face him. I watched a happy, satisfied grin blossom on his face. He turned and a few strands of his hair fell into his eyes. I love you too, sweetheart. Are you tired? Amused. I stayed up late last night, and I guess going to the trampoline park wore me out, I told him, blinking harshly to keep myself awake. I could fall asleep once he was eating, but I found that I couldn't bear to miss even a moment of talking with him. What were you doing so late? Gabriel wondered. I had a killer assignment for school. I explained. I don't like that school is keeping you up so late. Why not lighten your course load? Gabriel asked. The frustration he felt at my not being at my physical best because of school evident. I would, but then I'd have to go to school longer, and I can't afford many more years. The more classes I take, the sooner I can graduate and start using my degree. I told him, shifting uncomfortable as we went over a bump. Sorry. He apologized for my discomfort. And you know that I will pay for school. You don't have to worry about money now. Gabe, I love you, and I love that you take care of me, more than you'll ever know. But I just can't ask you, or let you, support me through school. That makes me feel like I'm using you. I won't ever be able to pay you back for it. I try to explain. I love you too. That's why it shouldn't bother you. I want to take care of you. I don't like thinking that you are struggling or unhealthy when I could easily lighten your load. I love you. That isn't going to change, Gabriel told me. I felt my cheeks grow warm and I averted my gaze at the sweet words that had sent my heart racing. We aren't even married, Gabe. Appropriate for you to be supporting me. It's not how I was raised. I mumbled rather awkwardly. I am your mate, and all that entails. I will love you. I will support you. I will be yours. Please let me support you, he asked again. I only shook my head, completely red in the face. In Indiana, I had always been pretty, but I was very inexperienced at receiving compliments. My exes were all nice enough, but they never made such extravagant promises and certainly never professed love as often and as beautifully as my Gabriel. I was embarrassed at the attention and felt like a little schoolgirl in comparison to how much of a man he was. I love you. I am your mate, as you are mine. But it makes me uncomfortable to have a boyfriend supporting me. My family would never allow it, and I would feel like you were buying my affection. I never want to feel as though I owe you anything, because the best relationships are when both partners give freely out of love, not obligation, I finally said after I had gathered myself. Gabriel hummed, and then he stopped the car, hopping out and walking around to pull me out of the car. I looked around to see we were outside of what Gabriel had referred to as the pack house, the same place we'd eaten dinner with Joel's family. What are we doing here? Shivering at the bitter winter air, Gabriel noticed my coldness and buried me into his chest. I have a guest bedroom here. I sleep in it when I work late and too tired to drive or run home. You are to stay in there while I'm having my meeting in the office. Are we clear? Gabriel asked. I just laughed as I grinned cheekily up at him. Sir, yes. I giggled. He rolled his eyes, his serious look breaking as he chuckled. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸 𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬, heartfelt thanks to your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐘𝐝. Little soldier, let's get you inside. I'm going to have Josh standing outside of my door while you take your nap. Don't worry, it's just to make sure you're safe. We'll have him doing something else so it doesn't look like he's guarding you. But if Joel or I can't be there with you, I trust Jake take care of you accurately, Gabriel reasoned, leading me into the house. Josh is who again? I yawned. I was too tired for my brain to function properly. Joel's little brother. Gabriel laughed. Oh yeah, I like that kid. He's funny. Gabriel's smile faded and he looked angry. Not as much as I like you, though. At my addition, he gave me a sheepish smile. Good luck with your meeting, babe. I love you. Knock him dead, I advised, nodding wisely, before he set me in his bed, pulling a thick comforter that smelled faintly of him over my body and kissing my forehead. I love you. To good night, my little soldier. And then I faded into a world of soft dreams where my werewolf and I could be happy and live peacefully without looming threats like civil war and cancer and student loans hanging over. Chapter 20. Viola. Kate yelled, sprinting over to me through the parking lot. I bent slightly, making sure to support my weight in my knees, and opened my arms to catch her. Hi, cutie. Giving her a big hug. Bailey was barely laughing and trying to run away, while his mom had put one of those harness backpacks with leashes on him so he couldn't get far. Viola. He was shrieking. I gave him a bright smile as I pulled away from Kate and stood up. Hi, Bailey boy. He collapsed into more laughter and I laughed of my own. Then I reached for Max, who had been hovering nearby, but was too cool to initiate affection. I gave him a tight hug as well, before greeting their parents. Hey, Mr. and Mrs. How's it going? I asked them, all the kids now at my side. They gave me apprehensive smiles. Pretty good, Viola. We will be back into hours. We just have a business luncheon in Salt Lake City, and it's too far to take the kids. We'll be back soon though. They have their coats and winter shoes in case you want to do anything outside, Mr. McCleary answered while Mrs. McCleary waved at all the kids. Sounds great. We'll see you guys soon, I exclaimed, waving goodbye to them as Mrs. McCleary passed me Bailey's leash. Bye kids, Mr. McCleary called, walking away and back to their car. Bye Mom. Bye Dad. Max and Kate yelled. Bailey was still chortling and chanting my name, but I don't know that they expected a reply from him anyway. I have. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. turning to face the kids. The best idea. I watched Max's face turn skeptical while Kate's eyes filled with excitement. What? Put on dresses and makeup like a girl? Max asks sarcastically. I reached over and flicked his nose. No, but if that's what you consider the best idea. I trailed off. His eyes widened in embarrassment as he shook his head. I was kidding. Your idea is probably fine. He amended. Anyone else wanna get smart with me? My hands on my hips. Me, I heard a voice from behind me. I turned and saw Gabriel beaming from behind me. I rolled my eyes. Well, too bad. You don't get any say in what we are doing today, I announced to him, turning back around to face the kids. Hi, Gabriel. Max grinned. I snorted. He looked up to my boyfriend a little too much. It was obvious in the way he looked at Gabe that he wanted to be just like him. Max, I want to hear the idea. Kate shushed him, hitting his arm. I pretended not to see it and moved on. We are going to make Christmas decorations. Smiling when all the kids looked excited enough. Bailey was squatting down with hands clenched in tight little fists and smiling wide, which meant he was pooping or he was pumped. I chose to believe it was the second option. We spent a wonderful 2 hours cutting out paper snowflakes, making ornaments, and listening to favorite silly Christmas songs. Watching Gabriel with the kids filled my heart with longing. I couldn't help but hope that maybe I would one day be able to see him like that with our own kids. My train of thought embarrassed me, but I couldn't help it. When they left, I walked slowly back inside my apartment, swiping all of the paper scraps off the counter and into a trash bin. You are going to make a wonderful mother. Sweet words whispered in my ear as warm arms wrapped around me from behind. I closed my eyes in bliss and leaned back against his strong chest. You want to know what I kept thinking about that whole time? I whispered back. I kept thinking about how much I love you, about how much our kids are going to love you, about how blessed I am to be able to love you. His hold on me tightened and he pressed a gentle kiss to the curve of my neck. Viola, there are a few things I have to tell you, Gabe said softly. I turned in his arms and peered up at him. What is it? Rubbing my cold nose to the base of his throat. I haven't explained marking to you yet, is what he said. I pulled away. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐙𝐵 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐙𝐵 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐙𝐵 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐙𝐵. Marking what? I wondered. Werewolves. He paused and sighed, opening his brightened warm eyes to look at me. When we meet our mates, we mark them. What does that mean? You write your name on my forehead in Sharpie. You give me a hickey. I have to He blushed and I smiled at his sudden bashfulness. I have to bite your neck. The smile fell. I was confused. Didn't you already do that? That was a bite of healing. It is shared only between mates, and is used to help speed up the healing process. I would bite you deeper and the scar left behind would serve as a mark to alert other males of your static and female. Taken by an alpha. Wanted. I paused, cringing. No, well, it will hurt for a moment, much like the bite of healing, but it will turn to pleasure as the marking process is incredibly intimate and sacred. It signifies that we are together forever, he explained to me. I nodded. I didn't really get it, but we came from very different backgrounds. I couldn't expect to always understand what he was saying. And you want to mark me? I guessed. He nodded, looking deeply into my eyes. Well, you can go ahead and mark me as soon as I've got a ring on my finger. I told him, sending him a smile and a wink. I love you, Gabriel expressed. Thank you for not running from me and my customs. I love you too. I won't ever run from you. Gabriel had taken me up to the village park after we cleaned my apartment. I was allowed to wander the streets only because there were many people Gabriel trusted out and about. He was stuck catching up on some work before we could go out to dinner. I was doing some intense window shopping when I looked up and saw a boy maybe a year younger than myself with a jewel in hand. My eyes filled with rage as adrenaline coursed deep through my veins. I stomped over and put on my sternest expression.
𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐧. What do you think you are doing? I demanded in outrage. Oh, Luna, it's so good to meet you. His eyes laced with confusion and apprehension. I glared harder. 𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. My question. My voice was hard and my eyes were serious. I forgot what you asked, the boy said in complete fear. I didn't even notice the way my guards had moved closer to me, or the way everyone on the street had stopped to stare, seemingly unable to move, heads lowered in submission toward me. What are you doing? I bit out. Unforeseen, he said with a complete lack of confidence. My glare depended. Why? Because it's fun and it feels good, he reasoned poorly. I let out aloud, a non-used chuckle. Because it's fun and it feels good, I repeated mockingly. That is horrible reasoning to do something if that something could lead to a lifetime of dependence on a chemical. His face grew even more fearful than before and I felt as if I had grown 7 inches taller. While he physically towered over me, my rage had inflated my person dramatically. His face was red and he was avoiding eye contact. Hand it over, I demanded, holding out my hand. His eyes grew large and he shook his head, his hold on the JUL tightening. His face clenched up as if he was resisting an urge to just deliver it to me, which was completely ridiculous. 𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I ordered loudly, my voice booming with authority. I watched as he shakily reached out, his eyes wide in fear and concern as he passed me his JUL. I fisted my own hand around the offending object and put it into my bag, zipping it up and sending the boy my most intimidating look. Do not ever JUL again. Do you hear me? I asked him, my eyes wide with their seriousness. His eyes were glued to my person and arm. I sighed internally. He was already addicted. He couldn't part from it for even a moment. Luna, could I please just, he started, but I interrupted. You can't have it back. 𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. It's not going to do you any good except give you a nicotine addiction. Do you know how many people struggle with addiction? Have you never seen the harmful effects it can have on someone's life? Addiction never leads to anything good. I hope your parents give you a darn good talking to when they find out about this. I am taking this straight home and lighting it on fire, I informed him, turning up my nose and turning on my heel to march away. Only then did I notice the shocked looks on the faces of Gabe's pack and the way some of them seemed to be trying to hide their laughter. I blushed and gave a little wave to everyone that had stopped to watch before I sped, walked my way back to Gabe's house. Connie, I'm 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬, I sang loudly, giggling to myself and throwing open the front door. I heard pounding footsteps on the stairs and before I could get my coat off I was being gripped in a tight hug. I missed you, Gabriel cooed in my ear, nuzzling into my neck. Something I had noticed about him was the more stressed he felt, the more affection he seemed to crave. I didn't really mind. I loved being around him. I missed you too. Are you finally done with work? Pecking his cheek and smiling sweetly at him, his thick eyebrows raised in surprise as his eyes glazed over. Viola, his voice coming out slightly strangled. Yes, I asked defensively. I wasn't sure I liked the way his voice sounded. Did anything interesting happen while you were out today? I flushed at the memory, getting angry just thinking about it. Yes, as a matter of fact something did, I replied, stepping out of his arms and starting a walk to the living room. Gabriel followed behind me. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬, he prompted, sitting on the couch while I paced in front of him. How can you allow people to use 𝐿𝐢 in your pack? I can't believe that it is acceptable for people to be allowed to cause so much harm to themselves. I walked by a boy who couldn't have been more than a year younger than me on the street, and do you know what he was doing? I yelled, disproportionately angry. Gabriel's eyes were wide in an odd mix of fear and amusement. What? Gabe asked.
𝐿𝐤. He had the audacity to ruin his life like that. Right in front of me. I can't believe him. I was shouting. Gabriel looked mostly amused now. Sweetheart, I think that you should calm down. I'm sure it's fine, he started to say. Laughing, I was not feeling his mood. I can't believe you. I whirled around, ceasing my pacing to point accusingly at him. What? He yelped, suddenly worried. You had let that happen in your own pack. How on earth are you okay with letting people under your leadership make such poor decisions? I demanded. Well, everyone has rights to make their own choices, Gabriel reasoned. What happened to all your talk of everyone having to defend the pack if something were to happen? How would they be able to defend us if they are high? Or if they are suffering withdrawals? How can you be okay with people losing control over their own choices? Sure, everyone is free to make their own choices, but there have to be consequences for those choices. Sometimes natural consequences aren't fair because they affect other people who did nothing wrong. I am so infuriated right now, and talking about this isn't helping to calm me down. I yelled, my eyebrows drawn together in a glare. Gabriel was sitting still and staring at me like I was a bomb set to explode. I flopped next to him on the couch. I'm so sorry. I'm so mad about this whole thing. I grunted, laying my head in his lap and closing my eyes to take in deep breaths of his scent. His hands gently wound into my hair, lightly pulling on the strands and rubbing my head. I felt my body start to relax as he continued. What did you do with the jewel? Gabriel asked after it had been quiet for a little bit. I sat up immediately. My rage remembered. I still have it. I told him I was going to light it on fire, I exclaimed. Gabriel started laughing, until I sent him a harsh glare. Babe, that's a little extreme, he explained. It will be therapeutic and help me calm down. I countered. Just like, throw it on the ground. Then you can get your anger out and we can move on. Sound good? I thought about it before nodding. I raised the jewel up in my fist, looking at Gabriel dead in the eye before I threw it with all my might at the dark wood flooring. It shattered on impact, surprising me. I had thought it would be a little more resilient. The jewel flew apart, revealing a slip of paper on the inside. What the heck? Bending down to pick it up, Gabriel crouched beside me, one arm around me, and we studied it together. There was a date, for a month and a half later, along with a list of names, and a location. Some names had been initialed beside. I looked up at Gabriel with wide eyes at the note I had stumbled upon. He bent over and took in a deep breath, a dark look in his eyes once he did. Viola, we need to call Joel, he told me. I stood and pulled him up with me. Why, what is it? I asked him. I'm pretty sure you just found the date, attendees, and location of the anti-group, he explained, looking at me in shock. I felt my own eyes grow large as the weight of what I had unknowingly stolen rested on my shoulders. Oh my gosh. Well, let's go call Joel. Chapter 21. Joel got to Gabriel's house about 2 minutes after Gabriel linked him. I was still in shock that I had discovered something so important in such a way, practically demanding it from the poor boy. Although I didn't really feel bad at all for my actions anymore. He was part of a group plotting against my mate, and while I appreciate freedom of speech, I am not a fan of conspiring against our government leaders. What happened exactly? Joel asked, as soon as he had burst through the door and thoroughly locked it behind him. I looked to Gabriel, assuming he would answer, but he was looking at me. I felt my eyes widen and my heart warm to know he loved and respected me enough to let me share the information. I saw this kid 𝐕, explaining the whole story. This is fantastic. Viola. Joel congratulated me, an elated expression on his face. How? I found a list that confirms there is a group of people conspiring against Gabe. They know that I took their list. They are going to change the date and times. I whispered angrily. Joel shook his head, still smiling. No, they won't, he insisted. Gabriel slid his arm around my waist and tugged so my back was pressed against his front. his arms wrapped around my body and his chin resting atop my head. I held his arms in place with my own while I gave him my most skeptical expression. Why not? Gabriel pressed. Didn't you tell him that you were going to take it straight home and light it on fire? Joel asked. My eyes widened. I have to light it on fire then. Otherwise, they'll get suspicious. I'll need to do it outside where someone could hear or see. Good idea, babe, Gabriel said, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. And Joel has to come with me. I'll rant about how you won't let me light things on fire alone or some nonsense like that so they won't be alarmed that Joel is over. They are going to be so relieved. I was practically giddy. I knew that it should have felt bigger to me, but it honestly just felt like I was pulling a prank over on someone who deserved it and not trying to prevent a civil war among supernatural beings. She's really good at this, Joel commented to Gabriel, looking over my head. I huffed to get the tall blonde's attention. She likes to be complimented to her face. Thank you very much. It was quiet for another minute before I was struck by another thought. We have to put the jewel back together, with the list inside it. I informed them, pulling out my cell phone and crouching to pick up the split-apart jewel. What? No way. Gabriel denied, reaching to take the list from me. Are you serious? Yes, I am, I retorted, holding the list close to my heart. They are going to check the ashes if they are smart. If there is no trace of a paper inside of the jewel, it is obviously going to raise suspicion. Gabriel and Joel looked infuriated at the thought of having to give up the list, and I grumbled under my breath about the interaction they had with humans leading to their slowness. I took a picture of it. We have everything we need. They can have it back, I explained, snapping the last piece of the jewel in place, before grabbing Joel's arm to march him outside. I hadn't felt this powerful, this in control, in so long. I knew I was going to be feeling drained in every ounce the human being I am as soon as the adrenaline left, so I tried to take advantage of it. Be safe, sweetheart, Gabriel instructed me just before I stepped out the door. I looked back to see him at the end of the hallway by the front door, looking at me with a gaze so tormented my heart broke. As soon as I had this jewel business taken care of, I was going to take care of my man. I let go of Joel's arm, running to Gabriel and giving him a tight hug, holding him as close as I could, and pressed a kiss to his chest. I love you, I mumbled to him. His breath hitched and he kissed the top of my head, sending me back over to Joel. I love you too. Right as the door shut behind us, the bright sun hurt my eyes, so I had to squint, looking around to see if I could find anywhere suitable for a fire. Do you have a lighter on you? I asked Joel, realizing it may have been important to grab one. I interrupted. What is the use of me having to wait for you to get here before I can light this thing on fire if you don't even have a dang lighter? Sounding as annoyed as possible, Joel's eyes revealed how impressed he was with my acting, and I wanted to laugh. Should I go get one? Looking around, we were nearing the end of property, and likewise, nearing the town. We can just ask someone else if they have a lighter. Right. I wondered. It was a legitimate question. I wanted to figure out if anyone would help me out. Yeah. I can mind link the pack and explain what's going on. Someone will be here soon, he promised. Beta. I heard a voice call out. A woman, maybe 30, brilliant red hair and covered in freckles, running toward us with her hand out in front of her. She stopped running right in front of us. Luna. I gave her my most winning smile, hoping to convey friendliness. Hello. Do you have a lighter? I am trying to light this jewel on fire. I don't want anyone else to be able to jewel in this pack. Can you believe someone would just throw away their free will like that? As soon as you're addicted, you're a slave. I am doing that young man a favor by lighting this dumb thing on fire. I ranted, growing more passionate the longer I spoke. I only stopped because I heard more people coming toward me. I looked and saw a crowd of around 10 people had gathered, of all ages and genders. I do have one, the woman answered. I got distracted for a second looking to spot a constellation in her freckles before I shook my head and remembered I was having a conversation. Oh, great. Can I borrow it? What's your name? Practically bouncing on my toes. Outside I was a ball of energy, but on the inside I was freaking out because I hadn't had this much energy in years. My name is Lucy L. The woman smiled. The name sounded vaguely familiar and I wondered why. But I continued on. Great. It's nice to meet you. My name is Viola. Evans. I remembered to add. 𝐶𝐿𝐬 𝐑𝐞𝐝𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can I get a little space in front of me? I asked the group. They all formed a circle around me and I placed the offending object in the middle of it. Holding out my hand for the lighter, Lucy L complied and set it lightly in my palm. I flicked the flame on before I held it right next to the jewel. Then I squealed as a thought occurred to me, jumping away and wrapping my arms around my middle peer 𝐾𝐥𝐤𝐳. A few members of the group and leapt closer to me at my sound of distress, looking ready to attack what had scared me, and the thought touched me so much I almost forgot to explain my actions. What if it explodes? I asked sheepishly, genuinely worried. The others in the group seemed to be having similar worries and looked as lost as I felt. I had to destroy it, but I suddenly was going to have to do it in a safer way. They are prone to exploding. Ma'am, one of the older gentlemen piped up. He was wearing a polo and some glasses. I thought that he looked like he had seen his share of unkindness in the world and was dishing out as much of the opposite as he could. I liked him immediately. Oh well, let's all stand back then, I instructed, making up a new plan as I went. The group did as I asked, backing about 20 feet away. What are you going to do, Luna? Lucy L asked, sounding concerned. I felt concerned. Well, I mumbled. I was just going to light a piece of paper on fire while it's crumpled in a ball and throw it at the jewel. Joel let out a snort and I smacked his arm. Don't mock me. It's the best idea I can come up with, I retorted. Sounds brilliant, a young boy said. He looked to be about 10. I asked Joel. He rolled his eyes at me and I laughed before crumpling some paper from the pocket of my jacket into a ball and taking a deep breath. I lit the ball on fire before I launched the flaming ball towards the jewel. I waited, with a wince of anticipation on my face for 3 seconds, and I heard a pop and I opened my eyes to see a cloud of smoke over the jewel. I'll go check it out. Lucy L volunteered immediately. 𝐶𝐿𝐬 𝐑𝐞𝐝𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When you're done, can you throw it away for us? Alpha needs the Luna now, Joel asked with little room for argument in his tone. Lucy L shouted an affirmative as I marched back towards Gabe's house with Joel in tow. I'm back. Slamming the door open, Gabriel had me in his arms immediately. To Joel. You're excused. I'll talk to you later, Gabriel ordered, smothering my face in his chest. I felt the adrenaline leaving my body in rushing waves, leaving me feeling drained. The door closed behind Joel and Gabriel was holding on to me impossibly tight. I felt my heart break for him all over again. After he had worked so hard to take care of his pack and treat everyone with respect and fairness, they were turning on him. It was too much stress for one person to handle. I led him to his room, through all the winding hallways and many staircases, and pushed him onto the large king-sized bed. What are you doing, my love? His voice sounding more tired than usual. I knelt over him with a determined expression on my face. I'm going to cuddle you. His plump lips parted in shock as his dark eyebrows shot up. I didn't mind his silly expression. I could see his eyes clearer. To oceans that had been through a bad storm. You're going to cuddle me, he repeated dumbly, flipping my hair over my shoulder. Isn't that what I just said? I'm going to cuddle you so hard. Flopping down on top of him and flinging my arms around him. He grunted as he caught me, and I only felt bad for a moment before his arms were readjusting me, squeezing me even tighter. I let one hand trail to his back and scratched his back with the tips of my fingernails, watching the gooseness appear and disappear on his tan skin. I felt myself growing sleepy at the soothing action, and Gabriel's hand massaging my scalp wasn't helping either. I let out a quiet moan. followed quickly by a yawn. I was completely exhausted. Gabriel's echoing yawn reminded me that both of us had had a long day. "That's it," I mumbled. "What's it?" Gabriel murmured back. "Sleepover ban lifted just this once." I yawned out, my eyes sliding closed. "Good choice," Gabriel complimented, curling around me and pulling a blanket over the top of us. Chapter 22. How are things going between you and your boyfriend? Morgan asked me during a lull in customer flow. I flushed but then allowed myself to indulge in some girl talk. Heaven knows I could use at least something normal going on in my life. "Really good," I confessed, smiling bashfully. She squealed like the school girl she is and urged me to elaborate. "Girls, you can talk while we are waiting for more business, but keep those noises to a minimum for goodness sake," Maurice scolded lightly, swatting at us with a dish towel as she walked past us and into the back. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 𝐑𝐞𝐝𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Morgan laughed, grabbing my arm and tugging me to sit with her at a booth so. She prompted, leaning forward eagerly and resting her chin on her palms. "We love each other," I began, wincing when she gasped. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. "So sorry. I just got really excited for you." "It's all right. Well, we've talked about marriage," I added. I waited for a reaction, but I looked up to see her mouth wide open in shock. "Haven't you only been dating a few months?" she finally sputtered out. I nodded. "Yeah, but I love him, and I know that he loves me, and I also know that I won't ever stop loving him, so it would be pointless to put it off any longer." I tried to explain. Morgan still looked skeptical. "Are you sure you aren't pregnant?" This time it was my turn to gasp. "Yes, I am sure," I sputtered. I wouldn't. I am a virgin," I hissed out finally. "So you are getting married fast because you're horny but you don't want to compromise your values?" Morgan asked, still confused. I turned bright red. "No, I would marry him because I want to spend the rest of my forever with him. I would marry him because I love him. I would marry him because he's a good man. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm." "Horn dog," Morgan teased, starting to stand from our booth. The bell above the front door rang and she sent me a wide smile before slipping into her customer service voice. I shook my head at her antics, smiling to myself. I really liked that girl. Why hadn't you told me yet? I held in my scream of frustration by spinning around in my desk chair at home as fast as I could. I watched the colors of my bedroom swirl together, only adding to my growing headache. I was going to, but it's just been so crazy. She's getting worse, and I don't know what to do. I helplessly tried to explain to my raging mother over the phone. I stopped spinning, standing slowly and making my way over to my bed to flop down stomach first. I had 𝐊𝐢 and development textbook open on my desk and sadly concluded that I would have to be done reading about that for the night. "Oh, so my own mother dying seemed to escape your mind," she yelled. I winced, holding the phone a little away from my ear. I got angry when she said that. I couldn't help it. "Yes, Mom. I have been dealing with so much out here you wouldn't believe the things that have escaped my mind. I love Grandma and I am heartbroken. But guess what? Just like my own father dying seems to have left your memory. My dad died. Mom, you remarried. You replaced him. I didn't. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm." I could feel her anger through the phone lines as well. It was tangible and made me cuddle into my decorative pillow a little tighter. I didn't replace him. I loved your father. I married someone else because my life moved on. But Viola, she's my mother. And you should have told me the minute you found out. Mom shouted. Or maybe you should have been there. I yelled back. I immediately wanted to take it back. I suddenly could empathize with her. She was my mom, She was my mom and her mom. My grandma. I'm sorry, I whispered. That was crossing a line. I know you're upset and you're allowed to be. Is there anything else you haven't told me? Mom grumbled. Moving on from our fight. She didn't acknowledge that she had forgiven me, but I knew that in her own way she had. At least for the time being. We were at a truce. I suddenly recalled that she knew nothing of my relationship. Of course I couldn't tell her that he wasn't human, or that his people were on the brink of a mutiny civil war. But I could reach out and let her know that I was dating someone seriously. I paused, trying to figure out the most delicate way to phrase it. I'm dating this guy. There was no delicate way. Oh, for how long now? Mom asked. She's always been interested in my love life. Back home she had tried to set me up with a few boys from our hometown. I knew that their moms were in my mom's book club or brunch group, but I knew those boys. I didn't want to date someone who thought that putting other people down and being every bit a stereotypical Indiana boy with no respect for anyone but themselves was the ideal lifestyle. A few months. Oh well. A pause. And then. That's a while. What's his name? Gabriel. Mom, I started. Then I stopped. What is it, sweetie? There was something in her voice as she asked that I hadn't heard for a long time, and it made me feel oddly emotional. I love him. I admitted quietly. Just thinking about him made me smile. I hadn't seen him in a day or two since he'd been busy with Joel working to figure out what actions to take about the secret meeting I was trying to keep up with, studying for finals that would be in a week. Well then, I would love to meet him, she replied, just as softly. There was her olive branch, and I would be a fool to pass it up. Can I invite him to Christmas? I asked timidly. I knew it may be hard for her to convince my stepdad Paul, but I was hoping she'd do it. I think that is a wonderful idea. Honey, she sighed, and I knew what was coming even before it came out of her mouth. She always sighed before hanging up. The phone call ended on a slightly awkward, but not altogether unpleasant note, and I counted it as a win. I glanced back up at my still open textbook, and then down at my phone and sighed. Werewolf development was a little more important to me at the moment. Viola. I felt as if I had taken a breath after months of drowning. Gabe, I whispered, not bothering to hide the longing in my voice. Hey, sweetheart, he said quietly. I blushed and rolled onto my side with a big smile on my face. Hello. How had your day been? Kicking my legs back and forth. Good. I missed you all day though. I missed you too. I love you. I told him. I could hear him smile over the phone. I love you too. So much. Have you eaten yet? Stern. I grabbed a slice of pizza with Michael before he had to go to work. I told Gabriel. I don't like that guy, he replied. Well, that's stuff. He's one of my only friends and I am allowed to have those. I said 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷. I heard him chuckle and agree. It was quiet and peaceful for a few moments. Both of us feeling better by hearing the other's voice. I hated to ruin the silence, but I need to ask him before I lost my nerve. What do you think about maybe coming to visit for a while I'm back in Indiana for Christmas? I asked Gabe, wringing my hands together nervously. You're going to Indiana for Christmas? Sounding heartbroken. I wanted to cry. I didn't like not seeing him for one day. How would I last the whole winter break? I have to. I didn't go home for Thanksgiving and I promised my mom. I whispered, feeling saddened, dejected. Even if he said yes, I wouldn't get to spend the whole break with him. Just a few days. I have always believed the holidays to be a time best spent with loved ones, so that they would be full of joy. But I was suddenly dreading this holiday season, my heart longing to be close to the one I loved most. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oh, he mumbled. I want to. I really do. I knew there was a but before he finished. But I don't know how long I can leave the pack. He sounded really torn up about it. That was good, because my stomach felt like it was full of rocks and my throat felt like it had closed up. My eyes were kind of burning too. I took a deep breath in to help get rid of the shakiness in my voice. That's all right. No, it wasn't. But he was helpless. I understood that he couldn't just up and leave. I just wished that he could have. I'm so sorry. Sweetheart. His voice was full of sadness, only making me feel worse. No, really. I'll be okay, I said as cheerfully as I could muster. I wouldn't. And he knew that. But I think we both needed me to pretend. Can I come over tonight? I wanted to say yes. All I wanted in that moment was to be held by him and cry. I was feeling way too overwhelmed to be healthy, but I knew he must be feeling worse. And then I saw that stupid textbook again and I knew I couldn't say yes. Are you busy? I want to say yes. But I haven't finished my reading assignment and with finals coming up. I trailed off. He let out a sigh as deep as I had ever heard and it made me smile. To my 𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I wish you good luck then. I should let you get to that. Gabriel said. Goodbye. I said softly. Goodbye, sweetheart, he said back. I love you. I whispered thickly. He echoed the words back to me before the phone clicked off and my 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 from my ear. I hadn't felt so small since I had moved out. I loved Gabriel with all my heart, but being with him was bringing new levels of heartache. Of course I would rather have him and the heartache than not have him, but it was still a horrible feeling. I decided to pull out my journal, a little dusty from being forgotten in the craziness of the last few months, and write out my feelings. Dear Journal, hello, I'm back. I don't nanny full-time anymore. I work part-time at a cafe down the road from my apartment in campus. I have a boyfriend. His name is Gabriel. I am in love with him. Things sound great. Right. Hold on. Here is the list of things that are really hard and bad things right now. Grandma is dying of cancer. Gabriel is the leader of a group of people, half of which want to overthrow him because he saved their lives. It's complicated. Finals are next week. Gabriel's parents are anti-humanish, so he hasn't told them about me. I need to get in a good cry, but I haven't been able to. And I can feel it building. I just know that when it does happen I'm going to explode. I have way too much stress to deal with. I know it's only for things, but those are big things. So excuse me for feeling overwhelmed. I just want to be able to cry it out while I'm cuddling Gabriel, but he has his own set of things to worry about. I stopped writing and had to laugh. I felt so dramatic. I knew there were people who had dealt with harder things than what I was struggling with, and I was praying to the universe that I would finally get a little miracle to lighten the load. My dad used to call them tender mercies. In that moment, as I stared helplessly at my human development textbook and tried to force myself to focus, all I wanted was my own tender mercy. I once thought love was all sweetness, until I met Gabriel. He's not just my lover, but also the leader of a werewolf pack. Chapter 23. My tender mercy came in the form of Michael bringing me a hot chocolate to class the next day. Are you okay? He asked kindly. I smiled tightly at him. Not really. His shaggy blonde hair was sticking up all over the place and he had his own set of bags under his eyes, which may feel like perhaps I wasn't the only one of us struggling. Oh, he said it with such sympathy, compassion, and feeling that I was stunned into helpless laughter. He eventually joined in. Are you doing all right? I asked him through my tears of 𝐋𝐿 and 𝐷𝐸 and exhaustion. Not really. He grinned. I repeated, patting his shoulder. I've noticed you've been a little sad lately, so I brought you a hot chocolate, Michael said, sliding the drink over to my desk. I gasped, smiling widely at him as my cool eyes teared up again. Thank you, I gushed, taking a sip. I closed my eyes as feelings of warmth and comfort that I associate with hot chocolate surfaced. It was no imposition, he simply stated, pulling out his own. We sipped our comfort drinks in mutual feelings of general blah-ness.
I remembered you saying you prefer this to coffee and decided we both deserve to pick me up this week. That's really fair. Do you want to talk about your week? I asked him quietly, so as not to disturb the class. There's just a lot going on at home. My little sister is struggling with suicidal thoughts and I feel completely helpless all the way out here. He confessed, avoiding eye contact. My heart broke for my friend. I couldn't even imagine what he was going through. I recalled a training from my senior year of high school in which we were taught that validation was the key to being helpful. Not advice. Not that I had any advice to give him in the first place. I'm so sorry that's happening to you. You're allowed to be upset, I told him, rubbing his shoulder. He sent me a small smile. Thanks. I just worry about her. She's only 13. She's got so much life ahead of her. And I know that middle school is hard, but there is always bright spots in the future. I just pray that she can see that. He teared up a little and I gave his hand a squeeze. I wasn't sure what else to do except listen. What about your week? You look like you've been run over by a train. No offense. To my agent 𝐿𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I flushed red at the sudden attention shift but decided to share a little bit. My grandma is dying. She has cancer and she's refusing treatment. And I love my boyfriend. But I haven't been able to see him all week and I could just really use a hug from him. I confessed, shaking my head to hide the tears in my eyes. Michael saw them anyway. I'm so sorry about your grandma. Have you told your boyfriend that you could use a hug from him? I know that when I get a hug from my mom it makes it feel so much better. I'm sure if you just tell him he would make it a priority. Michael asked. He's got a lot on his own plate now. And I don't want to burden him with my own problems. I explained. Michael was shaking his head before I had even finished my sentence. Nope. That's not how it works in a healthy relationship. Everyone is an equal partner. You bear one another's burdens and become stronger because of it. I think he'd like to know. I shook my head again though. No, I know you are right. I just really think that he is dealing with too much right now. I turned my attention back to the professor, who was still just clicking through the slides that were posted online. Viola, you need to tell him. If you are too nervous to send the text, I'll do it for you, Michael said. I felt my body tense with anxiety at the thought of distracting Gabriel from something important, but I also hated the thought of not seeing him for even longer. What do I even say in it? Just say something like, "Hey, I've had a really hard week. I miss you and could use one of your hugs today." And then some girly hearts and stuff, Michael instructed. I looked at him, impressed. Wow, that's really good, I complimented. That's what I'd want to hear from a girlfriend if she was in your shoes and I was in his, he replied. I nodded. It made sense. I sent the text before I could think much more on it and put my phone away just as class was wrapping up. The professor assigned a reading assignment and a paper to the next time we would have class, and we walked out of the room feeling just as tired and sad as when we walked into the room. Are you heading off to work? I asked Michael. Yup, you. I don't know. I don't really have to do anything for the first time in a while, I confessed. Were you super busy? When I gave him a funny look, he expanded on his point. Were you super busy this week? I guess. I've been like a regular amount of busy but with more worry than usual. I hope you can get your hug sometime soon. See you in a few days, Michael said, before turning and walking away. I pushed open the door to the building and gasped at the cold. I put my hands into my coat pockets, folding them into fists. My head was down and I was trying not to look up into the wind. Viola, I heard a voice call. But then I heard it again. Gabe. Turning to look for him. My hair was blowing into my face and there were too many students hurrying through the cold to get to their next classes for me to see clearly. Sparks exploded along my body as I was hoisted into the arms of my mate. I burst into tears at the force of the emotions that erupted and wrapped my arms and legs around him as tightly as I could. His hand was in my hair and I could feel him trembling just as much as I was. I missed you so much.
holding me closer. Hush. Please don't cry, my love. Of course, this only made me cry harder. I had missed him more than I even knew. His arms around me had me feeling safer than I had felt the whole time we had been apart. The smell of him shot warmth to the tips of my fingers. And he was there, giving me the hug that I so desperately needed. I missed you too. I managed to get out between shivers and sobs. Gabriel tightened his grip before he started running. My face was completely buried in his neck, my tears dripping onto his warm skin. Before I knew it, we were back in my apartment. Gabriel set me on the ground, but I didn't like the separation. I launched myself with embarrassing desperation into his arms, putting my hands on either side of his face and pulling his head down to connect our lips. I felt rather than heard his growl of approval before he was kissing me back. His hands wound into my hair, holding me delicately. I was on tiptoe, arms now just resting against his chest. When we finally pulled away, it was just to rest our foreheads together. I love you so much, I told Gabriel. I love you. Can we please never do this again? The whole not seeing each other for a week thing. Pressing another light kiss to his lips, I couldn't help myself. They were right there. It's unhealthy for you, not to mention just plain miserable. I hardly slept knowing you were far away. I don't know how much longer I can take not being with you always. He admitted. I should have felt embarrassed, but I only felt agreement. Me too. I love you too much to be so unable to reach out. I communicated. I'm so glad you sent that text. Although I'm sorry you had a hard week. I really needed a hug from you too. It was a great idea. I smiled widely before finally stepping away. I laced our fingers and pulled him onto the small green couch to cuddle with me. It was actually Michael's idea. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝. His eyes darkened, but I cut off the inevitable retort. I know you don't like him, Gabe, but he isn't trying to get with me. He is really supportive of us. I know, and it's not that I hate him. I just am jealous of anyone that gets to spend time with you when I'm unable to. I know it's unhealthy. I'm working on it. He confessed. I snuggled deeper against him, pressing a kiss to his Adam's apple. I get it, Gabe. I really do. I love you so much, I assured him. His arms tightened. We sat in peaceful silence, just soaking in one another's presence after a week apart. I was so comfortable that I was falling asleep when he broke the silence. I told my parents about you. I sat up straight, whipping my head to look at him. You did? Shocked. He nodded. Well, what did they say? Feeling nervous and excited all at once. I knew they probably weren't supportive, but the fact that they weren't supportive and he was still with me spoke volumes about how important I was to him. A small smile bloomed on his face, brightening up his rather rough appearance. They want to meet you. My dad is a little concerned because mates are a weakness and he knows how fragile humans are. But my mom is actually pretty excited to meet you. She said that we were made for each other, so there wasn't much she would be able to do to stop us. Gabriel admitted. I felt my eyes widen. I was stunned and thrilled. Well, when can I meet them? I demanded. Whenever you are free for dinner. Pulling me back against his chest. I didn't mind. I liked being held by him. Tonight. I'll mind link with them to let them know. But before then, I just want to take a nap with you. I get better rest with you in my arms. This week has been torture. I couldn't think of a better way to spend my afternoon. Were there any more riots? No, but I got a letter threatening a civil war if I should refuse to step down as alpha. I can't step down and let my people be led by a dictator. But I don't want Mum to die because of a civil war that would tear apart so many friendships and families. Gabriel confessed. I nodded it along. I'll try and think of ways to help. I don't know much about your world, but I would like to help you pack. Gabriel sighed deeply. You're amazing. I missed you so much, I whispered, latching onto him. He let out a noise of approval. I missed you too, sweetheart, he replied, scooping me up and walking into my bedroom. I felt my eyes drooping and suddenly I was on the bed, under the covers, with the love of my life. "Good night," I mumbled, yawning. I think he said something back, but I was already asleep by the time he said it. "What time is dinner?" It was a few hours later after our much-needed nap. Both of us looked better than we had all week. "At 7, Gabriel replied. I nodded, humming as I began another BuzzFeed quiz. "What are you wearing?" Glancing up at him, he was staring at me with a goofy grin that made me blush. What was the question? I was distracted. He reasoned. I blushed harder and smacked his arm. "Idiot," I muttered. He scoffed and then poked my side. I looked back at him once my face was a normal color again. "What are you wearing to the dinner?" "Probably just jeans and a nicety shirt." I nodded slowly, running through outfit options in my head. "Okay, well then I need to start getting ready." I huffed, pushing up and off of the couch and strolling with purpose towards my bedroom. "What? Wyatt, it's not for another hour and a half," Gabriel asked, confused. I looked over my shoulder to see his lips forming a pout and his eyebrows scrunching together. "Because I have to do something with my hair since I didn't even brush it this morning. And I need to do at least a little bit of makeup because it's been a crazy long week. And I have to change because I can't show up in a hoodie and sweats to meet your parents," I explained, laughing and opening my closet door. I pulled out an 𝐬𝐳𝐬 blouse and some jeans before I plugged in my straightening iron. "Are you straightening your hair?" Gabe burst from behind me. I whirled around, my heart pounding in fright. I hadn't even heard him come in. "Yes, I am," I informed him. "I like the way it is when it's like kind of curly but not really," he explained shyly, trying to draw the way he liked it with his finger in the air. My heart let out an awe before I snapped out of it. "You mean when it's wavy?" "I think it looks really nice like that," he complimented, blushing. I turned to the mirror and started straightening my hair. "Thank you. To my 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐻𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I like not having to do anything to it, but I want to leave a good first impression on your parents. You don't need to. They have to like you," Gabriel grumbled. I set down the flat iron and walked over to where he was flopped on my bed, leaning over the top of him. I let my hair curtain around us and I gave him my sweetest smile before flicking him on the forehead and waltzing back to the mirror. "You can't force them to like me. I want to earn their respect. I love you, and they love you. I want us to all be able to get along because I want to be a part of your life forever," I explained, looking at his reflection through the glass. His eyes filled with emotion. I felt my heart swell in my chest. "I want you to be a part of my life forever," he echoed. I blushed timidly, getting back to work on my hair. That man could distract me from anything with anything. He was too tempting. "All right, you sap. Go ahead and go change. I'll be here when you get back." I watched the light in his eyes fade to sadness so deep I wanted to cry. I immediately set down the iron, turning around to face my mate. "Gabriel," I asked gently, walking over to him meekly. "Can I please stay with you?" He whispered out, standing from the bed and stepping right in front of me. I craned my neck up so I could look into his eyes. They were full of something deep and longing. I felt as if I could crack open and bare my whole soul unto him. His warm fingers ran through my hair, sliding through and resting to cut my cheek. I wasn't sure what he was thinking about, but the look in his eyes had me melting. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. "To my 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐻𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐻𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "You can," I whispered. "It was silly of me to ask for you to leave. I don't want you to go yet. I never want to leave you," Gabriel confessed. I opened my mouth to reply but stopped myself, deciding to just give him a firm peck on the lips to show him how much I agreed. Chapter 24. Are you sure they're going to like me? I asked Gabe as the car rolled to a stop out of a really nice house in the mountains. "I don't know. But it would have nothing to do with your personality if they don't. Besides, I love you. They are going to have to. Grinning as he helped me hop out, and we started walking toward the front of the house. You should know. And I whirled to face him. I was thrown off by the mischievous look in his eyes. Every werewolf within 50 miles can hear how fast your heart is beating right now. He was snickering as my jaw dropped. I couldn't believe the audacity he had to have made such a comment when I was in such a state. I let out a little growl, far less stuff sounding than his awe, and leapt at him, clawing and smacking every bit of him that I could get. I was so busy putting my alpha in his place that I failed to notice the open door and the two people watching us with such concentration. It was only when the woman began to talk that I let out an embarrassed gasp and stepped away from their son, only to be yanked into his side not even a second after. He really can't survive without me. I observed for a second before I tuned into what she was saying. The woman was very tall. She had long blonde hair that fell below her waist. White hair was growing in regal, looking highlights, only adding to her beauty. Her body was powerful, full of muscle. One look and I knew this woman was strong in almost every way possible. I was immediately intimidated. I'd always hoped he would find a girl to keep him on his toes. You seem to do a very good job of that, the woman said, smiling warmly, albeit nervously. 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸 𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I offered her a shy smile back. Thank you. Man, he's really good for me too. 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Speaking to her, but looking up at Gabriel with stars in my eyes. I felt the stars. When I talked about him, I knew my eyes were shining. I didn't even mind. The whole world could know how I felt about him and I wouldn't care. He was everything to me. Well, let's get you two inside and fed. We made a lot of food, so I hope you're hungry. His dad finally spoke up. Gabriel's hold on my waist tight, and so I was basically flattened to him, not that I minded. I looked at his dad in the eye and observed that he seemed to be trying to intimidate me. I, of course, was, but only because I knew that he was just physically a lot stronger than I was. I didn't want him to know that, though. My dad had always taught me that I wasn't below anyone, and the more I believed it, the more other people would start to believe it too. Our little stare off-ended when Gabe's dad smiled at me, stepping backward and inside the house. Gabe pressed a kiss to the side of my head and whispered in my ear. That was a test, and you just passed. Inside the house felt just like I expected it to. It was a home. The walls were decorated with family photos. The wood paneling had intricate carvings all over mostly of walls, and the smell of steak filled the air. I could feel the heat of the fireplace from across the room, my body shivering at the unexpected warmth. Are you cold, sweetheart? Gabe asked immediately. I blushed, smiling at him. I'm all right. It's just warm in here, I explained. He nodded. Is it too hot? His mom asked, starting toward the fireplace. Oh no, it actually feels kind of wonderful. I love your home. It's perfect, I told her. Her face bloomed with a smile and all the awkward tension melted away. Thank you. Let me give you the grand tour. Well, that went better than expected. I sighed happily once the door shut behind us. Gabriel rolled his eyes. I told you they would love you. They would be crazy not to, he informed me, squeezing my hand and sending me a sweet smile. I love you, I told him. He smiled even wider. I love you too. We were in the car and halfway back to my place when the call came. Hello. 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Grandma's in the hospital. I'm on my way to the airport. I'll meet you there. The line clicked dead before I could even register what I had just heard. I couldn't breathe right. My throat was suddenly clogged and my vision was blurry. I was losing focus on the world around me while my brain worked overtime to process the information I had just heard. A warm hand landed on my thigh, immediately filling me with a sense of peace. I closed my eyes and leaned my head against the seat. "Please take me to the hospital, Gabe," I whispered softly. His hand just gave my thigh a little squeeze in acknowledgement. I think he knew that was what I needed right then. Oh, how I loved him. The drive was good for me. The silence, the trees dusted in snow, the stars shining clear and bright above the mountains. Ever since I had known Gabriel, nature had become my comfort. I felt incredible peace being outside. Because Gabe's parents lived in the mountains, it would take us at least an hour to arrive at hospital. Plenty of time for me to panic about the situation. When we pulled into the parking lot, my hand automatically went to the seatbelt. But Gabe placed his hand over mine. I looked up at him. I'm sure at that moment I looked exactly like a deer in the headlights. My eyes were wide in fear, jaw tense, and every muscle poised for action. But which action was unclear. I felt completely helpless. I wasn't ready to go inside. I had already had such a hard week, and I wasn't sure I would be able to deal with whatever this building would have in store for me. In an instant, he was unbuckling me and scooping me up and onto his lap, cradling me to his strong chest as a father would to a child. I cuddled in tightly. He was my anchor to sanity. "I love you. I know this is going to be really hard for you. I will be with you through it all. You can talk to me." Soft words filling my head and empowering me so that I would be able to go and be the support for my grandma. "I love you too. So much," I whispered through my tears. When we walked inside, I didn't even know what to do or how to find her. I was so lucky my mate had come with me. 𝐶𝐵𝐴𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐸 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷. He asked a nurse passing by. She turned and looked at us expectantly, but kind. "I was wondering if you could help us figure out how to find her grandmother. Who do we need to talk to?" "That depends. What is she in here for?" "Honey," the nurse asked. I felt touched by her immediate kindness. "My mom just told me I needed to get down here and that it was bad. I think she was just admitted, but I don't really know much." I managed to explain. I was tearing up even just talking about it. Before I knew it, the lady's arms were around me. The hug felt so maternal that something inside me broke and I flung my arms back around her, crying quietly. I missed my mom, and I missed my grandma, and I wasn't going to be okay with losing her. This hug wasn't something Gabriel could have given me, try as he might. There's something different about the way a mother hugs. I wiped my tears after a moment, calling away and thanking her quietly. "There is a receptionist on the 5th floor. That is where a lot of our cancer patients are. That would be my best guess. I wish you the best of luck," the nurse said after our moment, and then she bustled away to go take care of something. I stared after her for a moment, completely confused. "She's an angel." "What?" Gabe asked, looking at me like I was loony. And maybe I was. "She's an angel. I don't care if you don't believe me. I felt what I felt." He held up his hands in surrender. "Well, I don't disagree. I've got your back. Gabe. 𝐶𝐵𝐴𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐸 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷. I smiled bravely at him. "Let's go find the elevator then. We've got a grandma to find." Chapter 25. It turns out that Grandma was just in the hospital for her regular check-up, and my uncle had poorly relayed that information to my mother. That helped calm everyone down. My grandma even laughed about it. "Have the two of you been introduced?" My grandma asked Gabriel and my mom. I felt my eyes widen comically as I realized they had not. "No, who is this?" Mom asked, turning to look at me sternly. I knew what she was trying to tell me. "Why did you bring a date to the hospital with you?" "This is Gabriel, my boyfriend," I informed her, my own eyes giving her a little glare. I didn't want her to intimidate him away from me. "It's nice to meet you, ma'am. I've heard a lot about you," he said politely, extending a hand and smiling at her. He was so handsome you could practically see my mom melt at his cordial gesture. "It's wonderful to meet you too, Gabriel," she greeted, smiling widely. I breathed out a sigh of relief and I glanced at my grandma, who had seen me visibly relax. She was struggling to stifle her laughter and I rolled my eyes. Well, I had better get back to the airport since everything is fine here, my mom finally said, leaving the room. Thank you for coming, Caroline. Grandma called after her. Know you to go enjoy yourselves. You've only got a few days before Viola is gone for 3 weeks. I know you want to spend that time together. Gabriel's arm tight and around me when he heard that. I knew neither of us were happy about that circumstance. By Grandma, we love you. 𝐿𝐻𝐷𝐞𝐬𝐑𝐞𝐝𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Waving at her as my mate escorted me from the room. I'm glad that you are okay, Gabriel told her honestly. She smiled at him. I like you, she told him. I watched him flush red under the blue lights in the hospital. Now I don't want to say goodbye, Gabriel whispered, his lips pressed against my forehead while he held me tightly. I didn't try to fight the tears that were slipping out of my eyes. I don't either. I don't know I'll be apart from you for 3 weeks. 𝐿𝐻𝐷𝐞𝐬𝐑𝐞𝐝𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Choking on my words. Sure, it will be all right. Love, he comforted. I snuggled deeper into him. My eyes were screwed tightly shut. I didn't want to open them and face reality. We won't even be in the same time zone, I muttered brokenly. Gabriel's chest was rumbling with possessive growls. I promise I will call you every night. I nodded, sniffling and finally opening my teary eyes to look into his. You better. And I expect a long call on Christmas and a longer call on New Year's. I hate this so much, I mumbled. I know, sweetheart. I hate this too. I don't like a single minute we are apart. I packed a lot of my shirts in your bag. You have to promise me you'll wear them every night, Gabe begged me. I nodded, smiling softly up at him. There's nothing else I'd rather sleep in, I replied, pressing a kiss to his jaw. I couldn't help myself. Viola, I'm already worried enough that you'll be sick without me around. I'm just praying that the scent from my clothes will keep you healthy. If you feel sick at all, you have to let me know immediately, he demanded, lifting me up so that my legs were wrapped around him and our eyes were level. I promise I will, I whispered, leaning in to peck his lips. I leaned away before he could deepen the kiss. You have to promise me that if you start feeling sick, or getting stressed, or lonely, or you just miss me, that you'll call me. I don't care what time of day it is. I'm your mate, and I need to know. His eyes shone with so many emotions I couldn't decipher between them. He pressed our lips together in a display of affection, warming my heart right up. I slowly pulled away and slid down his body. I love you, I declared quietly. I laid a palm against his beating heart and my head nuzzled into his chest. I never wanted to leave his arms. I love you too, more than you'll ever know, Gabriel whispered, choking up. I glanced up to see his eyes shining with tears, and the sight broke my heart. I pulled his head down and pressed wet kisses all over his face, running my fingers through his hair and trying to bring him as much comfort as I could. Luna, the flight is boarding. We need to get you to it. 𝐿𝐻𝐷𝐞𝐬𝐑𝐞𝐝𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who I had discovered had been assigned to fly home with me and be a bodyguard of sorts, announced politely. It was obvious he felt uncomfortable interrupting what was going on between his alpha and myself. For good reason, because as soon as he spoke, a fierce growl ripped out of Gabriel and I was being held once again, every inch of me consumed by him. I have to go, I cried softly, hugging the love of my life. I felt physical pain in my stomach at the mere notion of leaving him. No, please, Gabriel begged, crying into my neck. I let out a sob. I have to. I don't want to leave you. Promise me you'll come back to me. I nodded against him. I will always come back to you. I can't stand this, I sniffled, wiping at my eyes as he lowered me to the ground. I love you, Gabriel said once more. I kissed him hard on the mouth and then finally stepped out of his arms. I love you more, I mumbled, turning and walking as quickly as possible towards my gate. It was taking all of myself, control to keep me from turning and sprinting back to my mate's arms. I knew I needed to go home and see my mom. She was genuinely making an effort in our relationship, and as much as I hate to admit it, a girl does need her mother. I couldn't back out on my promise to her. Boarding the plane was one of the hardest things I'd ever done. I felt my heart breaking with every step, and I could barely control my tears. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐑, whose name was Sean, quietly slipped me a pack of tissues as we slid into our seats. I had originally purchased an economy seat, but Gabriel had gone behind my back and upgraded me to first class, insisting that it was part of his Christmas gift to me. Are you all right, Lou? Sean asked once we had taken off. I pulled my gaze away from the window where I had been hopelessly straining my eyes to catch a glimpse of Gabriel. No, not really, Sean, but I will be okay in 3 weeks, I replied, taking a brave, deep breath. The flight landed in Indiana on time and Sean and I had kept conversation to a minimum. I felt bad, but I was hardly considered good company when my heart ached as it did. Is that for you? Sean asked, gesturing to a sign that read, Evans. I didn't expect them to send a driver for me. Maybe. We might as well ask. I walked forward and stopped in front of the man holding the sign. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I asked politely, catching his attention. Is that for Viola Evans? Yes, is that you? Ma'am, the man asked in return. I nodded, offering him a small smile. By Sean, I whispered, knowing the warrior could hear me. Gabriel had arranged some sort of deal with an alpha over my hometown and Sean would be given a lift to a surveillance van right outside of my home. Let's pick up your luggage and then we will get you back home. I'm sure you're eager to get your winter break started. The older man grinned. I just nodded. I was eager for it to start, but primarily because it would mean it would end sooner and I could go home to my Gabriel sooner. The ride back to my mother and father's home was quiet, which I was thankful for. 20 minutes into the ride I shut the partition between the driver and myself and pulled out my cell phone. I quickly turned off airplane mode and dialed. Viola? Gabriel asked. My eyes flooded with tears at the sound of his voice. Gabriel, I whispered, trying to hold myself back from crying. Did you land okay? He asked after a long silence was spent just listening to the other's steady breathing. I needed to reassure myself that he would be okay without me. Yeah, I'm safe. I'm in the car on the way back to my parents' place right now. I informed him. That's good. I found myself nodding. I hate this, I finally said. I hate that I hear your voice and all I want to do is be in your arms, but I can't because we are 1,000 miles apart. I hate that all we can do now is talk. I miss you so much already and it's only been 5 hours. I was crying when I finished my little rant. I could hear Gabriel's rapid breathing on the other end of the line, but he wasn't saying anything. I felt more tears spring to my eyes. I missed being able to look at him and know what he was thinking. I love you so much. His voice finally rumbled out through the phone. I can't stand that you are so far away. If something were to happen to you, it would take me hours to get to you. I hate that we can't be together during the holidays, and I hate that you are so sad about it. I wish that I could hold you right now, sweetheart, and tell you everything is going to be okay. I can't imagine going through these next 3 weeks, but in a month from now we will be together again, and I don't plan on letting you go. He informed me. My heart was fluttering at his words. I curled up tightly on the back seat of the car, my coat wrapped around me, with one of Gabriel's hoodies underneath it. I breathed in his scent as deeply as I could. I love you, I whispered back. Have you done anything since I've been gone? Changing the subject. He sighed deeply, a sign that he was stressed. My arms ached to wrap around him, so instead, They wrapped around my knees. Joel and I have begun making plans to intercept that meeting that you discovered. All we really need to do is identify the leaders and expose their plans so that we can take them to jail fairly. We have some really good leads based on what you were able to recover for us. I'm hopeful that the whole issue will be taken care of by the time you return home. Although that does sound highly unlikely. His voice sounded tired and his soul was weary. I knew him, and I knew how much he loved his pack. I believe in you, Gabe. I'm so sorry that you even have to deal with this at all. Those people that are blaming you are just looking to find answers, and they are looking in the wrong places. I know that your people love you. I love you. If it takes a while for it to be taken care of, so be it. Don't overwork yourself. You are far too precious to me. I comforted him. How I longed to be able to run my hands through his hair and press kisses to his cheeks. My words were the only comfort I could give now. Thank you. Your belief in me means the world. Gabe replied. I blushed. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐬𝐻𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel, you mean the world to me, I responded. I heard him let out a low groan. I was concerned he had hurt himself. Are you okay? I'm all right. I just want to be able to hold you when you tell me things like that, and I can't right now, he explained. I want you to be able to hold me too. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐬𝐻𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I probably should hang up soon though. We're getting close to the house. I don't want my mom to be pissed that I'm on the phone instead of admiring all her decorations. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐬𝐻𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My heart sinking. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐬𝐻𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll call you before you go to bed. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐬𝐻𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel asked. I am looking forward to it already. I love you, he whispered like it was a secret for just the two of us. My heart warmed. I love you too, I whispered back. Then I hung up. I gave myself a moment to collect my emotions before I rolled down the petition. What can I do for you, Miss Evans? The driver asked. I was just wondering how much longer. About 5 minutes. Miss Viola. I heard my mom before I saw her. Stepping out of the warm car into the frigid Indianian air was not a sensation that I welcomed, but I put on a bright smile to greet my mom. Hey, Mom, I replied, finally catching sight of her. She was rounding the car with a big smile on her face. Her hair was darker now, the color suiting her more than the blonde that she had always kept it while I was growing up. I noticed how much younger she looked and couldn't decide if it was because of surgeries or genuine happiness. Either way, I was glad she looked like she was doing so well. She came towards me and gave me a light hug, pulling away and holding me in place to inspect me. Have you been crying? She asked, a bright smile dimming. I forced a smile on my face. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐬𝐻𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was hard saying goodbye to Gabriel, but I'm here. I laughed lightly, trying to convince her that I was fine. I didn't think that the two of you were so serious. She started. I shrugged sheepishly, shivering at the cold. I told you I loved him. What were you expecting? I wrapped my arms around myself. I mean, I guess I knew that, but I wasn't. She tried to explain herself. She looked uncomfortable. I was shivering from the cold. I love him. Mom, I told her again. She looked shocked. I just figured it was a little college fling, my mom sheepishly admitted. I was shocked. Enthusiasm. Mom, I am going to marry him someday. I love him, I finally said after a tense and awkward silence. We stared at each other, me freezing and upset, my mom stunned. The silence was interrupted by my phone buzzing in my pocket. I looked and a small smile made its way onto my face. I couldn't help it. Gabriel, get inside now. Me, hello to you too. Handsome Gabriel, hey. Sweetheart. Now get inside your house before you get sick. Shant says you've been shivering for a few minutes. Me, a little creepy. But fine. I love you. Gabriel, I love you too. Gabriel, and it's not creepy to protect what's mine. I looked up from my phone and at my mom. She was smiling at me with a look in her eyes I'd never seen before. Can we get inside? I'm getting cold. I explained. She seemed to snap out of her daze. 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐻𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You can put your bags in whichever guest room you like, she informed me as we walked through the front door. Thanks. Mom, what time is dinner? I asked as I walked up the stairs. We have to wait for Mark to come home, but then we are going out to eat. Do you remember Trebionni's? You love that place. Walking down the hall toward her crafting room, I scoffed and walked up into what used to be my bedroom. Immediately after I moved out, they took down everything personal and converted it into yet another guest bedroom. I unpacked all of my clothes into a drawer and kept all of Gabriel's clothes in the bag. I was hoping if I kept them all together the scent wouldn't rub off or fade. I took off the hoodie and tossed that into the bag, pulling out a different shirt and pulling on some leggings. Morgan, just checking to make sure you got there safe. I smiled while I checked my phone. I was so grateful that I finally had a place. And people who cared. Me, yup. I just got here. I hope you are loving your break from school. Enjoy it, girlie. I shut off my phone and climbed into bed to take a nap. I lifted the edge of the collar to my nose, smiling as I found myself drifting off to sleep, hopefully where I would dream of a handsome werewolf who loved me. Chapter 26, Merry Christmas. I heard my mom yell, throwing the bedroom door open. I groaned. I had been feeling off for the last few days, and I knew it was due to my separation from Gabriel, but I couldn't bring myself to worry him. His shirt still smelled like him, but not as strong, and certainly not as comforting as he was. I missed him. I cried myself to sleep most nights. I knew it was pathetic, but I loved him. I knew that we were not meant to be separated. 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐻𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Mom, I grumbled, rolling off the bed, still wrapped in blankets. We're going to have breakfast in the dining room. Dress nice. We will be taking pictures, she informed me, walking out of the room. I nodded, yawning and stumbling into the closet. I dialed my phone without even looking and pressed it to my ear. I felt tears spring to my eyes as they did every time I call him. Gabe. 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐻𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, sweetheart, he said reverently. I cried softly, and I knew he realized because he gasped. Don't cry, my love. He sounded broken. I felt broken, so it was okay. I can't help it. I sniffled, yanking a random dress off of a hanger. I miss you so much and I just want to come back home. I miss you more than I can say. You mean more to me than anything else in this world. I want nothing more than to be with you today, Gabriel murmured softly. I blushed, still teary-eyed. I don't think I'll ever be able to be away from you again after this. I think I'm just going to chain us together. 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐻𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Only half joking, he chuckled low and deep, the sound sending chills all over. I loved him. I don't mind that at all. Sweetheart, I have had similar thoughts myself, he admitted. I've missed your laugh. I blushed again, putting the phone on speaker so we could keep talking while I got changed. I've missed everything about you. Oh, sounding intrigued. I've missed your hands, and how gentle they are when they touch me. I've missed your arms, and how strong they are to hold me and keep me safe with you always. I've missed your face, how you smile differently at me than anyone else. I've missed your eyes, and how I can always tell how you're feeling by them. I've missed your heart, the feeling of it beating beneath my palm on your chest. I've missed how safe I feel with you. Emotionally, physically, in every way. You are my home. I love you. Gabriel. Crying again as I zipped up my dress. I heard a growl rumble through the speaker of the phone, but he was otherwise silent. I knew he was overcome with emotion. My Gabriel was a feeler. I've missed your growls too, I admitted, giggling. I love you. Gabriel growled. I wanted to hug him, but I couldn't, so I wrapped my arms around myself. I love you too. So much. Viola. Breakfast time. I heard my mom yell. I sighed deeply. I have to go, I muttered sadly. I'll talk to you later. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜 Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜 Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Call as much as you want. I will answer every time, I assured him. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I have something I have to do for a few hours, but I promise I will talk to you as soon as it's done. I found myself nodding. I'm sorry that you don't even get Christmas off. I love you so much. I'll be waiting for your call. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I love you too, he whispered. I cut the call and immediately felt worse than I had before the call had begun. I flinched when I looked in the mirror. It looked like I was dying. I startled when I realized that I actually was. I wasn't supposed to be apart from Gabriel for this long. It had been a week and a half of the 3 weeks and I was not faring well. I wasn't sure I would live to see him again. But of course, I couldn't tell him that. I knew he would drop everything to be with me. And I also knew he was dealing with some really serious things back home and he wouldn't be able to just up and leave. I would just pray that I would live through it and I knew I would be okay once I saw him again. I hoped so at least. I could barely walk. Me, Merry Christmas cutie. Morgan, Merry Christmas right back at ya. Why are you up so early? Me, oops. Forgot about the time difference. Get back to sleep so Santa can finish dropping off your presents. I laughed to myself as I imagined Morgan's reaction to my text message. Morgan. My younger siblings have been trying to wake me up for an hour. Love you, girlie. Hope you have a good day. My mom shouted again. I groaned, flicking on some mascara and concealer to try and disguise my illness from my mom. I knew she would take me to a hospital or something to be dramatic and then Sean would see and he would call Gabriel. I had just been avoiding leaving the house so Sean wouldn't see my condition. When I finally made it down the stairs and into the dining room I plastered a fake smile on. My mom and Mark were sitting next to each other, hands resting on top of each other with sickening smiles on their own faces. Good morning. They both turned to look at me. Good morning. Mark greeted. Are you feeling all right? You look pale, my mom commented, moving to stand up. I quickly sat in my seat and shook it off. I'm totally fine. Just hungry. Breakfast. I switched the topic, reaching for a roll and shoving it in my face. If you say so, she replied, sitting back down. The meal passed in relative silence. I didn't have the energy to eat very much or the appetite, so I just ate slowly. Much of the day passed in a blur. We never did presents until late at night. Doing them first thing in the morning was too painful for Mom. It made her miss Dad, and I didn't blame her. I felt the same way. I frosted cookies in the kitchen, throwing some festive sprinkles on them and filling up a few different plates. My dad and I had done that every year together, and I couldn't let the tradition die with him, no matter how exhausted I was. I delivered a plate to every main gathering room in the house. The house was lavishly decorated. All the best that I could expect from my mom, who now had an unlimited decoration budget and access to too many stylists. It looked straight out of a Hallmark movie and felt too formal for a home. I loved all the lights though. There were fairy lights decorating the windows and door frames and ceilings of every room, making it look like a magical snowstorm everywhere. I sat on the couch for a few hours just watching the way they twinkled. I crawled up the stairs after dinner, telling Mom and Mark that I was going to take a nap before we opened presents. They agreed and my mom looked worried again, but didn't make another comment, for which I was grateful. I had the best dream of Gabriel while I slept. I dreamt that he came into the room and crawled into the bed with me, wrapping me up in his arms. I moaned as life was breathed back into my body. I hugged him tightly to me, refusing to let go of him even in a dream. His chuckle in my ear woke me up though. I blinked sleepily as I looked into his eyes. They were shining with love, worry, and joy. I gasped, tenderly reaching out my fingertips to stroke his face. "Gabriel," I whispered, not trusting myself. "I'm here, sweetheart. I'm here." He choked out, his eyes welling with tears. My own were flooding. I flung my arms around him, breaking out into sobs. "I've missed you so much. 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻𝐸 𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐃𝐝ᵘ. Burying my face in his neck and breathing in his scent. His arms were pulling me even tighter against him, calling me up to sit cradled in his lap. "I love you," Gabriel whispered, his nose in my hair while his hands rubbed up and down my arm soothing me. "I love you too," I replied, pressing a kiss to his neck and pulling my head out to look at my werewolf in the eyes. "Merry Christmas. 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻𝸸 𝐻𝐸𝐬𝐻𝐸𝐴𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻𝸸. Smiling at him widely. "Merry Christmas, Viola," he replied, his smile rivaling my own. I leaned forward and kissed him once, pulling away to smile at him again. He cupped my face gently and guided me back to his lips, pressing another kiss to my lips, and another. "How are you here?" I wondered, breathless between kisses. He pressed another kiss to my mouth before answering, still just a breath away. I asked Joel to take over for a little bit. "No one in the pack knows that I'm gone, so I can't be here for too long, but I had to see you," pulling me back in for another kiss. We kissed for a few more minutes before he suddenly pulled away, holding me back at arm's length. I pouted and looked at him questioningly. "How come you didn't tell me you were getting sick?" he demanded. I blushed. "I didn't want you to worry," I sheepishly admitted. Gabriel had his stern face on. "I told you. I don't care what I am doing. Your health is most important. You're most important. If I was sick you would want to know. I expect to be treated with that same courtesy," Gabriel lectured. I nodded, understanding a little better how he felt after he explained it that way. "I promise I'll tell you next time. 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻𝸸 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻𝸸. Leaning in, hugging him, he rested his cheek on the top of my head. "By the way, how did you get in here?" Gabriel tensed and then gently picked me up and set me on the ground, climbing off of the bed himself. "I told your parents I was going to do something," he explained, looking fidgety and nervous for some reason. 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻𝸸 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "What is it?" He took both of my hands in his own and walked me out of the room, stopping once we were out of the room. I registered that my parents were at the bottom of the balcony and staring at us, but I was too focused on the love of my life. He still looked really nervous, and I was getting more and more worried about him. "What's wrong, Gabe?" He let go of my hands, taking a step back. I was about to start shaking. I knew he wasn't going to break up with me, but logical thought was never an option where Gabriel was concerned, and somehow that was what I had convinced myself was happening. Until he knelt down in front of me and pulled out a little box. I gasped, eyes welling up with tears for the millionth time that day. He smiled softly at me, never breaking eye contact. Viola Evans. I didn't even let him finish. In tackle that would rival 𝐷𝐼𝐻𝸸, I collided with Gabriel, pressing kisses to every part of his face. "Yes," I squealed. He was laughing. The sound so full of joy my insides felt like goop. You didn't let me ask the question, Gabriel complained, calling away and looking at him expectantly. You better make it quick, I informed him. He laughed again, holding me tightly and looking into my eyes. Will you marry me? Holding up the box again. I shut the box and knocked it aside, flinging my arms around Gabriel again. Yes. I laughed, holding him tightly. He stood up, letting my legs wrap around him like a monkey. I love you, he murmured in my ear. I love you too, I said back. A brilliant smile stuck on my face. I was so happy. Congratulations, my mom yelled, startling me into dropping down from Gabriel. I turned and smiled down at her and Mark. Thanks. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐿𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐿𝐬. Either way, this is Gabriel. I laughed, holding his hand tightly and reaching up to press a kiss to his cheek. He squeezed my hand back and gazed at me lovingly. Then his eyes widened and he reached down, picking the ring box up. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐿𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You get to try it on now, he explained, opening the box and taking out the ring. I felt my breath catch. It was perfect, simple and elegant. Everything I had ever wanted. He slid it onto my finger, and I smiled mischievously. I leaned up to whisper in his ear. I seem to remember a conversation where I told you that I would let you mark me as soon as I had a ring on my finger. And I have a ring on my finger right now. I felt his chest rumble and I knew he was extremely turned on. I giggled and shifted in his arms so my back was pressed against his chest as my parent made their way up the stairs to come to see the ring and shake our hands. Chapter 27. I yawned, cuddling closer to Gabe on the couch in the living room. I scanned my eyes around the room. The lights were dimmed, most of the room filled with the light from the fireplace. My mom and Mark were sipping wine and attempting to sing along to Celine Dion's "O Holy Night" on the opposite side of the room. Despite the noise, it felt like just Gabriel and myself in there. Are you sleepy? Gabriel asked, not ceasing soothingly running his fingers up and down my arm. I was like a blanket, draped completely over him and entirely limp. I'm feeling very content, I replied instead, rolling onto my side slightly to look up at him. I blushed when I discovered he had already been staring at me. And why is that? Pressing a kiss to the top of my head as if he couldn't help himself. This is the best Christmas of my life. I get to spend it with someone I love, I explained softly, threading my fingers through his head and gently guiding his lips to mine for a brief kiss. I love you too, sweetheart. Looking into my eyes, I smiled up at him. Get a room, my mom yelled, slinging a pillow at us. She missed by at least 5 feet. When they were tipsy, Mark and my mom were very loose. Well, what do you say? Shall we? Gabriel asked, nuzzling his nose with mine while scooping my entire body into his chest like I was a newborn. I nuzzled him back and nodded. Good night, Mom, I said. Good night, Mark. Gabriel stood up, still cradling me against his chest. I wrapped my arms around his neck and smiled. They waved slightly in acknowledgement before they started up on their rendition of Little Drummer Boy. Merry Christmas, Gabriel called out, whisking me out of the living room and up the stairs. I felt my eyelids growing heavy as he walked. My ear was pressed against his heart, and listening to his heartbeat soothe me, healing me entirely from the pain of being away from him for a week and a half. I wasn't sure how I was going to survive the remainder of the break. At that thought, my eyes started to tear up. I knew the second Gabriel smelled my tears. His heart pounded a little faster. His muscles tightened around me, and a small gasp escaped his lips. What's wrong, sweetheart? He asked as he somehow managed to get the door open to the room I was staying in. I sniffled at the thought of my sweet, caring, gentle fiancé being apart from me again, and I clutched onto him tighter. He sat down at the head of the bed, leaning against the headboard and readjusting me on his lap so that we could talk to each other. When I didn't look directly at him, he nudged my face up with his and looked into my glassy eyes. I felt my lip trembling and I held his face gently in my hands, scanning over every feature and committing them all to memory. "Please tell me what's wrong," he begged, his beautiful blue eyes full of worry. A tear slipped out of my eye and I blinked to clear the rest of them before they could fall and worry Gabriel even more. I pressed a kiss to his cheek, then to his other one. His eyes fell shut and his arms strengthened their hold around me as if I might fly away. He was my anchor though. He need never worry that I would leave him. "I love you," I said so quietly if he wasn't a werewolf he wouldn't have been able to hear it. I heard his breathing start to quicken. "What is going on? You're worrying me," he pleaded, his tone completely panicked. I shook my head, looking deep into his eyes before diving into his chest. I held him so tightly to me I was worried he was going to explode. His arms were seat belts, locking me into place on his lap and keeping me pressed against him. "Please." I could hear in his voice that he was going to cry, which only made me cry harder. He was desperate now. "What's happened? I thought we were happy just a few minutes ago." I made an ugly sound as I tried to suck the tears back down and quiet my crying to be able to explain myself to him. "When do you have to leave again?" I finally choked out. Looking up at him, I could feel the cool tears stuck to my lashes, trailing down my cheeks, my throat, wetting the collar of my pajamas. I knew the moment he understood why I was asking. I was getting good at understanding him. "Oh, sweetheart, you know that I don't ever wish to be apart from you. You know that, right?" Using his large, warm hands to cradle my head, and his thumbs to wipe my tears tenderly, I closed my eyes to savor the moment. Then I realized I wanted to look at him, so my eyes fluttered open again. Shiny hair was falling into his eyes, which were dark and full of love as he stared right back at me. I asked again, hiccuping. He smiled a little and mumbled cute under his breath. I blushed and flicked his shoulder. "Technically I need to leave tomorrow," he finally said. His hand slid from my face around my back and locked me to him. I nodded bravely. "Okay, well then I guess we will need to make the most of tonight," I rationalized. He laughed. "I try to make the most of all the time I spend with you," Gabe replied. I laughed right back at him. That was such a line. I informed him, faking snobbishness. He loosened one hand from my waist and tickled my side. I squirmed, shrieking and giggling until he stopped. "I think what you meant to say was thank you, so I'll pretend that's what I heard," Gabriel huffed, turning up his nose adorably. I marveled at his profile while he was defiantly looking away from me. I had no idea how I had managed to get such a handsome and strong man to be silly with me and cuddle with me. I had no idea how I had managed to convince him to want to spend the rest of his life with me, but I knew that I felt the same way. I wanted the whole world to know that I was his and he was mine. He peeked while I opened to glance at me, and I must have been an odd expression on my face because he opened the other eye and turned to face slowly. "What are you thinking about?" "Love." Hand reaching up to cup the back of my head. His thumb was rubbing slow circles on my cheek and I leaned into his hand, blinking slowly up at him. "Gabriel." Instead of answering him, "Yes, mark me," I whispered. His eyes grew wide for a moment, before lightening to the beautiful silver, blue that I knew meant he was turned on. I liked that I could read him so easily. "Are you sure? Once I do, you will have no way to get out of this. You'll be my Luna. The supernatural community will know that you are claimed and mated to an alpha. We will be more in tune with each other's emotions. It will be torture to stay away from each other, I stopped his ramblings by pressing a slow and sensual kiss to his lips. I bit gently on the lower one before I pulled back far enough to look into his eyes. "Gabriel, I love you. You have become my entire world. You are the best thing to ever happen to me, and the best thing that will ever happen to me. You say I will have no other way to get out of this. I don't want to. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐿𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You are the love of my life. I know that I still have a lot to learn about becoming the official Luna, but I am fully prepared to do so.
I love you. Mark me. I'm already going to marry you. Let's do this then. Every step. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜𝐬 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬. I watched the effect my words had on him as his eyes lightened considerably. He nodded at the end of my speech and flipped us around. I was laying on my back. Legs wound around his hips and he was staring down at me, eyes running all over my face and neck. I love you too. I love you, he promised back. His lips crashed down on my own a moment later. I wrapped my arms fully around his neck and my fingers were running through his hair. The sweat from my palms working through his strands like a gel, sticking it in every which direction. His hands were on either side of me, holding him up. I slid one of my own hands down from his neck and trailed it up and down his bulging muscles. His lips guided mine along, gently, lovingly. This kiss was not heated. This kiss was promises and love. This kiss was forever. This kiss was us. I moaned in protest when he pulled his mouth from my own, but the moan quickly became entirely different in purpose when his lips met the sensitive location on my shoulder. I love you, he mumbled against the spot as he sucked and licked. I had wanted my eyes open for the moment, but they kept rolling back in pleasure. I had never felt this way before. His pace quickened, and I felt a few nips at the spot with his human teeth. I was a withering, panting, moaning mess and he knew it by the feel of the smile against my skin. I love you, I panted out. Gabriel put a piece of thick fabric in my mouth. Bite on it if you need to scream. Those were his instructions. His hands were suddenly cradling my head. I knew this was it. I felt the teeth resting for 1 second against my skin. The next instant, my flesh was torn open. I bit that fabric and I bit it hard. The pain was blinding as I felt just how deep his powerful bite sunk into me. His jaws suddenly loosened its hold on my poor moth of flesh, and he began licking at the wound. I spat the rag out of my mouth and couldn't contain the loud moan that escaped my body when the pain left and replacing it just as strongly came pleasure. Every touch from Gabriel's tongue on the wound left me in ecstasy. I fell limp. The feeling was too powerful. He kept lapping at the wound. That was the last thing I remembered before darkness cocooned around me. When I opened my eyes it was still dark in my room. I could feel Gabriel holding me tightly in his arms. I glanced around and my eyes landed on the clock. I snuggled closer to Gabe, balling myself up so that I was smaller and more completely in his hold. I love you, I whispered tenderly, pressing a kiss to his shoulder. I felt his large arms tighten, a responding kiss pressed against the top of my head. How are you feeling, my love? Gabe whispered through the silentness of the room. I blushed. I don't feel anything, I replied, stating his concern. His fingertips ran up my back and grazed the mark. My limp body immediately tensed. A shockwave zipped through my body the instant Gabe came in contact with the mark on my shoulder, and I moaned embarrassingly loud. Anything. I blushed hard and buried my face into his chest. You did that on purpose. We should get some sleep, I said, effectively ending the conversation with a yawn. He chuckled and I shook with it. Okay, sweetheart. Good night. I love you, he replied, kissing my forehead again and yanking me completely into him. I shuddered from the warmth, my eyes slipping closed again in complete peace. Chapter 28. When I woke up again, the smell of bacon and waffles filled the room, and I smiled, stretching as I moved to sit up. Good morning, Gabriel cooed, resting a tray of breakfast for me on the bed. I left. Good morning, I replied, reaching out to him to give him a hug. I pressed a kiss on his cheek as I moved away to sit down. I hope you like waffles, he sang playfully, jumping onto the bed next to me and pulling us back to sit against the headboard. He was being really sweet this morning and I was eating it up. The mark I now bore had only intensified my feelings for him. I hadn't thought it was possible, but then again 6 months ago I didn't think werewolves were possible, so I shouldn't have been surprised. Idiot, I laughed.
shoving him lightly and then quickly pulling him back towards me. I didn't want him to actually move. You know I love them. Yeah. Gabe laughed right back, wrapping his left arm around me and pressing a smacking kiss to the top of my head. Oh my gosh. I love you. I was giggling at his goofy behavior uncontrollably. He had marked me last night, and every moment together since had been seeing more and more of his true, authentic self that he had been hesitant to share before. We ate our meal in a giggly sort of happiness before I decided we needed to have some real conversations to get me clued in on everything that was going on in his life. Gabriel. Scooting so I was sitting cross in front of him. He frowned and grabbed for my ankle, yanking one of my legs so it rested against his. What is it? Sweetheart, he replied. Then he huffed. Why did you move so far away? Oh, quit whining. I want to look at you while I'm talking to you. I told him. He nodded his head as if my answer was acceptable. All right, fine. What were you asking? I love you. I love every part of you that you have let me see. I know that I will love every part of you that you continue to reveal to me. I guess I'm just. How come you are so goofy with me now? But when we first met you were bossy, possessive, and arrogant. I winced when I realized how harsh I sounded, but I was curious. Wow, he breathed out deeply. I laughed nervously, anxiously wringing my hands together. Well, I love you too. I guess when I first met you a lot of what I was feeling was shock. I wasn't expecting to meet my mate when I did. There's a civil war brewing. I'm caught in the middle and, honestly, I was thinking that you wouldn't survive if I didn't immediately mark you and keep you by my side. I know I came off as arrogant, but that's just because I try. Gabriel paused and I felt my heart beat painfully at the sight of the pain in his eyes. Take your time, I whispered softly, reaching out to hold his hand between both of mine. He shot me a grateful smile and to compose himself. I didn't think I was ready to be alpha when I got the title. I wasn't expecting to have to decide to go against 𝐿𝐼's wishes to keep my people safe, and I didn't think that I'd have to navigate such a tense political climate. I guess I look arrogant because I have absolutely no idea what I am doing and I can't let people know that. I am the alpha. I watched my dad with the title my entire life. He was always so strong and sure of himself. I have to be someone that people can rely on, and so I have to be tough and strong and bossy and overconfident because I don't want anyone to worry about their safety while I'm in charge, he revealed. I nodded. It made complete sense. I lifted his hand to my lips and pressed gentle kisses to his knuckles. I unfurled his fingers and pressed a kiss to his palm and looked up into his eyes. You don't have to act tougher than you feel with me. Let me take care of you. Gabe, I want to take care of you. I whispered against his palm. His eyes were full of tears still unshed as they met my own. I crawled forward and knelt in front of him so that our heads were equal before I laid his head on my chest and held him. I don't deserve you, Gabriel said, cuddling in. I ran my fingers through his hair and tugged lightly in warning. Well, do you want me to go and find someone who you think does? I asked him. He growled and pulled his head up to look me in the eyes. No one deserves you. And no one will have you except for me, he stated fiercely. I laughed, mushing his cheeks together to exaggerate the grumpy expression on his face. If you chanced me to frown, I started singing. He glowered as much as he could while I still held his face tightly. What are you doing? He demanded. I ignored him. Do not let it stay. I paused dramatically and smiled my wildest smile. His eyes grew wide in fear. Turn that frown right upside down and smile that frown away. I yelled the last part, forcing the corners of his mouth up into a smile. I watched as the smile became real before he tackled me backward on the bed. Where on earth did you learn that? He demanded, hovering above me. I was still giggling. My dad used to sing it to me when I would throw tantrums as a little kid. He could get me to smile every time. I confided, smiling at the memory. That's very special. Viola, he said softly, turning us on our sides to face each other. I know. I hummed back. I would have been content to lie in bed with him all day. But I glanced at the clock and gasped, leaping out of bed. We have to get ready for the day. It's almost 11 o'clock, and if you need to be back to the pack by tonight, then you must have a flight pretty soon, I exclaimed. I tried to ignore the bitter pull on my heart when I remembered that he was going to have to leave me here. I ushered him into my bathroom and slammed the door on him when he tried to tell me he didn't need a shower. Then, I hurried and took a quick shower of my own, throwing my hair in a towel hat and pulling on a chunky sweater and some jeans. That's a nice outfit, my mom complimented when I walked into the living room. Thanks, I replied, giving her a light smile. I did a double take when I noticed the look she was giving me from her perch on one of the sofas. What? I took a seat across from her and pulled a velvet decorative pillow from behind my back so I could sit more comfortably. Do you know that Gabriel is going back home today? She asked me. I tried to keep my smile in place and squeezed the pillow tightly to express my frustration. He has a lot of things to take care of. He can't be gone for more than a day or so at a time, I explained. She nodded. I just figured you would be going back with him, Mom said. My eyes widened. I sat up straight. I thought you wanted me to stay here for the whole 3 weeks, I asked her slowly, not wanting to get too excited in case I was misunderstanding her. That was before you were engaged. That was before I saw how you two look at each other. Honey, as much as I wish it was, your place isn't here with me anymore. You two belong together now, she explained softly, her eyes bright and shiny. I was blushing, but I had a big smile on my face. I'm going to go find Gabriel and tell him. 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸 𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐻 𝐷𝐞𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸. Feeling giddy. Thanks, Mom. You're welcome. Turn, she called after me as I idly stood and made for the exit. I turned back around and sat on the sofa next to her, pulling her into a hug. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Something told me I wouldn't be seeing her after this for a while. I have always loved my mom, despite all our differences. I love you too. 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸. Kissing her cheek and then jumping up and out of the room in search of my big bad werewolf. I turned the corner to go up the stairs and crashed into someone. I almost went sailing to the ground if it wasn't for their quick reflexes. I was pulled very firmly against a certain someone's chest. Hello. Smiling up at my fiancé, he smiled back down at me, pecking me on my lips. Is right, he said, not ILY. I giggled and wrapped my arms around his neck, jumping up and wrapping my legs around his waist like a monkey. You are awfully chipper. I have a question for you, I informed him. And what is your question? Is there a way you can get an extra ticket for the flight back? Gabe's jaw went slack. Then he was jumping and whooping and laughing and peppering me with kisses. You're coming home with me. Looking into my eyes and panting, I bit my lip with a smile still painted wide and nodded. It's where I belong, I said quietly. He pressed his lips to mine quickly, pulling away to smile at me again. This has been the best 2 days of my entire life, he informed me. I let go of him so that I could cuddle into his chest from a standing position instead. Same here, I retorted, nuzzling in. We stayed wrapped up in each other for 5 minutes before our doorbell rang. Can you get that, Viola? My stepdad shouted from his office, pulling out of my comfy spot and dragging Gabriel with me. On the short walk I took the time to appreciate how handsome he looked with his dark hair still damp and hanging on his forehead. His dark green shirt was clinging to his ABS and brought out the depth in his eyes. I wouldn't let my eyes go lower than his shirt because I couldn't trust myself to check out his butt if the top half looked so good. Hello. Yanking the door open, my jaw dropped when I saw who was on the other side. Chapter 29. Viola, reaching a hand out for me to shake. I was still staring at him. 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐴𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸. I hadn't even finished saying the name before I felt Gabriel towering over the both of us from behind me, his arm curving gently around my waist to sit on my hip. I comfortably leaned into him to calm him down. What are you doing here? Still staring. He had grown up a lot since high school. His hair wasn't sandy blonde anymore. It was a dirty blonde-brown color that suited him much better. He was definitely in really good shape physically. I was completely shocked. He looked so much more put together than he had when I had last seen him. Your stepfather asked me to come by for lunch, Paul explained, glancing up at Gabriel and then back at me. Oh, well then I guess come on in. Sorry. I didn't realize we were having company. I apologized, threading my fingers through Gabriel's and stepping out of the way for Paul to enter. I thought you knew. I would have reached out. But I know you changed your number before you moved out west a couple of months ago. He explained. That's fine. I felt a rumbling in Gabriel's chest and I knew his wolf was unhappy with an unknown male being friendly towards his mate. I loved how in we were with each other. I turned my head slightly to look up at my tall mate, hopping up on tiptoe to press a kiss to his jaw. This is Gabriel, I said to Paul when I noticed the distasteful way he was eyeing my mate. Something deep and wild in me didn't like the way he was judging my man. My fiancé. I watched Paul's eyes grow huge and he hesitated to shake the hand that Gabriel had graciously extended after the introduction. Well, that must have been really fast. You've only been gone for 4 months, Paul exclaimed, trying to play it off. Oh, I knew he had offended Gabe's wolf and I wished desperately that someone else would appear, but I knew my mom was in the dining room and my stepdad was still in his office. When you know, then you know, Gabriel said, cuddling me back against him. Both his arms were wrapped securely around me, and I was holding onto them with my own arms. Isn't that right, sweetheart? Oh, for sure. I've never loved anyone the way I love Gabe, I replied truthfully. I tried to ignore the way Paul's face turned bitter at that. Probably not the best thing to say in front of an ex, but it's the truth. That just seems highly unlikely, Paul started. I saw his eyes glance up at Gabriel, who was the largest man I had ever met and easily towered over my ex. But congratulations to the two of you. Let's go get some lunch, I said quickly, ending the small talk. This meal would not go well. I led the way down the hall with Gabriel clutching my hand tightly. I needed to be alone with him to calm him down, but couldn't do that until I had dropped Paul off in the dining room. Mom, look who came to lunch, I announced stiffly. Walking in, I was glaring at her pointedly and she looked startled to see who it was. She shot me an apology and a look and then wiped her expression polished. Hello. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Welcome, she greeted. Paul smiled at her and walked over to shake her hand. I took the opportunity to drag Gabriel out of the room, down the hall, and into a service closet that no one ever used. It was the size of a large pantry, so there was plenty of room for us. I shut the door, turned on the light, and then was immediately greeted by a pair of lips on mine. I staggered backward in surprise, but he caught me from falling. One arm wound around my waist and keeping me pressed firmly against him, and the other hand cut my jaw, guiding my lips to meet his possessive and branding kiss. I melted against him, kissing him back with all the love I had in me. His lips trailed down my neck and I was a moaning mess as they left. No doubt, a fleet of love bites moving toward my mark. When his lips connected with it, I felt my whole body come alive. The moan that escaped me was so loud, I almost snapped out of it in embarrassment. He swallowed the tail end of my own with another kiss, eventually slowing down to just a couple of pecks. Mine, he was whispering between kisses. It was true, I was his completely. Yours, I replied, reassuring him. I cupped his face in my own hands and pried him away from me so that I could look in his eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He begged. I knew what he meant. Paul and I dated my senior year of high school. He tried to get back together with me over the summer, but I wasn't interested. My stepdad. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Always liked him. Probably because Paul is a kiss-up. I hate men who are kiss-ups though, so I dumped him when I noticed. There's nothing to worry about. Gabe, I love you so much. There is no one that even comes close. I told him. I don't like him, Gabriel stated. I smiled. 𝐊𝐢𝐬. I know you don't. Can we just get through this lunch and then we can fly back home? Okay, he agreed. Besides, I am planning on bragging about you during the whole lunch. He was kind of a jerk when we were dating and thought I couldn't do any better than him. I did so much better, and I want to rub it in his face. I said snark 𝐊𝐢𝐬. Gabe laughed, pressing a kiss to my forehead. Sounds good. He paused and then blushed, avoiding eye contact. I left some 𝐊𝐼𝐬𝐧𝐑𝐞𝐝 on your neck. Good. It shows that my man can satisfy me. I grinned, grabbing his hand and tugging him out of the closet. Who are you? I laughed happily. So, Gabriel, what are you studying? Cole asked. 𝐿𝐤𝐳 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐰. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐧𝐑. I've been out of college for a while now. I studied business management finance. I currently own a number of businesses, Gabriel answered, digging into his flatbread sandwich. Cole looked shocked and I decided to add to it. I had scooted my chair right next to Gabe's and I was practically folding over him the whole meal. To his credit, he was just as much wrapped up in me. I didn't even have to tell a single lie. I just mentioned all of the things that he usually kept on the down low. He is also a super influential member of his community. Everyone out there really looks up to him. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐳 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐳𝐬𝐧. In genuine admiration of my alpha. Oh, how I loved him. Wow, that's great, Cole mumbled. I hummed in agreement. The rest of the meal followed in a similar fashion. Are you ready? Gabe asked, carrying my last suitcase out to the car. Yeah. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐳 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐳𝐬𝐧. I was trying to take in that this may be my last time in the house, but it didn't bother me. It hadn't been my home. My home was when my father lived and loved. My new home was Gabriel. Are you okay? His thick eyebrows pulling together and a slight pout formed on his plump lips. I sighed again and put my arms around his waist, pressing my cheek to his chest. It's just a building. It's okay to need to take some time to process your emotions. Viola, it's alright to be feeling overwhelmed or conflicted. You are valid, Gabriel whispered. I felt my mood lighten. Did you read my psychology notes? I asked him, not looking up at him from my position. Almost word for word came what I had learned about responses to someone feeling strong emotions from out of his mouth. I felt his strong chest trembled with amusement. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't, he replied. I laughed, wiping a traitorous stare onto his shirt. Do you need to go say goodbye to your mom? Still holding me, I felt loved, protected, and safe in that spot. It was my favorite place on earth. She's at a book club meeting. I said goodbye before she left. I told him, and thank goodness I had gotten that over with before I decided to feel all sorts of mixed emotions. Then should we go? Resting his cheek on the crown of my head, I took a deep breath of him. Sandalwood. Yummy. I guess so. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐳 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐳𝐬𝐧𝐑𝐞𝐝. Still not moving, he let out a little laugh and scooped me up, carrying me out of the house. Goodbye, Viola's mom's house, he called as he strut away with purpose towards Martin and the waiting car to take us to the airport. Chapter 30. Have you gotten any new leads? I asked Gabriel, interrupting the silence of our car ride back to his house. What? He looked at me in confusion. I smiled at the way his brown eyes glowed with the sunlight, before shaking my head and focusing. You know, Civil War, traitorous back members. I trailed off. Oh, he exclaimed, sobering up. We know that one of the leaders is a man named Garrett. We know all the members as well. We just have to figure out how to resolve this peacefully. Does Garrett have a mate? I asked curiously. I believe so, Gabriel replied,
Why no reason? Just curious, I explained. I slid my hand over his that was resting between us. I relished in the sparks and took a deep breath in, closing my eyes. Mint and pine. I would always love his scent. We only about 30 minutes away now, Gabriel informed me. I nodded. Hey, I sat up straight in my seat and turned to look at Gabe. What? What's wrong? His eyes lightening. I knew that he was partially shifting to sense danger and I tried to calm him down. Nothing. I just remembered that you had told me once that you built your house. 𝐿𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐳 𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐸. Looking over at him curiously, the beams of setting sunlight streamed through the window, making his dark hair glow, his strong nose and jaw perfectly sculpted. I wouldn't ever be used to how handsome he was. He answered simply. I smacked his arm and he let out a short bark of laughter. Liar, that house is humongous. How on earth did you build that? I demanded, aching to learn everything I could about my mate. I started building it when I turned 17 and it took me almost 5 years to finish it. I wanted to have a home that my mate and I could live happily in. Raise a family there. And I didn't really want to always be living in the pack house. I love my pack, but it's definitely hard to feel love at 𝐿𝐻𝐼𝐻, he explained shyly. I blushed as well. I love it. I love it even more now that I know why you built it. You big ol' softy. He laughed with me as we continued our drive. Oh my gosh. Sean. Gabriel glanced over at me again. Well, you're just remembering everything right now, aren't you? Very funny. Seriously. What happened to him? I didn't see him on the flight home. The crew guy would be stuck in Indiana for a little longer. I sent him home as soon as I learned that you were returning with me. There was an earlier flight, and no need for him to protect you while I was around, Gabriel explained. I let out a sigh of relief. I like that guy. He isn't a talker, but he sure was good at protecting me. I commented. You only like me, Gabriel grunted. I rolled my eyes. No, I only love you. I can have guy friends. I snorted. I kicked my feet up on the dash of his car and he ignored them. Fine, he consented. How is your grandmother? Gabriel asked after another stretch of quiet. She's fading, I replied sadly. I felt tears forming and I swallowed thickly. It was hard to think about someone I loved so much going through so much pain. I'm sorry about that, Gabriel whispered, his hand squeezing mine tightly as we pulled off the highway and began the winding stretch up into the mountains. There's nothing anyone can do. I'm actually dealing with this all better than I thought I would. I know that she loves us all here, but I also believe in an afterlife. And I know that she's been missing Grandpa these last few years, so I am happy that she will get to be with him again. I had always felt inspired by my grandparents' love for each other. Every Sunday my gran got up early to pick a flower from their garden for my grandpa. They went on walks every morning before he had to go to work. They raised 5 children together and came out the other side even more in love. That love is powerful. That is the love of legends. And it's the kind of love that I know I have with my werewolf. I love you, I said suddenly. Gabriel raised our joined hands up to his lips to press a kiss to the back of mine. I love you too, he said reverently. I smiled as warmth filled my chest. I loved him. I loved him. I loved him. Viola. I heard a voice shout before a body slammed into my back. I was laughing, but the body was immediately ripped off of me as a large one stood protectively in front of me. Jake, Gabe growled threateningly, stepping out from behind my big bad wolf. I missed you, I exclaimed, reaching for a hug. Gabriel pulled me back into his chest. No hugging other males, he rumbled deeply. Glaring at him. I do what I want, I protested. Let him be a caveman. A new voice joined our party. 𝐿𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐸 𝐊𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐸. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I missed you. Stepping towards him to give him a hug. He dodged as an arm swung around my body and yanked me back.
Gabriel was fine while we were alone, but as soon as his friends showed up, he wouldn't stop touching me. Wouldn't let me leave his side. Stop it. It did nothing. That won't work. Viola, I see you're marked now, Joel observed with a cheeky grin. I flushed a deep red color. Maybe, I responded. He laughed. When our mates are freshly marked, the inner wolf feels extra possessive and protective. He's going to need a day or two to adjust back to normal. The price we pay for love. Sighing dramatically and fluttering his eyelashes. Oh, shut up. Gabriel finally spoke up, nuzzling my mark. I felt my breathing hitch and his smile against my skin. He was doing it on purpose. How was your Christmas? I asked the set of brothers, trying to keep my mind off of the man who was practically eating me alive in a very public setting. It was really good. We finally got a new air pump, so we spent most of the day inflating all of the balls in our house that were deflated or not inflated at all. We have so many soccer balls, Chuck observed with amazement. I laughed. The image of a normal family Christmas made me hopeful that someday Gabriel and I might have that with our children. That's fantastic. I grinned, and we played darts and Jake shot me in the back. Joel tattled. I snickered, knowing that his werewolf healing and strength would have made it very difficult to actually seriously injure him in such a mundane way. I didn't mean to. Jake pouted, looking guilty. I gasped as Gabe's tongue licked my mark suddenly. Joel and Jake looked at me. Oh, jest. It was a very dramatic story. I tried to explain myself without exposing myself, and from the smirks on their faces, I was guessing it hadn't worked as well as I had hoped. I'm going to take my mate home now, Gabe announced, finally emerging from my neck. I breathed a sigh of relief. Unless there is anything else you two need to tell me. Just that since Viola is marked and officially the Luna, there should be some type of welcoming ceremony or something. I know you two are getting married, but we need to have something ASAP here so that everyone knows who she is and what authority she has. That way no one messes with her, Joel informed him. I nodded along. It made sense. And honestly, I was down for anything. I wanted to know more about their culture and customs. After dating Gabriel for a few months now, I thought we know more about him than I do. I don't think he was purposefully hiding anything, but he doesn't share unless he feels it is necessary, and I am curious by nature. I like to learn. That sounds cool, I exclaimed brightly, grabbing Gabriel's hand in mine and tugging him towards his home. We'll look into the details later. Good night. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel called to his friends. He suddenly whooshed me into his arms and jogged towards his house, clinging onto him tightly. I'm carrying you over the threshold. I laughed and pinched his nose lightly. That only works when we are married, I informed him. His response was the same as the last time. I'm practicing. Gabe laughed. Can we go talk to my parents? Gabe asked, rolling on top of me in the morning. Setting my phone aside. Right now. I hummed, wrapping my arms around his neck. His eyes dark, and I knew he was turned on. I was too sleepy to care, and I had ulterior motives. It doesn't have to be right this minute. There are other things we could do, he hinted, smiling wolfish lie. I smiled right back. Leaning up, I pressed a quick kiss to his cheek, stealthily dodging his lips, and rolled out of bed, hopping towards the bathroom. Good plan. I need to take a shower and get some fresh clothes on before we go over and announce our engagement. I grinned innocently. He groaned, flopping onto his back and laying his arm over his eyes. He muttered, "Sorry, I didn't get that." I called teasingly. He snorted. "No doubt," Gabe replied, slightly annoyed. I just giggled and hopped into the shower. So, what's the game plan? Rubbing my hands together as we pulled up in front of his parents' house. What do you mean? How are we telling them? What are we gonna say? I elaborated. How about, "Hey, we're engaged." I mocked her. "Yeah, I guess that works," I said shakily. "Are you nervous?" Gabriel asked, wrapping his arms around me and turning me to face him. I leaned back from my waist, looking up at him shyly. A little bit. Last time I met them you were worried they might hate me. I'm just a little nervous about telling them to be their daughter-in-law, I explained. Wringing my hands together, Gabriel let out a booming laugh, causing me to jump and then stare at him in surprise. Why are you laughing? I demanded. Well, in my world, when the parents are first introduced to the mate is when they have to come to terms with the child-in-law. Mates are forever. Permanent. No take-backs kind of deal. A werewolf would be crazy to reject their mate. It doesn't happen. They knew last time that you were the only girl in the world for me, he explained softly, looking at me with such tenderness my heart ached. I blushed, averting my eyes for a moment. I love you, I whispered, finally looking back up at him. He melted against me, holding me delicately. You're my whole world, sweetheart, he replied. I blushed deeper red and leaned up to kiss him gently. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐷𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let's go knock this out. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐷𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Reclaiming myself, he laughed, throwing an arm over my shoulder and steering me up to the front door. We knocked and stood back. I was bouncing on my toes with excitement. I hadn't gotten to tell anyone yet I wanted to show off that I would get to keep my gorgeous hunk all to myself for the rest of forever. Viola, Gabriel, this is a surprise, his mum exclaimed as she opened the door. I smiled brightly at her in greeting. Hopefully a welcome one, Gabriel teased her. She laughed. Viola is a welcome one. The jury is still out on you, mister. Oh, she got you. I laughed, high-fiving her. Gabriel rolled his eyes, but he couldn't hide the happy smile on his face. So, how come the two of you stopped by? Looking at us expectantly. We're engaged, and I marked her, Gabriel said bluntly. His mum froze, her features slowly morphing to shock before she screamed loudly. I winced, and I felt Gabriel reach to cover his ears. Suddenly there was a bang from inside the house, and in the next second Mr. O'Connor popped up, shielding his wife from us. When he registered who was at the door he looked at Mrs. O'Connor in confusion. What's wrong? Nothing, she cheered, stepping out from behind him and giving Gabriel a tight. O'Connor glanced at me for help. We're engaged and Gabriel marked me, I informed him. His own eyes grew wide before he reached out a hand for me to shake. Congratulations. You too, he boomed. I shook his hand firmly. Thank you, I replied, still grinning from ear to ear. The smile was permanently adhered to my face. Well, come in. We'll eat lunch together and talk wedding details, Mrs. O'Connor said, throwing the door open wider and yanking her husband inside with her. That sounds wonderful, I accepted, grabbing Gabriel's hand and making my way inside their home. I slipped off my shoes at the door and Gabriel rolled his eyes before doing the same. You don't have to take your shoes off in here, he informed me. I flicked his arm. It helps keep the carpets cleaner for longer. Shoes will not be allowed on the carpets when we start living together either, I replied, warning in my voice. What? Why, he wind. I tried to keep the stern expression on my face, but he looked so funny. Because I just explained it to you. I don't want to spend a long time vacuuming every week, I reiterated. You don't even need to vacuum or clean anything. We have pack members who can do that, Gabriel argued. I would like to clean our home myself, I informed him, flushing slightly as I called it our home. Well, then your wish is my command, Gabe finally said, tugging me to a halt and wrapping his arms around my waist. We were staring into each other's eyes and I found myself praying silently that it would always feel like this. That we would always be so in love and happy to be near each other. Your eyes are so pretty, I found myself mumbling. His ears turned pink and I was fascinated by the way his eyes shifted color slightly. Your eyes are beautiful, he replied, trying to minimize my compliment.
I'm not kidding. Gabe, you are the most handsome man I've met in my entire life, I said in awe. One of my hands was lightly combing through his hair. Hey lovebirds, a shout from the kitchen startled us apart. I looked back up at Gabriel for a brief moment to see him already smiling softly down at me. Coming, he called back, taking my hand and leading me there. Chapter 31. What time do you think you could drop me off at my own apartment? I asked Gabe from where I was laying on top of him. I was using an arm to prop myself up so that I would be able to see him more clearly. Do you have to go back? You weren't even supposed to be in Utah at all right now. What could you possibly need to do there? 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐩𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐬 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to reason with me. Pressing a light kiss to his lips. Well, for one, I think I'm too big of a distraction for you here. You haven't had hardly any progress with the Civil War situation since I've been here. He opened his mouth to protest, but I cut him off again. And for two, I can pick up some shifts at the diner and get ahead on some schoolwork. Plus, I'd love to meet more people in your pack, but I can't do that until I get some other things done. Gabriel sighed, nodding his head. I guess that makes sense. I laughed, climbing off of him. It doesn't mean I'm happy about it though, he informed me. I shrugged my shoulders as I sashayed into the bathroom to get ready for the day. I looked at myself in the mirror, smiling. I looked truly and genuinely happy for the first time in a long time. The bags under my eyes weren't so pronounced. My face was flushed with color, and my hair was, although oily, manageable and looked after. I felt good about myself. I knew that it had to do with how far I had come on my personal mental journey these last few months. I had finally found ways to keep myself happy. I saw Gabriel's reflection approach me from behind, and I leaned into his chest as his arms came around my stomach and held me close. What are you thinking about? Swaying us lightly from side to side. I closed my eyes and felt a soft smile bloom on my face. How much my life has changed over these last few months. How much I have changed. In a good way. Almost nervously, I turned in his arms, opening my eyes to meet his own. In the best way, I assured him. Once I got home, I called Marie at the cafe. Viola. Hey Marie. I'm back in town now, and I was wondering if you needed any shifts picked up. I sat down at my desk chair and spun around while I talked. That's so sweet of you, she gushed. I laughed, imagining the look on her face, tapping a pen against my thigh nervously. I had my planner open and I was ready to fill out my schedule. Actually, we are closed for the holidays. We thought it would be a nice break for everyone, and we had a really good year, she explained. I was disappointed. Okay, let me know when you guys open up again. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐻𝐿 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I will. Sweet girl, how was your time in Indiana? Conversationally, I blushed before I answered. I got engaged, I informed her. Oh, that's amazing. I'm so happy for you, she complimented. Thanks. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐻𝐿 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I should let you go. Happy holidays. You too, honey, Marie replied before I ended the call. I flopped onto my bed to think. I couldn't stop thinking about the situation in Gabriel's pack. It was bothering me that I hadn't been able to connect with any of the pack members either. I knew how important they all were to Gabriel, and I knew that one day I was supposed to lead by his side. I didn't feel comfortable being responsible for a group of people I knew nothing about. I decided to reach out to one of the few friends I had in his pack. I sat up, leaning against my headboard. Hello. Hey Caroline. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐻𝐿 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A little nervous about talking to my future mother, in-law without her son present. Viola. I'm so glad you called. How are you doing? She asked kindly. I sighed in relief that she was still the same happy person when it was just the two of us. I'm doing all right.
I was actually calling to ask a favor. Well, I can't make any promises, but I will see what I can do. She chirped. I was internally gushing about how sweet she was. No wonder Gabe was so kind and thoughtful. He had an angel raising him. I haven't been able to meet very many women in the pack. I was hoping to have a luncheon or a brunch with some ladies so that I can get to know them. Would you be able to help me set something like that up? I asked her hopefully. That is a wonderful idea. We haven't to get together in such a long time. I can definitely spread the word to the women who live in town. How many would you like to have? As many as are able to come. I would just love to get to know them and let them get to know me. I'm sure not all of them are fully comfortable with the idea of a stranger being mated to their alpha. So I thought it might be good for all of us. I explained bashfully. She gasped. Sounded pleased. That is so amazing. I'm so excited. When are you thinking? Caroline wanted to know. Well, it will probably take 2 days for me to figure out a caterer and a venue. So how does Monday for brunch sound? I asked her. That's perfect. I guess that's everything. Oh my goodness. I interrupted, smacking myself in the forehead. What? Are you all right? Caroline worried. I'm fine. I just realized that if all the women are invited to the brunch, many of them won't be able to come because they are providing childcare. I groaned, frustrated with the flaw to my plan. We could hire someone, she suggested. I shook my head. No, that's asking them to trust our decision to hire someone that will take care of their kids, and I feel like we can't ask them to do that. I hopped out of bed and moved to my desk chair, swinging around until I was facing my laptop. I opened it up and typed a few things into the search bar. What are you doing? She asked curiously. I'm looking up ideas on Pinterest. I admitted, laughing lightly. She laughed with me. Pinterest has so many great ideas. I don't blame you. I was really digging Caroline and my vibe this evening. This one sounds good. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Smiling widely, I felt really good about it. What? We can have a dad kids carnival. The dads can come up with some sort of stall or activity to run together, and they can all take shifts walking around and participating in all of the different activities. That way there is still a parent present with the kids, and everyone gets to have a fun day. I love it. She squealed. We can have that in the gym at the pack house. There's a gym in the pack house. I wondered aloud. Holy cow. It's essentially a rec center with rooms for people to live in as well. The front is the home of the Beta family, and the back is the area for the community, she explained. I nodded along. That was really smart. And a super cool idea. Perfect. Is there another big room that's slightly fancier? We could have our brunch in the pack house too. That way no one has to worry about transportation. I thought aloud. We have a ballroom. It hasn't been used since my wedding, so we may have to clean it up, but it will be perfect, she gushed. I was getting super excited about this. How about you come over right now? And we can knock out the rest of the planning. I'd invite Sarah over and we can design some sort of flyer to hand out to the people who live in town, as well as one we can email out to the ladies who live a little further away. They might feel a little left out if we don't invite them, since we're making such an event out of this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let me just change into some nicer clothes, and I'll be right over, I exclaimed, standing and opening my drawer to pull out some jeans and a nice sweater. I can send Gabriel to get you, she suggested happily now. The silence was tense before I clarified. I would love to see him, but we've been spending so much time together, he hasn't been spending as much time on the pack issues that he's been trying to figure out, and I would hate to distract him again. You are definitely meant to be the Luna, Caroline said softly. I could hear the emotion in her voice as I switched her over to speaker so I could change while we talked. That means a lot, especially coming from you, I admitted humbly. I knew Caroline must have been an amazing Luna, and to have earned her respect made me feel more confident in my ability to care for these people. Oh, hon, You are going to make me get emotional. I'm going to let you go so you can drive over here safely, and I'll call Sarah so she can get over here too," Caroline explained before she hung up. I wiped my eyes with the sleeve of my fluffy grey sweater before I grabbed my keys, shoved my laptop into a big purse, grabbed some charger cords, and walked out of my apartment. "Come in," I heard Caroline yell when I knocked on the front door. I took a deep breath before I walked inside their beautiful home again. "We've set up shop in the kitchen." I walked into the kitchen and smiled when I saw Caroline and Sarah with what looked like thousands of dollars worth of scrapbooking supplies spread across it. Their cheeks were flushed and they were both looking at me with excitement. "What are you ladies working on?" Walking closer to take a peek at the table, I felt my eyes grow wide when I saw what was sitting in front of them. Individually crafted and personalized homemade invitations to the brunch daddy. Fun, they were laying on the table. Each one was clearly labeled and addressed to a specific woman or family. There were ribbons, bows, glitter, foamy letters, stickers, jewels, you name it. They were totally blinded out and absolutely amazing. "Holy," I muttered, shocked. "Do you like them?" Sarah asked eagerly, looking up at me. I blinked to form words. "I love them. How on earth did you make so many of these so quickly?" I asked them. "We love to scrapbook," Caroline admitted. I snorted. I think that's an understatement. I teased her. She laughed, pulling out the chair in between the two of them. "We need your help though. We still have to make sure we have everyone who lives in town included. And we need you to make an electronic copy to mail to everyone who doesn't live here," Caroline explained. I nodded, sitting down and opening up my laptop. "Do you guys have a group emailing list set up for the pack?" Opening a blank Google Doc to design the flyer on. "A what?" Sarah asked. I looked up, ceasing my typing. "An email list. A quick way to communicate with everyone," I asked them, suddenly feeling worried. No. The Alpha usually remind to link with any important updates." They informed me. I nodded along. That made sense for the way they had been running things. But I knew a far away not even being able to receive group communication on a regular basis would not help me feel like I was a part of the pack. That makes sense. I think it would be a good idea to set that up. "Do you guys have a list of everyone's emails?" I wondered, opening up a Gmail tab on my browser instead. I was met with silence, so I looked up at them. They were both grinning mischievously at me. "We don't have that information," Caroline started. "But Alpha does," Sarah finished, wiggling her eyebrows at me. I blushed, shaking my head at the two women. "So you want me to go get it from him?" I asked them, groaning. Caroline chuckled teasingly. I liked that woman, but boy was she a jokester. "Well, we can't. We still have to finish making all these invitations," Sarah answered innocently. I shook my head. "You two are cruel," I informed them, standing up dramatically. "You'll thank us later," Sarah hollered as I walked back down the hall to the front door. "He's in his office at the pack house," Caroline helpfully added, just before the door shut behind me. I chuckled while I walked down the road to the pack house. Those ladies were so good for each other and so good for me. It was nice to have more friends. Chapter Tito Viola, I heard as soon as I opened the door to the pack house. I had found the public entrance, just to the side of the building, much easier than walking through the Bater's family home. "Josh, to my 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷 𝐷𝐞𝐻 heartfelt thanks to your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐻. Giving the kid a hug. I heard some more whistles and I rolled my eyes as I pulled away to inspect the group that Josh was hanging out with. "Who are you guys?" Looking at the three other boys. They all looked to be around 16 or 17 years old, varying heights and coloring, but I only needed one look to decide they were the heartthrobs of their high school. I can tell the type just by looking at them. "This is Ag, Aid, and Cade," Josh introduced. The boys nodded as they were introduced. I repeated the names a few times in my head before I replied. "To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝,
heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. And Viola, Gabe's mate, I got cut off by the sound of them choking. You were checking out the Luna. Abe chided Zach. Zach punched Abe in the gut. 𝐊𝐢𝐳, and you guys were both checking her out too. Zach accused them. Josh. Turning to look at my friend. He looked away from his buddies arguing to focus on my question. Which way is Gabe's office? I need to talk to him for a little bit. I'll drop you off. We were on our way to go bug the Alpha anyway. Weren't we, boys? Josh offered, finishing loudly to break up the argument between his friends. Oh yeah, Zach exclaimed, letting go of Abe's shirt and walking determinedly down a hallway. The group followed along behind him. So, when did you get marked? Luna, Zach asked conversationally as we followed him towards Gabriel's office. Sir, Cade hissed, elbowing Zach roughly. That's none of your business. It's all right. Thanks for looking out for me. He blushed and looked down. You're welcome, Luna. And, if you want to know, Zach, I'll tell you. It was the day after Christmas. I informed him. He made a gagging noise. Yuck. You got hot and heavy on Christmas. He looked repulsed. I couldn't help but laugh at him. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳 𝐷𝐐𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Let's change the subject. Josh butt in. I squeezed his arm appreciatively. I wouldn't ever win against Zach. I could already tell. I could also already tell that held a strong affection for all of the boys. No need. We're at Alpha's office, Bob announced as we stopped. I noted the impressive door. There was a carving of a wolf on it, with the wood stained in imposingly dark color. The door alone would have scared me off if I didn't love the person who was inside of that door with all my heart. Zach knocked once, and then immediately shouted, 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Open up. He sounded like a whiny toddler, and we all laughed at him. The door to the office opened and revealed a very bored and very tired-looking Gabriel. He took a deep breath in, and then his eyes immediately snapped to mine. I smiled at him, waggling my fingers. Teenage companions forgotten. Gabriel shoved past them and held me against his chest, breathing in deeply. I missed you, he whispered in my ear. I wrapped my arms around his neck. I missed you too. Pressing a kiss to his lips. Get it? Zach cheered. THWUNP, that's inappropriate. That was Cade. Thwack, have some chill. That was Abe. I pulled slightly away from Gabriel to turn around in his arms and face my new friends. Are you guys going to talk to Gabriel about what you needed to talk to him about? I asked them, smiling brightly as if I hadn't just slightly made out with the political leader in front of them. We were just going to bother him into playing basketball with us. Josh admitted. Yeah, but you guys clearly have other plans. So we'll just play without him, Zach complained. As if I made it harder. Now you guys have an even number for each team. I'll make him play with you some other time. Making a shoe. Go away, motion with my hands. We'll hold you to that. Luna, Abe called as the four of them ran off towards the gym. Mayuna. Gabriel growled lowly in my ear. I laughed, pulling on his arm so we could get inside his office. I'm yours. You're mine. We know. We know. Flicking the point of his nose. He wrinkled it back at me. I like those kids. Gabriel glowered at me again and I put both my hands on my hips. What? He demanded. We've been over this. I can like other people. I like you the most and I love you the most. So there's no need for you to feel worried. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I tried to convince him, but he just ignored me. Well, if you're going to be a baby about this, I can't help you. Those guys are kids, and I feel some weird maternal instinct around them. Sort of. More like I'm a loving older sister. So don't get pissy. Gabriel just laughed.
taking my hand and leading me to the left side of the large room. "What did you come to see me for?" Gabriel asked, sitting on a very impressive swivel desk chair and yanking me to sit on top of his lap. I used my hands gripping the big, white desk to drag us closer and observed the room before I decided to answer. It was a beautiful room. There were no windows, which was disappointing, but there was plenty of light. The navy blue accents on the walls with shiplap adorning the bottom 2/3 one wall made it feel much bigger than it was. It wasn't scary like I imagined his office might be. It was him. "I'm sort of planning an event with your mom." "I'm sorry. What?" Stunned, I laughed and explained our idea to him. By the end, he was smiling at me fondly and I was smiling back with unbridled excitement. "So why did you come here? It sounds like you've got this under control. Not that I am not thrilled about your being here." Gabriel reassured me when I mocked offense. "I have some ideas that I feel like should be implemented into the pack," I admitted, feeling nervous. "Okay, what are you thinking?" "Well, I was talking to Sarah and your mom and they said that you guys don't have a way to send out mass communication other than a mind link." I asked to confirm the information. Gabriel nodded, looking confused. "I was thinking that it would be a good idea to set up an email list with everyone in the pack. We can send out a regular newsletter type thing to keep people of outside the town. I think it might help them feel like they're part of the pack more." I informed him. "That's a really good idea." He agreed. "I can get you everyone's email if you would be willing to set it up and send out the first few." "That's fine with me. I'd love to help out." I was also thinking. I paused, collecting my thoughts. "I know you guys get together to have Thanksgiving for anyone who doesn't want to do a family Thanksgiving, but outside of that, there hasn't been a large community gathering in a really long time. I think that on top of it being fun, it also brings people together and shows them that you care about not just their safety, but also their happiness." I explained. "How often are you thinking?" Gabriel asked. "At least every 6 months. You have to give people a chance to meet each other and to get to know you. Plus, those people who think you are unfit to be 𝐿𝐻, I have a feeling they will have a hard time convincing others to join their cause if everyone sees how caring and hardworking you are." I informed him. "How are you so good at being a Luna already?" Gabriel asked in wonderment, gazing at me lovingly. I blushed, feeling embarrassed. Caroline had already said something similar today, and I wasn't expecting to hear it again. And I wasn't used to receiving those kinds of compliments either. "So the other, so..." Changing the subject, Gabriel threw his head back in laughter, making me smile. He opened a desk drawer and pulled out 3 huge binders. He dropped them on the desk with a thwack and pointed at them proudly. "Every piece of information on every pack member is in those binders, listed alphabetically by last name and grouped into families to make it easier," he explained. My jaw dropped, but not in admiration as I suspected he was hoping it would. "You don't have any of these files digitalized?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." No, Gabe. This is a fire hazard. Be inconvenient, and see really easy to steal. All someone has to do is walk in your office and open the drawer and then boom. They have access to everyone's personal information." I chided him. I thought it was more efficient. He defended himself. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I'm calling your mother," I announced, standing from his lap and walking to the couch that was against the back wall. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Why?" Gabriel asked, looking worried. It wasn't like I was going to tattle on my 26-year-old fiancé. There was no need for him to panic. "I don't think I'll be getting back to the crafting party as soon as I thought I would," I informed him, pressing the dial button. "Hello. Hey, Caroline. I think I'm going to be staying here for a little while longer," I told her. "Oh. I knew it was a good idea to send her over there. I heard Sarah giddily reply, "EW no. It's not like that. I'm reorganizing all of the records. It's going to take me a few hours at least." I explained myself. Dang. I heard Sarah curse in disappointment. "Okay. That sounds great. Thanks for helping him out, Viola." "It's not a problem. I love him," I reminded her, looking over at my mate. He was staring at me with a loving expression on his face, making me turn away immediately in shyness. "I know you do. Goodbye." Before hanging up, "How exactly are you planning on getting all of these sheets of paper on the computer?" Gabriel asked me as if I knew nothing about technology. "Do you have a scanner?" I asked him. "What? Great. I'll go ahead and take that as a no." I sighed deeply, frustrated at his disuse of technology, yet also grateful that I had something to contribute to his pack that would be ultimately helpful. "So how are you going to do this?" he asked again, looking intrigued. "I'm going to create a private folder that only you, Joel, and I have access to and create a template document. I just make copies of that document and enter all of the different people's information on each document. I'm thinking I'll create subfolders for each household so each person can still have their own page. I can even order it the same as your binders are," I bragged. Gabriel looked impressed. "Do you need any help?" Reaching for his own laptop. "You gotta focus on your job. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Don't worry. I can do this. You can make sure everyone is safe. I'm here to make your load lighter. That's my end goal for today. So please don't create more work for yourself." He looked thoughtful as I said that, and I wondered what he was thinking about. But I figured if it was important he would say something. I opened the first binder and began reading the files. Grant and Lucy L. Abbott family. Email Grant and Lucy Gmail. Com phone to 108 Grant, 42IO. TAC Warrior. Transfer from count in a SPAC 2017 Lucy L. 41YO. Substitute teacher. Transfer from count in a SPAC 2017 Kennedy, deceased 19 at time of death. TAC Warrior. Died in 2017 Samuel, 18. Training Warrior High School student. Transfer from camp in a SPAC. My heart broke as I transferred their information to the document. I gasped as I looked at the picture that was on the bottom of the page. Lucy L. was the woman who had helped me light the jewel pot on fire. I had a series of realizations all at once. Lucy L. Abbott was one of the names on the list of people attending the meeting. Her daughter had most likely died in the war that Gabriel had chosen to not send more fighters into. Her daughter was a brand new warrior. Definitely not seasoned. Lucy L. was trying to avenge her daughter by making sure Gabriel couldn't cause something like that to happen to other families. And when I had realized all of that, my perspective on the entire Civil War shifted. Sure, some of the people trying to take down my mate were corrupt. Some of them had ill intentions, but I suspected that a lot of the people that had joined the cause were hurting. They had lost family members and friends in a war that they didn't have a choice but to fight in it. It couldn't be denied that had Gabriel intervened, lists of their families and friends would have died. However, a power-hungry alpha would have benefited from the suffering of yet another pack, leading those people to destruction. There was no outcome where no one got hurt. It was impossible, but that didn't mean that those people couldn't mourn. It didn't mean they couldn't be upset. I was once a lonely leader until she walked into my life. She not only challenged my authority but also united my entire pack against the most brutal war in our history. Chapter 33. Gabriel. Looking up from the screen with tears in my eyes, he looked across the room at me from where he sat at his desk. He looked regal behind it. Every inch the leader he was. "What is it, sweetheart?" Upset, but I was upset. "What happened after the war? How soon did the people move to join your pack? How come you want to know that?" He wondered. sitting back in his chair and tilting his laptop screen down so all his attention was focused on me. "Gabriel, please." He sighed and nodded, clearly needing a moment to collect his thoughts and gather himself. After the alpha was killed, the fighting stopped instantly. The wolves from the camp in 𝐸 could feel their ties to their alphas ever immediately. They were all rounded up as prisoners of war until the 𝐸 alpha could decide what to do with them. When I offered to absorb anyone who was seeking a safe home for their families, they were all released. That's when they started counting their casualties. Gabriel explained, looking haunted. I could tell that it was hard for him to talk about the suffering of his people. The bodies had been laying mutilated on a field for almost a week. Some of them were picked apart by animals. Some were covered in flies. Some of them looked like they were sleeping. He continued, "To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬𝐃." The image he had painted in my head made me want to gag. That's how they found their friends, their brothers, sisters, sons, and daughters. That's how they found parents. You name it. I will never forget what Rogers forced his people to suffer. They didn't deserve that. He was getting emotional, but I worried that if I moved to comfort him, I wouldn't be able to heal all that he was willing to share. They didn't even get to bury their dead. They had to get off the 𝐸 land immediately and collect their families and belongings to move to my lands. Staring deeply at his knuckles, which were clenched tightly against his pen, I stood up from the couch and knelt in front of him, easing the pen out of his grip. That wasn't fair for them. Their alpha mistreated them and forever changed their lives. They are so lucky to have an alpha who cares about them now. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Assuring Gabriel of his goodness. I know you love them. I just don't think they've mourned properly, and it's clouding their ability to recognize that you did what you had to do. I don't even know what to do to help them. Gabriel exhaled, clearly frustrated with himself. I held his face in my hands gently. You don't have to have all the answers all the time. I told him, it's okay to make mistakes. I'm here with you now, and it's all going to be okay. He nodded, kneeling on the floor with me and pulling me into a tight hug. I hugged him fiercely, pouring all my love into that hug so that he would feel how much stronger I was when I was with him, how we were stronger together. Done. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Slapping my laptop closed and rolling off of the couch and onto the ground with an UMPFH noise. Finally, Gabriel teased, standing up from his newer position of sitting on the floor with his back against the wall while he waited for me. He had finished work hours ago, but I had hit my rhythm and I didn't want to stop. He cracked his back and my eyes opened wide. That was so loud. I exclaimed, laughing, "Is your back all right? Can I take you home now, little mate?" Gabriel asked, rolling his eyes at my concern. "I can't get off of the ground," I informed him, closing my eyes and feeling the weight of my body sink into the ground. I felt like I must have weighed 1,000 pounds. "That's not an issue," I heard him mutter under his breath. Next thing I knew, I was being lifted into the air by Gabe. My eyes popped open and I laughed, wrapping my arms around his neck to keep myself steady. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Then I guess you can take me home. He expertly opened his door with one hand and locked it behind us, before turning around and freezing. I looked away from his handsome face to see what had stopped him. The boys were all sitting outside his office, looking up at him mischievously, all except �K'Aid, who looked as though he had been forced to come along. 5 hours, Abba observed, glancing at his watch and then looking back up at the two of us. "Nice," Zach commented, nodding his head at Gabriel, not ILY. I gasped, my face turning red. I could feel that Gabriel was torn between thinking it was funny and demanding respect for me, so I made the choice easier on him. I hopped out of his arms, face still burning, and turned to look at my friends. "Thank you," I grinned, flipping my long hair over my shoulder. I could tell that none of the boys in the hall were expecting that reaction from me, including Gabriel. I leaned up and pressed a loud, long smooch on his lips. "𝐸. I had just grown. I smiled against Gabe's lips and pulled away. "I'm sure you boys have stuff to talk about. I'll be waiting for you at home," I told Gabriel seductively, purely for the benefit of the guys. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I heard Zach mutter. I was already walking down the hallway with a sultry sway in my hips. If they were going to try to embarrass me against my will, I was going to embarrass myself to a much further extent on purpose. "See you later," I heard before there were loud footsteps following behind me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My plan backfired. I was lifted up and tossed over the shoulder of my mate before he continued on his determined pace back to his house. I lifted up my head from where it was hanging to look at the boys and wave sheepishly at him. They still all looked shocked, so I decided to shock them even more by mouthing round to at them. Gabriel was back inside his house in no time, marching up the stairs and down the hallways to get to his room. I was tossed unceremoniously on his bed, and he was on top of me the next moment, his eyes shining at me. I smiled at him guiltily. "You know I was kidding?" I asked him hopefully. His expression didn't change at all. He informed me, flopping off of me and landing beside me on his back. "Today was a good day," I told him. "We had some hard things, but we got to spend the day together and we got a lot of things done. That's pretty cool. How was your phone call with Marie?" After making a noise of agreement, she said they're closed for the holidays. "I have to tell you, I'm pretty relieved they are," Gabe admitted. Why?" I tilted my head to the side to watch his profile as he spoke. "I know you love Marie, and I know that Morgan is like a younger sister to you. And for them, I'm grateful that you work there, but I don't like the uniform. I think it makes it seem like they're trying to sell you instead of the food. I don't like that you feel like you have to work. We're engaged now. We're almost a fully mated couple. What's mine is yours, including my money," he explained himself. I was shocked. I knew he had some objections, but I didn't know he felt that way about the uniform. "I'm sorry you feel that way," was all I could say. I needed time to process what he had said. I totally understood what he was saying about the uniform. I felt that way every time a customer had stared too long at my hips or chest. Every time someone left a big tip and invited me to spend some time with them. "I don't like the uniform either," I admitted softly, scooting over to cuddle into his side more. His arm came around my body immediately. I never expected to marry someone who was in a completely different financial boat than I am. I guess it's just hard for me to wrap my head around. "I know. That's why I won't push you either way. I just wanted to let you know how I felt. Since we're communicating now," he said quietly. I nodded, curling into his side even more and staring thoughtlessly at the ceiling until I felt the world go dark. "What am I supposed to do?" Gabriel exclaimed, growing frustrated. I glanced at the bathroom door as if I had X-ray vision and could see him through it. "Go to the daddy fun fair," I explained. Once again, I zipped up my dress, inspecting my figure in the mirror. "But I'm not a dad. Why can't I hang out with you?" I held in a laugh. "It'll be good practice for when we have kids of our own," I sang. "Ugh," he conceded. I popped the door to the bathroom open and walked out with the intention of finding a pair of shoes to match my dress. I didn't make it very far though before Gabriel was wrapping me up in his arms. "What?" I asked him, pushing against his chest with my palms and looking into his eyes. "You look beautiful," he complimented. I blushed, smiling. I pecked his cheek and stepped out of his comfortable arms and walked into the closet. "Thanks. Babe, how long is the brunch going to be?" "Probably 2 hours. Probably," I'm not sure how long everyone is going to want to talk. I know that I want to get to know as many of the women as possible, and I think a lot of them are in the same boat as me. I explained. He looked distraught. That's so long. You'll be fine. All the kids are really excited about this. Plus all the teenage boys need to see their alpha participating so they understand it's okay to have fun there. I encouraged, winding my arms around his neck. I don't think that's going to work, Gabriel said skeptically. Then start a game of football or soccer or something. It doesn't have to be super organized for you to make your own fun, I said exasperatedly. I love you, but you are making this a lot harder than it needs to be. I'm trying, he grumbled. Trying to make it harder? Well, try no more. You've succeeded. I huffed. No, I'm trying to stay positive about this. I'm just not the most social person and big events intimidate me. That's why I never have them. My parents are the same way. They didn't host anything like this either, he explained nervously. I felt my heart soften. I understand. That's okay. You don't have to be the most outgoing person there to make a difference. Gabe, I know that it's going to go well. I know you. And I know that people who meet you can't help but love you. I mean, look at my extended family. They are also excited about the wedding, but not for me. They're excited because it means you'll be a part of our family forever. His eyes brightened and he nodded with a little bit more confidence. I leaned up and pressed a kiss to his cheek. I love you. Looking into my eyes, I blushed. I love you too. Now let's go before we're late. Chapter 34. 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸 𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Caroline and I had spent hours together on Sunday deep cleaning the ballroom. There were 20-year-old cobwebs in the rafters, inches of dust lining the ornate window frames. The chandeliers were completely out of date and barely worked as it was, so we replaced them for some more modern ones. We also had to set up enough tables for the almost 50 women who had registered to come. And we decided to plan for a couple of last-minute decision ladies. We chose large, circular tables with some white tablecloths so women could talk to each other easier from across the table and because the white contrasted nicely with the dark wood detailing of the room. When I walked inside the room I couldn't help but feel proud of the way it had been transformed with the decorations. The silk flowers that Caroline had an entire closet full of to reuse, and the table holding heaping guests of food, Werewolf's eat a lot, and covered in beautiful decorations. There was a hush that fell over the women when I walked into the room, and I turned pink as they tilted their heads to me with respect. I quickly made my way over to the microphone that we had set up and flicked it on. I took a deep breath as I looked out at the faces of the many women in the pack. Hello. Smiling genuinely at them, I made eye contact with a few, who all smiled politely back. I wanted you all to come here today because I wanted to get to know you. I don't know everything there is to know about werewolf culture and customs, and I feel inadequate, in many ways. To lead you all, I hope that this brunch gives you all the opportunity to reunite with old friends, as well as make some new ones. I am so excited to get to know all of you, and I can't wait to hear your ideas. Let's eat. There was some applause as the women moved, chatter erupting immediately as they made their way over to the food. Caroline rushed over to me instead, wrapping an arm around my shoulder in a maternal gesture. You did wonderfully, she complimented. I exhaled in relief. 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They might not have looked it because they don't know you yet, but that was everything they needed to hear. I know they're looking forward to meeting you as well, Caroline said, squeezing me again. Thank you, I told her, for everything. The invitations, the approval of my relationship with your son. It means the world to me. My eyes were misty as I finished and hers were too. Her eyes that were so similar to her son's. 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Viola, you are so good for him. Caroline grinned, giving me a wink.
He needs someone to keep him on his toes. Well, I certainly do try. I laughed. She laughed with me and hooked her arm with my own to drag me towards the food. I sat down at a table with no one that I knew. Not that it was hard. I only knew Sarah and Caroline. Luna, it's nice to meet you, greeted the woman on my left. She looked to be in her 50s, wrinkles around her eyes, and a kind smile. My name is Cheryl. It's nice to meet you too. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 𝐷𝐐𝐝 heartfelt thanks 𝐊𝐢 𝐷𝐐𝐝. I'm sorry it's taken so long for me to get around to meeting everyone. I apologized. She just teased and waved her arm in a gesture of forgiveness. Don't worry about it, hon. We know how it is with newly mated couples. Cheryl teased, waggling her eyebrows at me. The other women at the table laughed good-naturedly as my cheeks turned rosy and I began sweating. It hasn't been like that, I denied, nervous about how I was supposed to talk about Gay. I loved him, but he was also their political leader. I couldn't exactly talk about our sex life, or lack thereof, with the people he had stewardship over. 𝐸𝐻𝐼𝐻 alone. A new voice was heard as a body plunked into the seat next to me. Lucy L. Right. Feeling excited to get to know her. Her freckles were just as prominent as I remembered, and her red hair was vibrant as ever against her emerald green dress. She was a vision. You look beautiful. Thank you. Luna, it's nice to see you again. Looking surprised that I recognized her. You don't have to call me Luna. My name is Viola, I told the group. Forgive us, Luna, but that may not be appropriate. Another voice spoke up. This woman appeared to be closer to my own age. Definitely in her 20s. By the way, my name is June. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. This is why I need friends to keep me in the know about what is okay or not. I apologized. Relax, Luna, Cheryl said, making the swatting motion again. We are here to help you. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. I asked hopefully. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. You are so sweet, June complimented, popping the strawberry in her mouth. Well, I want to know more about you ladies. How long have you been in the pack? What do you do? How are your families? Is there anything you need from me? I fired off, looking at them all in the eyes. I wanted them to feel how much I cared. That's when Michael said, "Be careful where you hide because you might get run over." Cheryl finished, causing our table to erupt into laughter again. The ladies had gotten much more comfortable in my presence, and a few more had joined us. They were trading stories left and right, sharing jokes, tragedies, and simple moments of life. I was learning so much from just sitting and watching. I heard the microphone being turned on and I shifted in my chair along with everyone else to be able to see what was going on. It was Sarah at the microphone. As I'm sure you all know, I am the mother of our beta. I love our alpha with all my heart. He's a good man. He loves this pack. He is like another son to me. I can say, with complete confidence, that our Luna is his perfect match. Kind and selfless. She works hard with no complaints and the best intentions so that others around her can feel safe and loved. I know that we have been missing something as a pack, and I know that all those who have interacted with her know what I know. What we were missing is her. Luna Viola, thank you for today. We are so grateful, Sarah concluded. I had tears streaming down my face, and I barely registered Lucille handing me a napkin. Thank you, I whispered as I wiped my eyes. I wasn't sure who I was addressing. The women all worked together after that, carrying dishes to the kitchen, folding the tablecloths, stacking chairs, and putting away all the flowers. It was cleaned up in a fraction of the time it took to set everything up. I stood by the door to thank everyone for coming as they left. I can't wait to see everything that you will do, Cheryl said, clasping my hand in her own. I pulled her into a hug.
Thank you for coming. It was amazing to get to know you. I told her sincerely. She nodded at me warmly as she walked out of the room. I received many similar compliments and comments, learning the names of more and more women by the minute. At last, the ballroom was completely empty, save for myself. I slipped my shoes off and felt the cool ground beneath my bare feet. I closed my eyes and spread my arms wide, twirling to the center of the room. With my eyes still closed, I began waltzing. I was humming Earth Angel by the Penguins, one of my favorite songs. The world seemed to fall away and I forgot where I was as my feet carried me across the floor. I opened my eyes when I felt myself suddenly in the company of a dance partner. Gabriel was smiling tenderly down at me, waltzing in time to my off-key humming. He didn't seem to mind though. I closed my eyes again as I rested my head on his chest, moving my hands to clasp around his neck. He slid around my waist, holding me gently. "You're perfect," he whispered so softly I knew I wasn't supposed to hear it. The song finished and we stayed where we were, swaying in the empty ballroom in the middle of the pack house for a pack of werewolves. In the mountains of Utah, I let out a soft chuckle. "What?" Gabe asked, breaking the silence. I didn't move my head from out of his chest. If you would have told me 6 months ago that this is where I would be, I would have laughed in your face. But now, he prompted. There is nowhere else I would rather be in the whole world. I love you, Gabriel. Pressing a kiss to his heart through his shirt. I love you too, sweetheart. I always have and I always will, he assured me. I couldn't help myself. I leaned up and pressed a kiss to his lips. When I pulled away I asked him a question. How did the fair go? His face lit up and I felt my heart thump. He was too handsome for his own good. How did I ever land him? It was a great idea. Viola. The families all worked very hard on their booths. There was werewolf bowling, a dunk tank, and guessing games. It was so cool to see what everyone came up with. He explained excitedly. I was nodding along. That's good. I'm so glad. I grinned. What do you think about making this an annual affair? Gabriel suggested. I gasped. 𝐿𝐤 𝐷𝐐𝐻𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. I asked him hopefully. Really? I smiled and kissed him again. I had almost forgotten about that. I informed him. I could never forget anything about any moment I spend with you. Gabriel bragged. Okay, sir. We get that you're a supernatural being. I joked, flicking his forehead. He bit my finger playfully. And I'm all yours forever. Seductively rolling his body. I laughed, jumping up onto his back like a monkey. And I'm yours. 𝐿𝐤 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. I'm yours. Chapter 35. Grandma, what is it? Sweetheart, I just wanted to let you know that Gabriel and I are engaged. I exclaimed, smiling widely. I was sitting in my apartment waiting for Gabriel to pick me up so we could go to a New Year's party with some people our age in his pack. Congratulations, honey. I knew the two of you would figure out all of your issues. She teared. I laughed, blushing as I recalled how rocky the first month or two of our relationship had been. Thanks, Grandma. How are you feeling today? I asked her, kicking out the window. I thought I had heard the hum of an engine, but I couldn't be too sure. It ebbs and it flows. But today is a good day, she replied truthfully. I forgot all about looking for Gabriel to pull up and focused on Grandma. I'm glad it's been a good day. Do you have any fun plans tonight? Trying to distract her and myself. I hated thinking about how she was dying. Sam and his family are coming over. This is an exciting New Year's. What makes it exciting? Well, this may be my last one. That makes it pretty special. She sounded very bright and cheery for someone who was talking about her own death. Grandma, I admonished her, my jaw dropping. I flopped onto my couch, exasperated with her. What? I'm just staying honest. I could hear the smile in her voice, and for some reason it bothered me. She could tell. I know it sounds like I don't value my life, or that I don't care that I'm going to die. I'm sorry that that makes this hard for you. But I get to see my parents again. And your grandpa has been waiting for me for a long time. I'm getting pretty excited to see him again. I'm not going to do anything reckless. I just am not angry that this is happening to me. I suppose I can't support that. I'm going to miss you. I whispered the last part. Choking up, I curled into myself and tucked my hair behind my ear as tears began falling. Grandma had been there for me through everything, and I wasn't sure I wanted to know what a world without her would be like. Oh, honey, she started, her tone apologetic. I'm going to miss you too, but you have so many happy things to look forward to. You're going to get married. I'm going to do my very best to stick around for that. You're going to start a family. You're going to graduate college. You're going to change the lives of so many people. I love you, but I don't need to be around for you to live your dreams. What she was saying made sense, but it only made me cry harder. I know you don't need to be around for it, but I want you to be around for it. I confessed, snorting my snot back into my nose. The sound was not pretty, but, as usual, I was out of tissues. I'll be watching it all from heaven. I'll take care of your kids for you while they wait. It's not a sad thing. Grandma comforted me. The image of her lovingly caring for my future children spread warmth to my heart. Okay, I mumbled. Now what are your plans for the night? I'm sure you and that hunk of yours are going to some sort of function together. I laughed, standing up and walking into my bathroom. I got the phone on speaker and set to work fixing my appearance. The ugly cry was necessary. It just ruined my makeup and hair. Some of the people that he's in charge of a Halia party for couples our age, and he thought it might be fun for us to make some friends out on ages. I told her. I heard her laugh as I wiped the mascara from under my eyes. That is probably a good idea. You two are both so serious. I hope you have a fun time tonight, and I hope that the two of you can finally relax and enjoy yourselves. Grandma wished. To 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸 𝐸𝐻𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your 𝐊𝐸𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐾𝐥𝐻𝐸𝐬. That sounded amazing. That's certainly the hope. I love him, and I see how stressed he always is. He has the weight of his world on his shoulders. Grandma, I don't know how to help him. I confessed, carefully swiping my waterproof mascara on my lashes. I had decided the waterproof was a muction for the evening. I think loving him is a really good start. Being loved makes the world a little bit easier to breathe in. Teach him how to have fun, she recommended. I smiled as I thought of how serious Gabriel was. I thought back to our date to the trampoline park and how much fun he had had once he knew it was okay. I could do that for him. I could be that for him. Thanks, Grandma. My phone beeped with another incoming call. Gabe, I should go. He's calling me. I'm sure he's waiting downstairs. I explained. To 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Grandma. The line clicked and I answered the other call. Viola. Are you all right? I could feel your distress through the bond, and when you didn't pick up right away. He trailed off, but I could hear the fear in his voice. Hey, Gabe. I was blushing. It felt nice to have someone care so much. I'm all right. I just got off the phone with Grandma. I heard his sigh and knew he understood what he'd been feeling from before. How is she? Gabriel asked cautiously. She said today was a good day. I don't really know what that means, though. I admitted. I peeked out the window and saw Gabe's little silver car waiting for me in the parking lot, so I slung the bag over my shoulder, wrapped up in a pea coat, and headed for the door. I'm prepared she's staying positive through all of this. That can't be easy. She is a strong woman, Gabe commented. I walked out of my apartment and started for the lobby. Don't forget to lock your apartment door. You worry too much, I chastised, teasing him as I turned around to do just that. And you worry too little. She says it's actually pretty easy because she isn't upset about dying. I redirected the conversation. It was still incredible to me, and I needed someone else to hear the craziness. She says she's mostly just ready to be back with Grandpa again. Instead of gasping in outrage or shock, Gabriel hummed as if he understood. Do you agree? Are you saying you wouldn't be upset if you were dying? I demanded to know, opening up the car door and ending the call. Whoa. Calm down, sweetheart. Gabe said with hands out in a calm down please gesture. I'm just saying, if you were already dead and our children were grown with kids of their own, I would be pretty excited about getting to see you again. I know. And I feel the same way about you. It doesn't sound crazy when you say it, but it does sound crazy to hear her talk about it. I just need to get better at accepting it. 𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐬 𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬 heartfelt thanks to your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐵. Sighing deeply as I buckled in my seatbelt, Gabriel leaned across the middle console to press a deep kiss to my cheek. I closed my eyes and relaxed, letting myself enjoy the sanctuary of our own space. I slid my eyes slowly back open as he began to lean away and quickly reached a hand to grip his chin. I leaned forward to press a kiss to his lips. It was meant to be a peck, but it slowed and turned into a kiss full of emotion. I love you, I whispered, pulling away. He smiled back at me. I love you too. You look beautiful, by the way, he complimented. I flushed. You cleaned up pretty well too, I returned. He looked embarrassed, and I giggled, ruffling his hair affectionately as I stared into his eyes. I could have spent the entire New Year's Eve with him, sitting like that in his car. It would have been perfect. Are you ready for tonight? Finally breaking eye contact and clearing his throat, I watched his hands as they began operating the car. The way they were flexing as he controlled such a powerful vehicle should not have been legal. I guess so. Who all is supposed to be there again? All the wolves ages 18-29 were invited from the pack, mated or unmated. I expect some of them will have other plans, but a decent amount of people will show up for this. Everyone loved the last pack get together so much I can't imagine them turning down another one, Gabriel explained. I felt a string of pride zip through me as he mentioned the pack get together. I knew it would be a good idea, and I was so glad that it paid off. I'm excited. I think it's going to be really fun, and we have got to have more friends than just Joel. I mean, I have Morgan and Michael. You need more friends. Dude, I asked, laughing at him while he pretended to be offended. I have you. He argued. Are you friend zoning me? It's a little too late for that. Flashing him my engagement ring. You are infuriating. You know that. It's called keeping you on your toes. 𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. So glad the two of you could make it. A guy in his early 20s greeted as he opened the door. There was a house in the pack to house a group of the younger unmated males who wanted to live together, and they had graciously offered it up for the party. We felt that the crowd might be too rowdy for the pack house, and Gabriel doesn't like to open up his home. Thanks for having us, I replied, taking Gabriel's hand in mine and wrapping it around my shoulder. I cuddled into his side and pulled him with me through the door and into the living room, where the music was so loud I could feel it through the floorboards. Shouldn't we take off our coats? Gabriel asked, looking around for somewhere to put them. I shook my head at him. I had to yell my response so that he could hear me over the pop music and Werewolf yelling. Never take a jacket to a party unless you can wear it the whole time. Otherwise, people can and will steal it, I advised him. He looked appalled. You're going to overheat. I just shrugged in response. At least I'll have a jacket on the way home. That can't be right. He called to a beautiful girl, probably around 18 years old. She had the prettiest natural hair I had seen in my life, so full of life and shine. I felt immobilized by her beauty. Yes, Alpha. Is there a room here where the Luna and I could leave our belongings without them being poached? He demanded to know. Yup, you can put them in Jackson's closet. He's out of town and it's locked. You have the pack master, Kiddo, so you can just lock and unlock it yourself, she explained before her friends started chanting her name and calling her back over to their side of the room. Gabriel nodded, sliding his arm from my shoulders to just around my hand and taking me out of the room, and towards what I assumed was Jackson's room. This is already pretty crazy. Are you sure you want to stay? Gabriel asked nervously when we were finally in a place where we could hear each other. Gabriel, I happen to like crazy. If I feel uncomfortable, we'll leave. Same goes for you. I instructed. Pinky promised. I extended my pinky and bounced up on my toes, peering at him through my lashes. I needed to know that he was going to be honest with me because this didn't seem like his kind of scene. Pinky promise. Looping his pinky with mine and then shaking. And we danced all night. To the best song ever. Standing on the coffee table, using a random girl's stiletto as my microphone, I was waving my free arm to the beat, controlling the crowd. They were all singing along and cheering for me. We knew every line. Now I can't remember. Gabriel continued from next to me. The top two buttons of his shirt were undone and his tie was around his head. His hair was delightfully messy and he looked especially yummy while he glistened with sweat from all the jumping. How it goes, but I know that I won't forget her. We sang together, moshing with the crowd. It was long after midnight. We should have been tired, but being around people our own age had given us new life. Instead of the early bedtime we were used to, we had decided to go through a predetermined repertoire of songs before we packed up and headed for his house. It was much too late to go all the way back to my place anyway. This was our closing song for the night. Everyone was jumping and singing along. I looked around the room and saw joy. I couldn't express my own feelings of joy from knowing that had a small part to play in bringing people who had suffered so much even just a spark of joy. And we danced. I yelled and then pointed at the crowd for the next line. We danced. They echoed back, screaming. It went something like this SS we all sang. After our stunning performance was over, Gabriel went upstairs to grab our belongings while I made my rounds saying goodbye to all the people that I had met that night. Ready to go, babe? Gabriel asked, helping me into my coach up. I have so many good ideas to tell you to. I told him. I made myself curious, as I couldn't even remember having the ideas, let alone what they were. I can't wait to hear them. In the meantime, this is way past your bedtime. It's all right if you would like to go to sleep. Gabriel chuckled. He had stuffed his tie in his coat pocket and pulled me into his arms so I could rest against him. Yes, sir. You are so comfy. I mumbled. I sure love you. Happy New Year, Gabriel. I managed to get out before I passed out. I couldn't be sure, because I was already so far gone, but I could have sworn I heard him say it back. Chapter 36. 1 month later. Are you excited about this assignment? Michael asked while we walked out of our Educating a Multicultural Classroom class. We were supposed to study race and how it affects the way different groups of people learn and choose a specific example from our research to back it up. Beyond excited. I read a book called Teaching Students in Poverty last week and it talked a lot about the same issues. I'm already pretty excited about it, I admitted, smiling widely. It also gave me a lot to think about with issues involving Gabriel's pack. There were different races of werewolves, and just like humans there was a past of racism. Whereas we're a little bit better about getting over those racist notions because pack rankings are a natural occurrence and a high-ranking member is chosen before this life. Therefore there was no argument to be had about the qualifications one had in regards to race. However, it was still something I wanted pack members to be able to celebrate and embrace, as well as educate themselves on. I was excited about this project for multiple reasons. I almost read that one last semester. Is it any good? Michael asked. It's pretty amazing. You should definitely give it a read. I advised, sliding my laptop and textbook into my backpack. Do you need a ride home? Michael offered when we were exiting the Warm Humanities building. I laughed and shook my head. He offered every day, but ever since Gabriel had marked me, he had wanted to pick me up from campus every day. Gabriel's picking me up. He'll be around here somewhere, I explained. He takes good care of you. Are you happy? stopping me from walking by grabbing my arm. I would have been annoyed by the question, but I knew it came from a place of concern. I had told Michael everything about my fear of disappointing people and my need for others to like me, so he liked to make sure that I had the correct motivations from time to time. I'm very happy. I take care of him too. We're good for each other. Michael let go of my arm, and just then I felt a warmth on my back and arms were around my waist. Gabriel buried his face in my neck and hair. Breathing in deeply, I squealed in surprise. Yes, we are. Gabriel agreed from his position in my neck. I squirmed and turned around to face him. Hello, I whispered, cheeks red from the cold and excitement. I hadn't seen him since he had dropped me off after school yesterday, and I had missed my alpha. I'll leave you two to it, Michael teased, sending me a wave and turning to walk away. I'll text you if I have any questions about the project, I called after him. He echoed the sentiment and then was gone, the freezing 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬 whisking him away quickly. Gabriel whispered, pulling away just enough to rub his nose with mine. My eyes shut and I shivered. Let's get you into the car. I left it running so it would be warm for you. Gabe, I cooed, my heart already warm. That's so sweet. Hey, we take care of each other, he reminded me. Dimples and all. That's true. Once we were both seated in the car, I knew the drill. I picked if I wanted to go to my house or Gabe's. Gabe, I held my hands over the warm air vents. Yes, can I come and do my work at your place? I'd love to help with some pack business when I'm done. Buckling up my seatbelt. You know that you don't ever have to ask. If I had it my way, you would already live with me. He mumbled the last part, but I still heard it. My cheeks were absolutely flaming at this point. You know that I won't live with you until we are married, I muttered back. He chuckled. I know, and I respect that. I just can't wait until we are married, Gabriel said, putting a hand on his knee while he drove affectionately. I can't wait either. It will make everything so much easier. I admit it. But hey, we'll be married by April and it's not too far away, he reminded me. I nodded, turning on the radio so we could relax before getting back to the pack. The Civil War had calmed down slightly. The pack had a lot more camaraderie than it previously had, and I think the new members felt more at home than they had the entire time they had been at the pack. There was still more to be done to resolve the conflict, and the rebel group hadn't stopped sending their threats, but we were taking great steps. It was my dream to be able to peacefully resolve the issue. I didn't want to lose anyone else, especially because the rebels were already hurting so badly. I knew that violent protests and riots would only lead to more violence, and that was the last thing anyone wanted. Viola, Catherine called, walking through the doorway to Gabe's office and over to the couch where I was working. I stood and gave her a hug in greeting. Hey, how are you doing? I asked her. I noticed she was dressed in workout gear. Where are you going? I'm doing great. I sent an open invitation out for the ladies of the pack to come to an aerobics class in the gym with me. Do you want to come? 𝐿𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐸 𝐊𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐸 𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐸. I would love to, but I have to finish part of this assignment, and then I promised Gabe I would help with some pack business. You'll have to let me know how it goes. That sound so fun, I encouraged. She narrowed her eyes slightly as if she was trying to see if I was telling the truth. Apparently, she decided I was because she nodded, giggled, gave me a hug, and then jogged out of the office. Gabe, knocking on the bathroom door. He'd been in there for a little bit and I had had a brilliant idea. I needed him to hear it. He didn't answer, so I knocked again. When he once again didn't answer, I pressed my ear against the door and couldn't hear any noise coming from inside. My heart started pounding. Where was he? Was he safe? What happened to him? I tried twisting the handle, but it was locked. I ran into the hallway. Help! Joel came rushing out of his office and was by my side in a second. Luna, what's wrong? Are you okay? Where's Alpha? Bombarding me with questions. A few more wolves appeared, looking just as concerned. I could tell that I was pale and looked scared by the way they were looking at me. Gabe said he was going to the bathroom, but he's not answering my knocks and I can't hear him through the door. I don't know what's going on or where he is or if he's in there and dying or... Joel cut me off from listing all the horrible scenarios in my head by pulling me into a tight embrace. I immediately hugged him back with all my might. My heart was pounding and I could feel every heartbeat in the tips of my fingers. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬. Break down the door. Joel barked his order. A strong-looking wolf sprinted towards the door, throwing all of her weight into it through her foot. The door busted open and we all rushed to look inside. Empty. My heart dropped to my stomach. Everyone. We are in Alpha, Part 22. Fan out. Remember your training. Mind link me as soon as the Alpha is found. Joel shouted. I was breathing shallowly now. There were so many people that wanted to hurt my fiancé. He always tried to do what he believed was best and now he was suffering for that. Why is everyone freaking out? I heard a voice ask from behind Joel and I let go of Joel and gasped. Tears sprung to my eyes and I punched the speaker in the gut as hard as I could. Where were you? You jerk. I demanded to know, crying while Gabriel tried to restrain my arms from punching him. I heard Joel shouting after the recently deployed wolves, but I didn't care. Whoa. Whoa hey. Gabriel cooed, gently capturing me in his arms and rubbing my back. I was practically sobbing against him. I thought I had lost him forever. And yet he was right in front of me. My whole life had flipped upside down and right side up again in a matter of minutes and I was left crumbled. Why weren't you in the bathroom? Looking up at him with teary eyes. Realization clicked in his own eyes and he immediately looked apologetic. Joel, everything's fine. I'll explain it to you later, he said first, scooping me in his arms and carrying me back into his office. He shut the door behind us and carried me to the couch where he settled himself with me in his arms. I rested my head on his chest, still sniffing. I broke the lock when I used the bathroom earlier today. I was really frustrated. I went to the bathroom by the gym and when I got out everyone looked panicked, so I hurried back to you as quickly as I could. I'm so sorry I didn't tell you. I had no idea it would lead to this. He apologized, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. It's just, with everything going on I just assumed you were in danger. I admit, I feel lucky that I have someone who cares so much. Thank you for worrying about me. I didn't mean to freak you out though. If anything serious was happening to me though, you'd be able to feel it through the bond. I felt better after learning that. Still not great, but better. What was it that you had to tell me anyway? I just had an idea for a way to bring the pack together as a community and to help with the rebel issue. I explained. Gabriel's interest increased and he sat up straighter. I switched to straddling him so I could look into his eyes as I explained my idea. We should create a memorial. I examined Gabriel's expression for a reaction, but he didn't give one. He liked to wait until I was done, and he had thought it through before expressing his thoughts. You know how after every major war there is a monument memorial erected in honor of all the lives that were lost? As a reminder to never let it happen again and to remember the people who helped get us to where we are at today. I think it makes sense to honor those wolves who lost fighting a fight that was unnecessary against their will. I think they should be honored. And I even know how to do it. How? Let's put the leaders of the rebels in charge of it. What? I don't think, Gabriel started. But I cut him off. Look, they're demanding justice for what happened to their family and friends. They want change. They want to heal. Not only will they be supportive of that, but I'm sure it will mean a lot to them to know that their battle to be had paid off and they were able to construct something so that no one will ever forget the sacrifice made by their loved ones. They will construct it and they will get some closure. It gives them a healthy way to mourn and it lets them know that we acknowledge their emotions as valid. I explained. It also will be time-consuming and leave little time for violent protests. That's a wonderful idea, but we can't just ask people to donate so much of their time. Gabe reasoned. They will want to. We won't pressure them. We can just call them together and offer them a position on the committee to construct the memorial and they'll say yes. I reasoned back. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝
Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We can give it a try. Gabriel consented. I squealed in delight and jumped off his lap, skipping over to the computer to open up the files of the pack members who were prominent rebels and who also had family and friends die fighting the evil Alpha's war. Chapter 37. Are you sure about this? Gabe asked while we stood outside of a full conference room. I had filled the room with people who had suffered necessarily because of the war. Some of them were high-ranking rebels, and some were more background members of the pack. I wanted everyone to feel heard, so I tried to have a wide demographic. There were teenagers, young adults, elderly citizens, and everyone in between. If they hate the idea, it can't make things worse, but I have a really good feeling about this, I promised him. I was holding his hand and looking up at him pleadingly for some support. I needed to know he was behind me on this. You know that I trust you. Let's do this thing, he finally said, smiling timidly back at me. I reached a hand up and gently combed the hair out of his eyes. I straightened his tie and dusted off his shoulders, letting my arms just rest on them for a moment. I love you, I told him seriously after a stretch of silence. Gabriel's smile lit up the dim hallway. I love you too, sweetheart, he replied, leaning down to peck my lips. Together we breathed in deeply and then entered the room. I immediately felt the tension in the room. I realized that they must have felt nervous because there were so many rebels in the same room gathered together. They probably thought we were onto them, which was true but not in the sense that they were going to be in trouble. Hey guys, I greeted brightly, tugging Gabriel along behind me towards our seats at the head of the long table. Once we were seated, I spoke up again. You're probably wondering why you're here. I laughed lightly to try and ease the tension. Yes, Luna, replied a teenage girl named Audra. She looked stressed. What's going on? You're not in trouble, I assured them all, looking into as many sets of eyes as I could. I felt the tension ease some more. Then what is going on? Luciel asked politely. The Luna has an idea for a project for you all, but she needed you together to be able to introduce it. Gabriel replied, his hand clasping mine under the table. I started to speak, but then my throat began to close. I swallowed down the emotion as best I could and continued speaking. I read about the war that brought you all to this pack. Faces began to shift from impassive to curious and emotional. No doubt they were remembering loved ones. It was completely unnecessary for so many innocent lives to be lost simply because of your previous Alpha's pride. I can't imagine the kind of loss you all have experienced and the hurt that you must still be feeling. There were silent tears streaming now. I hurriedly wiped them with my fingers, but they didn't go away. I want to build a memorial to those who were lost. I watched the idea register on everyone's faces. Careful intrigue and hope. What kind of memorial? A veteran of the war named Donald spoke up. That's why I invited you all here. I have no place designing something so significant to you all. They were your loved ones and your friends. It only seems right that all of you work together to create a memorial that you feel is fitting. I explained. Are we donating the money and supplies? Luciel asked. The Alpha and I have decided to pay for all of the supplies and labor that it will take to create the memorial, I answered. Gabriel squeezed my hand under the table. Where will it go? Audra demanded. Wherever you feel it belongs within pack boundaries. I was thinking somewhere like the town square where everyone will see it. However, the decision lies with those of you who choose to be a part of this. Gabriel replied. None of you are required to participate in this project. We understand that it may be painful to work on this. However, all of you are welcome. You are the committee we have selected to take charge of this endeavor. Thank you, Alpha and Luna, Gavin replied, smiling lightly through tears. It would be an honor to work on such an important piece. Thank you for being patient and understanding with us as we try and help you all. This is your home now, and we want you to always feel valued here. I replied quietly. One by one, every person in the room committed to working on the memorial. They wanted to start working immediately, so we gave them a big design space with a locked door so they could protect what they were working on. They voted different WS with different skill sets to be in charge of complementary tasks.
collaborating beautifully. Gabriel and I left them once they had gotten organized and headed to his house. That went so well. Gabriel commented once we were cuddled on his couch, getting ready to watch an episode of New Girl. "I'm really proud of you, Viola. That was amazing. You were great too. They just need to feel like they have a voice. Everything in this world would be okay if everyone had some integrity and a lot of kindness. We get to be examples of that within the pack." I told him. How did I get so lucky? Pressing a kiss to the top of my head, I left. I ask myself that every day. I told him, Mom. Surprised when I opened my front door expecting to see my fiancé picking me up for class and instead saw my mother on the front step. She looked distraught. "Viola, sweetie," she started. There were tears in her eyes. My thoughts jumped to Grandma. I didn't like where they were taking me. Tears sprang to my own eyes and fear pierced my heart. "Mom, what is it?" I begged, frozen in pain. I heard a car door slam, but the sound seemed so far away. My ears were ringing. "Grandma's bitter. They don't think she has much time left," she finally said. "All I remember is my body crumbling. Someone was sobbing. I think it was me. My head was pounding. And then Gabriel was there. I was in his arms. He was rubbing up and down my arms and back. I could hear him asking my mom if we were okay, if Grandma was okay. He scooped me up and curled me against his chest. He kissed my cheek and told me we were going to the hospital and my mom would meet us there. I don't remember the drive over to the hospital except Gabriel was singing. My sweet, slightly tone, deaf werewolf was singing because he knew that music calmed me down. "Hi, we're here to see Mrs. Catalina," Gabriel asked at the desk when we got to the 5th floor. "My agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻𝐿 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was told the two of you would be here soon. I'll show you to the room," the Ian offered. Gabriel was still carrying me, but I wasn't embarrassed. He was the only thing keeping me grounded. "Here she is," the Ian said before he walked away. Gabriel walked us into the room and I saw my grandma. She looked paler than the last time I had seen her. Her beautiful silvery hair was thin and greasy. Her skin was sunken in and she was connected to a breathing machine. "Grandma," I whispered brokenly. "Hi, honey," she greeted softly. She noticed the tears in my eyes and she scared. Gesturing for me to come to her, Gabriel set me down and guided me to her side, dragging a chair over, sitting on it, and then pulling me into his lap. I took Grandma's hand. "You promised you were going to wait for my wedding," I told her. "My agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻𝐿 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm." "Well, I'm sorry I didn't time my dying around your schedule," she asses right back. I held my tongue after that. "Look, I love you, and we've talked about this. I'm ready. If it's my time, then I am ready to go see Grandpa again." I nodded sheepishly. "I'm just going to miss you," I told her. She nodded slowly and painfully. "I know, but you are going to have such an amazing life. And I have a few more days left in me. The doctors think I'm a goner after tonight, but I give myself until tomorrow at the earliest." She laughed. "Can you please not joke about you dying?" I begged, holding her hand. "I'll try. But honey, it will be okay. And I promise you, I'm not dying tonight. Go home and get some rest. I'll be here tomorrow." After her assuring me 100 times, and the doctor confirming that there was a high likelihood she would be fine through the night, Gabriel guided me out of the hospital and back to my apartment. He was silent and contemplative the entire drive. I longed to know what he was thinking, but I was also lost deep in my own existential thoughts. When we got inside my apartment, Gabriel stopped in the living room abruptly. I looked back at him in confusion. He usually followed me into my room and sat on the bed while I changed in my closet. Gabriel looked nervous. I held his face between my hands gently. "What's wrong?" I asked him. He was looking at me with determination and adoration. "I love you. Will you marry me?" I felt a smile pull at my lips. and I carefully held my left hand in front of his eyes so he could look at it closer. You already asked me. I said yes, but I'll say it again. I reminded him, teasing lightly. He smiled back and held both of my hands, gaze imploring me to look back at him with equal fervor. I mean, will you marry me tomorrow? He asked again. My jaw fell open and I stared at him in surprise. But I thought we were going to get married in April. We planned to get married in April. My mind running a mile a minute. He said my name with such devotion I felt happy tears in my eyes. You have your dress. I have my suit. You want your grandma to be at the wedding. I can get her to the pack and the pack doctors can look after her before, during and after the service. Your family is all in town. There is nothing stopping it if you will say yes. Everything he said made sense, and with every new word out of his mouth I was falling in love with him all over again. He always put my happiness above his own comfort, and I couldn't believe I was so lucky as to get to marry this man. I was smiling so wide I could feel the cold air on my teeth. I could feel a few tears slip out of my eyes as I smiled up at him. He was still holding my hand firmly. I will marry you tomorrow, I said quietly. I had little strength to say it louder. It sounded so wonderful though. We are getting married tomorrow. It sounded just as wonderful the second time around. We're getting married tomorrow, Gabriel echoed, his own eyes watery. I threw my arms around his neck, pressing his after kiss to his lips, laughing between each one in delight and shock. I yelped, suddenly pulling away. Gabriel immediately became alert. What is it? I have to call my mom. She can get the family together. We are getting married in the chapel in your pack. Right. Do we need to reserve it? I asked him, racing to my desk and opening up my journal. I had to make a list of everything we needed to get done. There was so much to do. We don't need to reserve it. I already mind-linked my mom. Her Aunt Sarah and some other ladies in the pack are gathering decorations as we speak for the chapel and the ballroom for a reception. The pack cook is making the wedding cake already. All that you need to do is invite anyone you would like to come and send me their addresses and we will have them picked up. We can't let them drive themselves due to pack security, but they will be taken care of. Gabriel assured me. I was bouncing on my toes. You're so perfect for me, I told him affectionately, unable to hold myself back from saying it. I loved him so much. You're too perfect for me, but I will always treat you the way you deserve, Gabriel replied, looking at me emotionally. We deserve each other. Gabriel, I'm nowhere near perfect. I'm so excited to marry you tomorrow. I love you, Gabriel told me. I grinned back at him as I pulled my phone out. I love you too. I pressed dial to the first phone number and hummed excitedly as I waited for them to pick up. Hello. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, someone is awfully chipper. What's up? I'm getting married, I told her. She laughed. Girl, I know. You've been walking around with that rock for a month now. She teased me. I'm getting married tomorrow, I amended, waiting for her response. What? Oh my goodness. That is so sudden. Are you eloping? Can I come? What happened? She demanded to know. I giggled girlishly and squirmed in excitement. I couldn't contain myself. Gabe wants to get married tomorrow so my grandma can come and be there. We have everything we need. Will you come? We're sending drivers to pick up everyone. I invited her. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can't wait to be there. I'm so excited for you. She cheered. Thank you. Giggling giddily. I'll let you go so you can plan some more details. But congratulations. Morgan and I hung up and I skipped over to where Gabriel was mind-linking members of his pack. Gabe. I gasped, a sudden realization occurring. What is it? Sweetheart. He asked patiently. I need to start packing. We're moving in together tomorrow. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Realizing that marriage also meant moving in together, Don't worry, I cut him off. Where are we going to live? In your house? In a new house? In the pack house? Thoughts racing again. Viola, remember when I told you I built my house? Gabe asked, gently pulling me to sit on his lap. I nodded. I built it to live with my mate and our family someday. I built it for you. My cheeks flushed and I looked away for a moment, before gazing at him again. 𝐿𝐲, I can't wait to marry you, I whispered, pressing our lips together for a slow kiss. In less than 20, for hours this man would be my husband. I was so excited. Chapter 38. You may now kiss the bride, Joel said, clapping Gabriel on the shoulder. All three of us were crying. This was a joyous moment amongst a time of pain. I couldn't be more excited to be officially married to Gabriel. He looked into my eyes and I looked into his, and I swear I saw our forever. My hands slid up his suit coat to his neck and one of his arms wrapped around my waist, pulling me against him while the other held my cheek tenderly. The look in his eyes I would never forget. Before we both closed our eyes and leaned forward, sharing our first kiss as husband and wife. There was applause from the wedding attendees and the two of us walked down the aisle to the waiting car that we're just married. I couldn't wipe the smile off of my face. I was married. And then the joy took a sad twist. Grandma peacefully passed hours after the reception. She took a nap and never woke up from it. But I can always remember that she was able to attend my wedding. Gabriel took me on our honeymoon after the funeral and during spring break. We went to Europe and explored old shops and cobblestone streets and learned about history. Then he took me to Florida on the flight home for a weekend, long layover where we tanned and swam and played together, making wonderful memories. I graduated from school a year early with honors. I wanted to work, but the night before graduation Gabriel and I found out that expecting our first child, a baby boy. I decided that I would prefer to be a stay-at-home mother, as well as completing my duties as a Luna. The memorial was a huge success. The pack loved it, and we unveiled it on the 5th anniversary of the battle. Packs from all over the US came to pay their respects, and I met many other Lunas my own age that I knew would become lifelong friends of mine. My life had plenty more struggles, but it was easy to face them head on because I had my best friend in the world by my side. The end.